All right. Now we're here, guys. I forget you have to you have to start the stream on YouTube. It's not like Twitch where you press go live and you're good. I was literally talking to myself for about 4 or 5 minutes, and then Ahna came in and was like, "Yeah, you're talking to yourself." So, excellent start. Wouldn't have it any other way, guys. This is going to be a marathon, not a sprint. So that's a fantastic start right there. I want to get some of this coffee down before I start the podcast here. I also want to send out a promotional tweet, just one last reminder that we're live. How's everybody doing? I was saying hi to the first people that were in the chat: Alex, Tracy, WG, Raph, Matt. I was trying to hype up you guys for being first in, but of course I was talking to myself. So good to see you guys. Everybody else, it's gonna be awesome, man. This is gonna be awesome. I'm trying to see if I can find the actual link here so I can tweet that sucker out. What's up, Sydney? A-Dog, Corey, Beast Squad Sports. Here we go.
It has 2 speeds, unlimited warranty, and with
Brandon, what's up? Welcome to my morning routine, folks. The tumbler, coffee, a little Starbucks, pumpkin spice cream. I bought about 8 of them at Target because they're seasonal and we throw them in our space freezer. Hello from Belfast in Ireland. Hello, Shannahan. We need to discuss the Madden rosters. Yes, I think I'll probably do that instead of the film room because Game Pass doesn't have all 22 up right now. So I think for that 11:30 section there, we're gonna go through all the Madden ratings and vent for a little bit. Tom Brady, a 97, ridiculous. Hello from Kansas. Not quite as far away as Ireland, but hello. So this is going to be a charity stream, folks. All Super Chat revenue is going to go towards our friends at the Special Olympics. So we'll have different ways that you guys can get involved with the stream and contribute that way. And then we also have a fundraiser up that I should open up here. We've already reached almost $400 out of our $1,500 goal before we even started the stream, and that's towards March of Dimes. Our friends at the Special Olympics. Sorry about that. So that's amazing. Off to a great start there. March of Dimes, the cause near and dear to our hearts. A lot of you guys know my fiance, Ahna. She works at the neonatal intensive care unit that takes care of premature babies, and March of Dimes really is a critical cog in supporting the NICU and research for all of the different, just so many different stuff that pops up with these babies that a lot of times they have a hard time identifying or even knowing what they are, and there's a lot of research that goes behind it, and they are a critical cog in saving lives every year. So that's what the GoFundMe page is there for. So we already got a couple super chats. Coaster Hour and Lions, thank you guys. Much appreciated. We should we're climbing up. Let's see if we can get to 100 viewers before we start the podcast here. I was trying to say before I, incorrectly started the stream when I was talking to myself for the first 4 or 5 minutes. Forgot you have to. Connor Lee in the house. What's up, Connor? Probably a favorable time zone right now for you guys out there in the UK. What is it, like 2 in the afternoon right now? Connor's probably having his London tea. But yeah, no, the podcast is going to be fun. We've got a lot of news that I haven't really had a chance to break down. We're going to have, obviously, the Rodgers presser. We'll talk about that. We got some big injuries. Cam Akers, haven't really discussed that. Of course, some of that stuff is for deep dives to come, but Carson Wentz, what's going on there? Joshua, thank you for the super chat. Very generous, thank you. I can't wait to hear me absolutely rip into Madden, one of my favorite things that I do. Yep, we're going to sub in at 11:30 because the NFL had a hashtag Fix Madden franchise moment of their own by not putting the NFL coaches tape up there. Ray, what's up? Can't wait to hear my take on the Rodgers presser. Also, what's up from Ohio? What's up? Good morning. Video is not receiving enough video to maintain smooth streaming. As such, viewers will experience buffering. That's interesting. Maybe I should lower my bitrate a little bit? If I can even do that during the stream. We obviously do not want a... I can't lower the bitrate during stream. Is it super? It's fine on your end. If it's super choppy, guys, I will definitely... Do let me know before we start the podcast, though, because I wouldn't like to stop that. Okay. Cool. Just keep me posted, guys. Any kind of technical issues. When we're gaming, the game audio is due to cut out. The Twitch folk are very familiar with letting me know when the game audio stops. So just let me know then. Let me know if anything's too loud, if anything's too quiet. If anything needs to be adjusted, I will not be offended. I'd rather you say something than stay quiet about anything like that. People still rolling in here, still getting this coffee down, so I'm going to... this thing's going to be a marathon, not a sprint here. We got 24 hours. A couple sips of coffee is less fuel than I normally have for a full-on podcast, especially when we got to get into Aaron Rodgers. Need to get those wires going up top. Do I have a favorite college football stadium? That is a weird question. And by the way, once we get the podcast going, I'm going to do the Patreon mailbag first. Shout out my patrons. So if you guys want to sign up on Patreon, actually, don't do it right now. Don't do it right now. It'll charge you twice. It'll charge you again tomorrow. But, or sign up if you want to pay twice. I'm not going to tell you no, I guess, but we'll get through the Patreon mailbag questions, and then we are going to open it up for all the Super Chat questions as well. So that's going to be the first way that you guys can donate to the Special Olympics is through the Super Chat mailbag. We're going to have different things like that. Yeah, Lions, you can, if you're on Patreon, you can go ahead and DM those questions right now. I'm going to rip through those at the end of the podcast. But favorite college stadium... I mean, I like the Rose Bowl and the Coliseum. Just they have kind of a cool classic vibe. Also, shout out to like Syracuse and Idaho with those tiny domes. The Superdome up in North Dakota. Played a football game there actually on the AstroTurf. We had to bring like tennis shoes basically to play on that turf. So strange. My opponent confirmed, by the way, 5 o'clock Eastern time. We're going to play that TFGO game. So that's locked in. We won our first game. It's actually not going to be the kickoff. I probably could have updated this graphic, but only have so much time to go around. All right, I think we can get this thing going here. So again, guys, you will have an opportunity for let me just see if I can. You'll have an opportunity to do super chat mailbag questions after I do the Patreon mailbag. I'm just trying to find out how I can track the super chats. Last time I streamed on YouTube, it showed me, but now it's not. So I just want to warn you, like, if you super chat a question during the podcast portion of this deal, I might not get your question. So if you really want me to answer your question and you're not on Patreon, just hold on to that super chat until I open up the super chat questions. So just a warning on that one. And if anyone in the chat sees a super chat question during the stream, if you wouldn't mind tagging that person and let them know. I wish there was a better way to do that, but we got to improvise a little bit. So let's go ahead and get started with the podcast. And this is a lot of these different segments I'm going to kind of transition to so that I can chop them up later into individual YouTube videos. Of course, starting with this podcast. So let's go. Welcome in, everybody, to a very special edition of the Fully Inflated Football Podcast. I am your host, Marcus Whitman, here on a very special live stream edition of this podcast, where we are doing a charity fundraiser here during a 24-hour stream. I might be crazy. We'll find out in the later hours. But yeah, we're going to have a lot of fun today as a whole, and thank you everyone that is joining me live. I do want to say one last time that we're going to answer both Patreon mailbag questions and Super Chat mailbag questions during this podcast. So if you're catching the front end of this, I am going to get to your Super Chat questions, but if you submit those during the show, I might miss them. This chat's going to have a long feed, and I might not be able to go back and find your question as we get to the end of this show. So if you have a Super Chat question, by the way, all Super Chats are going to go towards the Special Olympics here today. So if you have a question and you want to submit it through Super Chat instead of Patreon, you can do that at the end of the show. But we are going to have a full show ahead. We have actually a lot of news that has broken lately. And the other thing I should add there is I'm probably not going to be interacting with the chat during this podcast. So I appreciate you guys for being here. We'll be interacting literally all day and morning. So we're going to get the podcast out of the way now, and then we'll have a much more interactive chat as we go. But yeah, we had a lot of news that has broken lately that, due to the nature of my deep dive series, I haven't really been having a lot of time to do podcasts and reactionary stuff. So a lot of signings, a lot of injuries, a lot of stuff going on kind of off the field too with Aaron Rodgers, and I'm actually going to talk a little bit about the Michael Thomas situation down there in New Orleans as well. And I want to start all of this off with talking about Aaron Rodgers. And man, that was something. That press conference was, it seemed like everybody was tuning in. I can't remember a press conference that had as many eyeballs on it. And it made sense after all of the drama throughout the summer. And it was really good to see Rodgers get a lot of praise finally from the media. Guys like Chris Collinsworth had a really cool tweet praising him for his leadership, which Rodgers virtually never gets praise for. Colin Cowherd, who's hasn't exactly been the biggest Rodgers fanboy throughout his career. Really applauding everything that Rodgers did, and some of the bravery it took from him to speak up on some of the issues that are going on in Green Bay right now relative to the rest of the league, and some of the players around the league too. Kyler Murray was kind of funny to see Kyler tweet about it, because we got the Rodgers J here behind me and the Kyler Murray J there as well. So those are my quarterbacks, I guess. But yeah, good to see Rodgers finally get some praise after all summer. The narrative really being, whether it was in the media, podcasts, or just the private conversations I've had with people, people just shredding Rodgers, calling him, selfish and vindictive and, a crybaby and all this stuff. And that really was not the player that took the podium for 30 minutes on Tuesday, I think it was. I thought Rodgers was extremely professional, respectful, he was collected, and most importantly, he made some really good points and really brought the receipts. Like, he came with specific details, with evidence, and the stuff that he's mad about, which you just gotta respect. A guy that has put his thoughts together, that, we always say, like, if you're gonna have an opinion about anything, at least be convicted in that opinion and have good reasons for that opinion. It's no different in Rodgers' case with how he feels about how the organization has treated him. Whether you agree with it or not, you can't deny that in his mind they have wronged him. And he points out that his requests are not unreasonable here. He's not asking for anything that any other quarterback of his stature hasn't gotten over the last 30 years. So I just want to lead off by saying, like, Rodgers as a leader really came through, in my opinion. It was good to see him finally get some respect. It's not going to carry all the way through, and that takes me to just kind of this narrative that is. I won't talk about this forever, but I want to call out Adam Schefter again. Like, Adam Schefter deserves so much freaking criticism. This has honestly been one of my better takes throughout the summer, was how Adam Schefter really screwed over Aaron Rodgers here, and borderline, like, I don't know, defamed him or defaced him for releasing this story on draft day. And I said it like a week after that happened, back in May. I had a podcast about it. I was talking about how this is so ridiculous. Like, I had podcasters that I respected attacking Aaron Rodgers, saying how selfish he was. Family members saying, what a jerk, how selfish. He took that day away from all of the prospects. No, that was Adam freaking Schefter who did that. And that narrative kept going throughout the entire summer. And Aaron Rodgers addressed that himself, and he even kind of called out Adam Schefter in a subtle way, which is, for those that have followed Aaron Rodgers' career, he'll drop little notes in there that are very subtle, but you know what he's talking about. And there was a reporter that asked him, were there any areas where you felt misunderstood throughout this whole process? And I'm going to read his whole quote here. The media loves to put out stories when there's not enough content to put out there. There were times I could have said something. I love this city, this organization, and I didn't want to get into a pissing match with the team that's employed me for 16 years and paid me a lot of money. I felt like handling things behind closed doors was the right way to do it. And then he goes on and confirms that there were leaks, but that he and his management can confirm that they did not come from him. He then said that, I don't know what I would have had to gain from leaking stuff on draft day. And he looks up in disgust and rolls his eyes. That was directly pointed at Adam Schefter. And that, again, guys, I think this is one of my better takes throughout the summer. I said, screw Adam Schefter. He is just defacing Aaron Rodgers. He knew exactly what he was doing when he released that story, and he was doing it for clicks. Like, how selfish. I have lost so much respect for Adam Schefter this summer. Not just that, but he doubled down on it. He was like, Rodgers is gone. Like, Green Bay has already lost Aaron Rodgers. I could not have lost any more respect for Adam Schefter. He's still very good at his job, but he deserves so much criticism for what has happened for this whole story. And the other thing I said about this was, I was telling people, like, what does Rodgers have to gain from coming out and denying, like, fake reports about him calling Brian Gutekunst, Jerry Krause, and all this stuff? Rodgers had nothing to gain from this. I thought he handled this as any man in a business should handle things. You handle things behind closed doors to a man. He didn't want to get into a pissing match. He didn't want to, blast this team that he does love. He does still want to play for this team. He still loves the Packers. Unfortunately, they don't love him because they drafted his replacement. So he's put in a really tough spot. So this has really played out the way I kind of called this out in my podcast in May, and Rodgers obviously not happy with the media that has spent the majority of Rodgers' career really finding reasons to attack his character. And I thought for the people that watched that press conference, that was not a vindictive, selfish crybaby. That was a thoughtful leader of an organization that just wants to help his team win. So it was really good to see him get sort of praise for his character, his off-field stuff that everybody just constantly attacks him for. But for anyone that's followed his career, the stuff that you see in the media just doesn't sync up with the player that you see in press conferences, in other content that he does, whether it's the Pat McAfee show or the Pete Holmes podcast. It's just not who Aaron is. So I wanted to get that out of the way and now talk about more of the football side of this. What kind of happened here, and what does this mean for the future of the Packers? So Rodgers made it easy on us. He was very clear about what he's wanted here, just like to a T, like bringing the receipts. Like I said, at the top of all this, he wants to be a resource for the team that he loves, was kind of the term that it felt like he kept reiterating in different ways. He just wants to be allowed to help the team win. He knows his value. He sees what other quarterbacks like Tom Brady, Russell Wilson, around the league are able to do as far as recruiting and different things, and just being viewed as more than just a player, basically, is what he wants. And you also have to consider the unique situation in Green Bay that has complicated this entire mess, where Green Bay doesn't have an owner. If it was any other team, Aaron Rodgers would go right to the owner, he would voice his complaints, they would have a one-on-one conversation, and more likely than not, the owner would be like, yeah, I think that's fair. Let me go talk to the GM. Problem solved. But unfortunately, you can't do that in Green Bay. There's a whole board of directors. You got Mark Murphy. You get in a pissing match with him. You've got Brian Gutekunst and the power he has. So, man, it was a big mess. But, yeah, basically the things that Rodgers was listing through that he wants, and again, he was very specific about this stuff. He wants to be able to recruit free agents. He had offered years ago, and he has consistently said, I know the players around the league. I've had people come to me and say, yeah, I'll come to Green Bay and play for you. All Rodgers wanted was to have a communication between the front office, Rodgers, and the free agents, and he just wanted to help recruit free agents, which, my God, that's my whole thing with Green Bay for the last decade, is why do they view free agency like the plague? And that seems no different with how Rodgers wanted to help out there. He talked about when they hired Matt LaFleur, he was really disappointed that he wasn't even consulted. I mean, what the heck, man? Do you really think the Atlanta Falcons didn't talk to Matt Ryan about Arthur Smith? Just ask the head coach. That's why Deshaun Watson wants a trade from Houston. He was told that they would consult him, and then they didn't. Rodgers kind of similar there. And then he wants to be able to voice his opinions to the front office on kind of the locker room feel. He talks about how he has kind of a unique perspective, having seen the Charles Woodsons and the Julius Peppers and the Jordy Nelsons of the world come and go. He knows what having that veteran presence in the locker room can mean to team chemistry. And he talks about how it's not even so much about, as it gets to the last point, where he wants the organization to treat outgoing veterans with more respect. He talks about the relationships, and that's leadership, man. That is having relationships with your players, which is everything people always criticize Aaron Rodgers for, is that he doesn't care about his teammates. Well, he's literally out here pouring his heart out for all of the teammates he's loved throughout the last 10 years. So there goes that narrative, I guess. But yeah, he wants to have more of an open communication between the outgoing veterans that either get lowballed or the team doesn't even talk to. I mean, do you guys know that the Green Bay Packers didn't even get on the phone with Corey Linsley and his agent? They didn't even get on the phone with Casey Hayward and his agent. They didn't even call to see if they would take a hometown discount. They didn't even call and tell them, sorry, we're a little low on cap space. We really appreciate your services. If your market's a little slower, in the case of a Casey Hayward, for example, let's open a line of communication. Rodgers just wants all the things that literally every front office in the NFL is doing. That's including the Raiders and Texans of the world. He just wants improvement is all he wants. And he knows he's been around the league for 20 years. Yes, he's a player, but he's not dumb. I mean, just listen to him talk about the salary cap in that press conference. The guy clearly has a firm understanding of how the league operations work. And he's seen it around the league, and he's not dumb, and he knows, just as I've said for years, that Green Bay is not doing things the right way. And he is using his platform to fix those things. Now, did they accomplish that? It doesn't really seem so. According to Rodgers, he still doesn't expect to be a part of those conversations. And it seems that they reached kind of this midway point. And honestly, the agreement they reached is ideal for Green Bay. I can't have imagined a better arrangement from Green Bay's perspective, because they eventually want to get to Jordan Love, and they don't want to really open up this can of worms of giving players power, which in the case of a Rodgers, I think they should ask Aaron Rodgers his opinion on things. So for Green Bay, this was perfect. They get their quarterback back. It's going to keep Devontae Adams in-house for a year, and they're going to really have the plan in place that they wanted. So for Green Bay, it couldn't really be any more perfect, and the outlook for this season is amazing, because they did actually manage to work this out in a situation where they have a relatively happy and prepared Aaron Rodgers coming in. I mean, he's obviously still upset about some things, but he does seem like he wants to be there. He does seem like he does genuinely love this team, and he's excited for the year. So that's obviously good. And what they did was they removed his 2023 contract season. They voided it, so it'll automatically go. He will not be on the team in 2023. He will, though, in 2022 still be under contract. And that's where it could get murky again, but it does really feel like that was always Green Bay's window, was have Jordan Love sit for 2 years. The way that Rodgers' contract is aligned as far as dead salary, they wanted 2 more years of Aaron Rodgers, and they're going to get 2 more years of Aaron Rodgers. Whether that's good for them or not, Green Bay is getting what they wanted. And eventually Aaron Rodgers is going to get what he wants as well, essentially playing on like a franchise tag type of situation. That was the other part of this, was Green Bay cannot franchise tag him, which was the same thing Brady deployed to get out of New England, where some of this similar stuff was going on. So, yeah, it's really just overall pretty positive vibes. I think Aaron's happy that he's at least been able to voice his opinion, and if they're able to change the way this organization operates, he might stick around. He might play here till he's 45. I don't think that's impossible. If they win a Super Bowl and Randall Cobb goes off and Brian Gutekunst grows up and starts to ask Aaron Rodgers some more things, there's a chance that this plays out differently, where they're happy together and they just trade Jordan Love and kind of eat that draft pick and move forward for a long time with Aaron Rodgers, who wants to play for a long time. The future is still pretty unclear as far as that, but it does seem like likely Rodgers will get traded next year. So let's go ahead and move on. I think we covered that pretty well, and we'll talk about the Cobb and Dennis Kelly additions for Green Bay as well as we move forward now to talk more about just some news. Let's get into the news, man. Carson Wentz has been injured. Yeah, I know, this is 2021. It's not every year for the last 3 years. Yeah, the dude just can't stay healthy. It's ridiculous. It's frustrating. Very frustrating. I got Carson in a dynasty league and had Andrew Luck, had Joe Burrow, had Gardner Minshew. Can't seem to hold a quarterback in that league. But Oh, man, I was really excited for Carson Wentz. Now, we don't know a ton of information about this yet. He could start week 1. I don't want to spend too much time on this, but man, it just seems like nothing can go right for Carson Wentz. And it is, even if he does get back healthy, I do think this hurts him because he's going to be at a disadvantage as far as moving teams and getting used to these receivers, really is what it comes down to, because he'll know the offense, but it's unfortunate. There's trade talks circulating in Indianapolis already. God, they just can't seem to hold on to a quarterback. It's rough. They're almost cursed at this point. So it's news. I really don't have enough information to talk too much about it, other than I was and am still kind of excited for Carson Wentz. But obviously, if he just can't stay healthy, just how gut-wrenching is that? Cam Akers as well got injured, 10 days ago. He was kind of a breakout potential star running back there for the Rams. They let Malcolm Brown go, which kind of cleared up that running back room a little bit, and it really did seem like it was going to be mostly Cam Akers' backfield there. Really explosive player. He was their best offensive player down the stretch last year. He was a big impact in the playoffs, and did seem to be like he was trending towards being one of these running backs that makes a genuine impact. We joke all the time about running backs not mattering. Dalvin Cook, he makes a big difference for that team. Alvin Kamara makes a big difference for that team. All those top running backs. It seemed like Cam Akers may have had an impact similar to that next year. And, he's gone. He's gone for the year. It's an Achilles injury, too, which who knows what that means for his future if he's going to get that same explosiveness back. So that's a gut-wrenching injury for a Rams team that had just wild expectations this year and still does. It is still a running back, and they do have Henderson behind him, who's a good runner. So it's not going to take them off the rails, but it took a chunk out of their expectations, I think, and it was a bummer. They lost an explosive aspect to that running game. The Pittsburgh Steelers signed the Philadelphia Eagles signed cornerback Steven Nelson. We get to call back to the top of our deep dive series. And a great signing. I can't remember if I said in that deep dive or not that they will likely sign a veteran corner, because the Eagles are a very aggressive front office. They like to fill out that roster with veterans, and just looking at their cornerback room several months ago, it was brutal. And now they have Steven Nelson, who's a very quality starter. You look at that Eagles defense now, man, obviously it's all going to come down to if Jalen Hurts is any good. But there's also some Deshaun Watson rumors circulating. But you look at the Eagles defense and really the team as a whole, the defensive line is still one of the best in the NFL. I think I ranked them 4th or 5th in pass rush. You have, linebackers, it's not great, but it is kind of whatever. Linebackers don't typically make or break a defense. And then the secondary coming together a little bit, like that Eagles defense, I'm not going to say it can be elite, but it can be a good defense, certainly good enough to take them to an NFC East championship. But that's, of course, if the offense has any sort of consistency at all. They're an interesting team. I think they have a wide range of outcomes. They might be sort of sleepers. Not that the Steven Nelson contract totally changes that. I kind of felt the same way about him. It's the NFC East. 7 or 8 wins could win that thing, just as it has in years past. And I could see the Eagles winning 7 or 8 games with some fluky performances from not even fluky, just streaky performances from Jalen Hurts. I think he's going to be a quarterback that he's going to have highs, he's going to have lows. I finally got caught on to Alex Rollins. Shout out to Alex Rollins. I've seen a lot of people saying I got to watch his channel. I watched his Jalen Hurts video. Very good. Would recommend. Another good NFL YouTuber. And, Eagles looking up a little bit, especially if they can go get Deshaun Watson. But I'm not going to talk about that right now. That's kind of a sensitive topic. Melvin Ingram signs with the Pittsburgh Steelers. Some of you have already noticed the repercussions of that as the Steelers climbed from 19 to 17 in my power rankings after that move. And that's a defense that was that piece away from getting back to elite just because of the pass rush being as elite as it could be. He's still going to rotate with Alex Highsmith. It doesn't make Alex Highsmith, the second-year player out of Charlotte there, irrelevant. But I do think Melvin Ingram is the third down guy and the go-to pass rusher there. And it's a good role for Melvin Ingram, who's had a hard time staying on the field. So, for the Chargers, he's always had to be that kind of just that full-time number 2. And he's not going to have to do that here. He can come in, fresh legs, stay healthy, and just, get after the quarterback on third downs. And that's a great role for him in Pittsburgh. That right now, that's probably the best pass rush in the NFL, unless the guys in Washington show some significant development next year. But yeah, the Steelers have had a kind of a rough offseason, but I thought that Melvin Ingram signing was really nice move for them. And then you've got the Green Bay Packers making some moves post Aaron Rodgers here. And this is I didn't really talk about this with the whole Rodgers spiel there. But, part of what makes this so ideal for Green Bay is it kind of allows them to be a little more all in right now. I think that was part of why they got Rodgers to come back this year. It's like, we're not going to make all these organizational changes, but okay, this year, maybe we'll open up some cap space. We'll kick some more money down the road. We'll bring in some more players. We'll go get Randall Cobb. We'll sign a Dennis Kelly. We'll go in for it this year, knowing it's our last year with Aaron Rodgers. And I think that probably helped Aaron come back. Now, just imagine if they did that in freaking January. Julio Jones is a Green Bay Packer right now. So, God, that's a little frustrating. It's a little bit more slim pickings. Hell, if they would have done it 2 days earlier, maybe they could have gone and got D.D. Westbrook, who might be their second best wide receiver. But, they are going to make some more moves here, which I do appreciate. This is the kind of stuff that Green Bay has never done in Aaron Rodgers' career, and it doesn't seem significant, right? Trading for a Randall Cobb, signing a Dennis Kelly. But this, for those that have followed me, it's actually this kind of stuff that has bothered me about Green Bay, because obviously they can hit on big-time talent in the draft. The star talent is not Green Bay's problem. It never has been. It's how many bad players they throw to the Wolves in the playoffs. It's the Kevin Kings of the world. It's been the, for a long time, it was the Blake Martinez of the world. They had a safety. Oh, who was it? They had a starting safety that was a legitimate, just undrafted, just a practice squad talent that started for multiple years there next to HaHa Clinton-Dix. I can't think of his name right now. But that's been my thing with Green Bay, is fill out the roster with low-level free agents. Go trade 6th, 7th round picks for some veterans that can help you. So that's something that maybe Green Bay can learn from this. If they win a Super Bowl this year and Dennis Kelly starts 10 games at tackle and Randall Cobb has a good year, maybe Green Bay opens up the way they do things a little bit. That's probably overly optimistic. It's a team that has not really... Thank you, Kentrell Bryce. That dude was freaking trash, man. Oh, my God. And then he went to Tampa and was terrible there. He was one of the worst safeties I've ever seen. Oh, my God, Kentrell Bryce. Ugh, he legit. And I honestly, you guys know I watch every game. I don't think it's especially at the time, how passionate of a Packers fan that was. He legitimately was the worst safety I've ever seen. God. Yeah, it's those players of the world. Replace them with guys like a Dennis Kelly, like a Randall Cobb. So I think those are good little moves for Green Bay. I actually feel pretty good about those. Dennis Kelly is not a bad player. He started virtually the entire season for the Titans offensive line at PFF grade of about 66, which is starting caliber. And I think that's a great addition. You've got Bakhtiari. It buys time to let Bakhtiari get healthy so you're not rolling out. I don't even know who's going to start at left tackle before the Bakhtiari injury. And then also, Billy Turner at right tackle. I think that Dennis Kelly is a better right tackle than Billy Turner. So I actually like that Dennis Kelly addition. They really like Billy Turner for some reason. I don't know. He seems to be constantly getting beat. But I think that's an upgrade for the offensive line with Dennis Kelly there, who knows the system and runs it really well, as he did in Tennessee last year. So I like that addition a lot. And it just adds depth, too, because that makes, to me, Billy Turner more of a flex piece. and a guy that can slide in a guard if you need him, which that guard spot isn't a huge strength at right guard right now, so you open up a good competition there. That's a good step towards getting that Green Bay O-line back to what it was last year, despite letting Corey Linsley go. So big move there. And then Randall Cobb, I actually like the addition. I was putting together later in this show, you guys will see we're going to be doing the Tiermakers for wide receivers and corners. That's at 3 Eastern. So I was putting together kind of all of the relevant receivers, and Green Bay, believe it or not, actually was tied for the most receivers on that list. Now, part of it was I wanted to put Allen Lazard on there to point out how bad Allen Lazard is, but this is the best receiving core Aaron Rodgers has had probably since at least 2016. So you got, obviously, Adams, might be the best receiver in football. Now you have 2 legitimate slot receivers, which they haven't had since Cobb left in 2018. Say what you want about Randall Cobb, but he is the second best receiver they've had in Green Bay in the last few years still. So you now have Amari Rodgers and Randall Cobb. Those are huge upgrades for a team that literally didn't have a receiver under 6 feet tall last year. You now have 2 guys that can get open quickly for Aaron Rodgers. I don't think you can undersell how big of a difference that could make. That was quite literally when they struggled against the Bucs. That it was because they couldn't get guys open early. They double-teamed Devontae Adams, and Allen Lazard couldn't do it. MVS had a good game, but in those moments, he couldn't do it in the short to intermediate game. They don't have a tight end that does it consistently as good as Robert Tonyan is at catching touchdowns. So they now have 2 guys that can get open quickly. MVS has this weird... He's inspired this weird confidence in me. I thought he was actually really good for the last 6 weeks of the season, but now he can just be what he is that decoy deep threat that Rodgers throws a couple bombs to. And yeah, he might drop a couple of them, but I've always said separation is the best trait for any receiver, and MVS separates at a high level. Now that he's their 4th receiver, that's not as big of a deal. They do have a somewhat talented tight end room. You go down the list in Green Bay, for all of the crap I've talked about Green Bay, you add in Rodgers, you add in Randall Cobb, it starts to look a lot better. So my optimism for Green Bay is growing. It's not this amazing trade. Randall Cobb's not a superstar, but just the style that he brings to the table fits perfectly with what they need. And Rodgers was totally right to say, yeah, go get me Randall Cobb. I need a player like that. Another thing Cobb's really good at is he's always on the same page with Rodgers. When Rodgers starts to improvise, that's been an issue with Equanimeous St. Brown, with Marquez Valdes-Scantling, with Allen Lazard. Those guys just don't have that feel with Rodgers. They don't run to the sideline like Rodgers likes to see on those scramble drills, and Cobb was always so good at doing that. So that's another aspect there. Okay, so that's enough Green Bay Packers talk for the podcast. Let's talk about a Bears trade. Anthony Miller has been sent to the Houston Texans. Interesting. He must have been really speaking up and wanted to get out of there. And if that's the case, you get what you ask for. I would have liked to see what still impressed that you're able to do this in one take. Thank you. Yeah, I don't. The Bears, they've had a good offseason. They had an amazing draft, but they've done a couple things that I'm like, did you have to do that? The Fuller release, the Massey was fine, but Leno release, now trading Anthony Miller. I don't know. It just doesn't seem to sync up with the timeline. I feel like they could have done some things with the cap to make things work for a team that, they have a chance. If you hit on Fields, they are a Super Bowl team, or at least they were with those pieces there. Now they're gone. I would have been a little more firm on this one if Anthony Miller was requesting a trade here. No, dude. You're a second-round pick. You've underperformed. You have a great opportunity here to come in and win a starting slot receiver role in an offense that's catered to your skill set. You have the best quarterback room in front of you. I would have been a little more stubborn if he was requesting a trade, and if he wasn't, like, why? Why release him? You've got some other pieces. I'm excited to maybe see Ridley get some more opportunities, who I think can play. So if that's why, is they want Ridley to get those opportunities, and he was going to win that job, then that's honestly okay with me. If that's best case scenario, because I think Ridley can play. I had a late first, early second round grade on Riley Ridley, but I don't know. The Bears have done some stuff that I don't agree with. For the Texans, I mean, it's just another little move. I've talked about this. You obviously have that black cloud with the Deshaun Watson situation. But in Nick Caserio's first year, they've made a lot of little tiny moves that have added talent to that team. I could totally see a world where Anthony Miller works out here. He's got a long ways to go, and he's going to be playing with some pretty bad quarterback play, but I do like Anthony Miller as a player. He's just been wildly inconsistent, but he's been playing with Mitch Trubisky for the majority of that time. Surely getting an upgrade, even going to Tyrod Taylor there. So I like the move for Houston. I've liked a lot of little stuff that Houston's done this offseason. So good trade for Houston. For the Bears, I don't really get it. So let me just have a little coffee here, and then we'll continue down this list of notes. Maybe some water would be good as well.
5 letters here.
Jeez, that's loud.
Just for everybody out there in Packerland and yourself today. RELAX. Relax. You're going to be okay.
All right. The Dallas Cowboys have signed Malik Hooker. Good signing. A lot of hype surrounding Malik Hooker, from myself included. I'm surprised the Seattle Seahawks never went and got him, because him and Jamal Adams would have been a great pairing. Would have been reminiscent of Earl Thomas and Cam Chancellor, just stylistically. Malik Hooker can play. He's had a weird falling out with the Colts, with the Julian Blackmon pick, and then he gets injured. He's never reached superstar talent, but he had a couple years of being a really good safety, a good free safety, good rangy, genuine center fielding type. And obviously Dallas is running that Seattle 3 defense with, God, I always get Dan Quinn and Gus Bradley confused, but Dan Quinn there. And yeah, if he's healthy, he should win that free safety spot. And if he's truly healthy, that will be a good signing. Now, they also signed, help me out, chat, Damontae Kazee. It's nice to have chat here to recall some of these names. But Damontae Kazee is a good free safety. So it's going to be a competition there, and it's definitely not a guarantee that Malik Hooker is an upgrade, but it does provide depth and insurance, and it raises the floor, because one of those guys will give you a good free safety there. It wasn't enough to boost them in the power rankings or change my stance on their defense, but it was a good move. That safety spot's been so rough for them. And I hope he can stay healthy. He's a fun player, former first-round pick, kind of a one-year wonder at Ohio State. So a good opportunity, a good scheme fit there in Dallas, and I'm excited to see him play there. That doesn't help their cornerback room, however, unless you're sliding Damontae Kazee into the slot, which actually could, now that I say that, could be an option for them. So, yeah, you got that. And then I want to talk about Michael Thomas for a little bit. I'm not going to go, I'm not going to die on this hill. I'm not going to go too far into it, but Sean Payton is mad at Michael Thomas for not getting this surgery earlier. And it seems that Michael Thomas, he didn't want to rehab during his time off, and he waited to get surgery. He knew it was going to take a while, and Sean Payton basically said, frankly, we should be getting Michael Thomas back a lot sooner than we are, as he's going to miss, sounds like, at least the first 5 weeks of the season. And, to each their own. Like, you're entitled to live your life and all this stuff, and I don't want to, throw too much shade at Michael Thomas, but frankly, what this comes down to for me is I just find him an incredibly unlikable player. I've always kind of felt that way, and this is just more, I don't know, frosting on the cake. Terrible analogy, but let's just keep the show going. He's just super unlikable to me. He's not a fun player to watch. He catches all these short passes. He had 11 deep targets in the last 2 years. So there's that. I just don't genuinely enjoy watching him play football. Just my opinion. Great player. Totally great player. I'm not going to throw shade at that. It's just, he's not Tyreek Hill as a player. He's not Devontae Adams. He's not, frankly, Keenan Allen and Stephon Diggs. I don't know. He's fine. He's a good to great receiver. And there's that. I don't like the way he interacts with other players on social media. He talks trash, but he's like a dick when he does it. He just I can't even remember what it was, but it was something about Devontae Parker, I think. He was just dunking on, calling Devontae Parker just trash, I think. Literally. So I don't like the way he interacts with other players, the media. He gets insulted if anyone says he isn't the best receiver in football. And now, yeah, you're entitled to your free time, but when you're paid $20 million and you need to get this surgery, get it done. I don't know. It rubs me the wrong way. I'm not going to die on this hill. I saw that and I was like, really, again with Michael Thomas, where I'm just I don't like that. So I'm just going to move on. But yeah, I think Michael Thomas is one of the more unlikable players in the league. And then Kyle Shanahan was quoted saying there is no quarterback competition right now. And without spoiling too much about the Niners deep dive, because obviously we'll get into that when we get to the Niners, but I agree with Shannahan. I think this is Jimmy Garoppolo's job for now. Trey Lance is a great prospect, and I've said that he's the most likely in this class to go and be a Hall of Famer because of his talent, his character, and the situation he's in. To get to grow up with Kyle Shanahan, it's amazing, and I cannot wait to see it. But I've talked about this with Justin Fields and other quarterbacks in the past. Patience is a virtue in the NFL, and I do think there's something to be said about quarterbacks that get rushed out there too early and develop bad tendencies. And let's just face it, Trey Lance played 1 year at North Dakota State. It was an impressive season, but things were very easy there. Clean pockets, 3-4 score leads by halftime most of the time. There were games where he only had to throw the ball about 10 times. Things aren't going to be that way in the NFL, even on the Niners. And he didn't play. He didn't opt out. They didn't have a season in his second year. So he definitely needs time to adjust and prove that he's ready. I think this is almost identical to the Patrick Mahomes deal with the Chiefs. And I'm not going to say that Trey Lance can't be as good as Patrick Mahomes. There's nothing physically speaking that says he can't. And I think the Niners would be smart. Now, if Jimmy gets hurt, of course, you go to Trey Lance if Jimmy's terrible and you're not winning games. But the Niners have been a very good football team when Jimmy Garoppolo is in there. They just want more, right? They want more creativity on those true passing downs. They want more mobility that they can scheme up in the run game. There's obviously more to be had there with Trey Lance, but there is a downside to playing him early. Even though the Niners are so ready to win now, I think they have the future in mind with this pick. So, yeah, I think, we should pump the brakes on Trey Lance. I know a lot of people have, said he's a great offensive player of the year bet. I actually disagree. I certainly don't think he plays enough to win offensive player of the year. He might play like an offensive player of the year for the last half of the year if he does get in there, but I do think Jimmy Garoppolo starts the majority of the season, if not the entire season. It could be a deal where I think they can win a bunch of games with Jimmy Garoppolo. Why can't they? They can get back to elite defense and run the ball at a high level. They have the best run after the catch receivers in the league. So I think they win a lot of games with them, just as Alex Smith was able to do for that Chiefs team. And then they prosper for another 20 years. So that's kind of my outlook on the deal. I'm not going to repeat those points. Let's move on. Xavier, what did I say? Offensive player? Yeah, offensive rookie. Thank you, Coaster Hour. A couple last little trade rumor notes, and then we're going to get into the Patreon mailbag. Xavier Howard has demanded a trade. Xavier Howard also in the conversation with Michael Thomas for least likable player. Not so much his personality. I got nothing wrong with Xavier Howard, but I just tend to not like players as much that I do feel are a little overrated. And overrated players tend to pop up when the box score stats look amazing and the on-field play doesn't match that, and that's exactly what happens with Xavier Howard. Not that he isn't a great corner, not that he isn't worth his current contract, not that he doesn't help the Dolphins win a lot of football games, but he just got a brand new contract, and in my opinion was paid appropriately. Now, he just wants more guaranteed money, I guess. But I don't entirely disagree with the Dolphins for kind of standing firm on this. Like, it sets a dangerous precedent when every single player feels they can come to the front office and demand more money. So I just, I do tend, maybe I'm a little more old school, but I do like a Devontae Adams who's like, he's very honest. Like, I want that top money, but he'll play the business, right? He's like, I cannot have any more respect for Devontae Adams. I'm pretty sure I saw this quote from him. I didn't see it come out of his mouth, but I think I saw this in a tweet where he said that I'm going to honor my contract. I agreed to play here. I'm going to honor my contract, but when that contract is up, I am going to be the highest paid receiver in the NFL, whether it's in Green Bay or not. So that's, maybe I'm a little old school in that way, but if you're a year removed from a contract, I understand it from Xavier's perspective where he's like, I'm never going to have a year like that again. I might as well maximize my money. But at the same time, like, you did put your name on paper. And for Miami, you guys know I tend to be a little more front office oriented. I do think it's pretty smart for Miami to not set that precedent, because then all of a sudden, okay, you give Xavier Howard that money. What happens if Byron Jones... What happens if Byron Jones has a better year than Xavier Howard, and he says, "Hold on, I'm heading into year 3 now. I want a bunch of guaranteed money." You can stir up things in the locker room there pretty quickly. So I don't know. It's a sticky situation. I do think he ends up getting traded. I really do. I don't think the NFL views Xavier Howard like fans do. We'll find out about that. So I don't know if anyone's trading a first-round pick to give Xavier Howard, an $85 million guaranteed contract, but we'll see. I've been surprised by stuff like that before. I didn't think that was going to happen with Orlando Brown, and he got moved. So now the last bit of notes is Chandler Jones. This is another situation that makes a little more sense to me. He's on the last year of his deal. It does make a difference to me that Xavier Howard just signed his deal a year ago. Chandler Jones, he's at the end of his deal. And he's older, like coming in off an injury. Personally, I totally get from his perspective as a business decision to say, before I take the field, I want a new contract. As for the front office view on that, he does not, quote unquote, deserve it. He at his age, coming off the injury, that's a huge risk for a team to take, especially for a guy that did not play at the typical level we were used to for the first 5 games of last season when he was on the field, and then you sprinkle the injury and his age on top of that. To me, it's almost like, sorry, Chandler, like, even if I'm another team that would trade for him, which then means you have to pay him, right? That's the other side of these trades that people don't talk enough about. Shane, thank you for the super chat. I will try to get to that. I guess we'll try not to miss that super chat, but thank you. All super chats are going to the Special Olympics here today, guys. But yeah, when you trade for a player, you also are agreeing to their requests. The reason that they're demanding a trade in the first place, Chandler Jones wants a new deal. You trade for Chandler Jones, you got to pay the man. That's a huge risk coming off the injury for a guy that did not look the same last year. I don't know if Chandler Jones gets moved unless he agrees to play with this new team for a year, but that doesn't seem likely to me. So Chandler Jones, to me, I get it from his perspective, but I think that ends pretty quickly. I think the market isn't there, and he comes back to Arizona. Xavier Howard, I would not be surprised to see traded. So that is the regular portion of the podcast. We are now going to transition to the Patreon mailbag. So again, guys, just $1 a month on my Patreon. It's patreon.com/thatfranchise guy. You can get access to the mailbag. Oh my God, we have 39 messages. Woo, let's get it. I'm going to need some water. These aren't all necessarily mailbag questions. Yeah, sign up on Patreon. You can get access to submit questions for the show. I'm going to answer that super chat right now from Shane so I don't forget it. But hold on to your super chats until we're done with the Patreon mailbag here. Or maybe, you know what? I'm going to improvise here. If you do a super chat, I'll get to it. So we'll just open up the mailbag. I will answer Patreon mailbag questions, and I will answer super chat questions here as we go. So the first question here is from Shane. Let me get that water first. I got to slow down. Marathon, not a sprint today, guys. 24-hour stream.
Not bad for a running back.
Dog, he put the team on his back.
All right. We got sound bites, guys. We got them. Whew. Okay. From Shane. Do I think with the reports from the Steelers camp that the offense is looking much more multiple, that Ben could do enough to make them a top 15-ish offense? So you sprinkle in some more creative play calling. I mean, man, the Vikings just ranked 14th for me, and they have a really good offense. There's a lot of good offenses in the NFL. It's an offensive league. Top 20, certainly. They have the receivers, and you know, if Big Ben is a cross between his old self and what we saw last year, I guess top 15 is possible. But with that defense, if they could just be a top 20 offense, that is a typical playoff team, I would say. So I do think that is the big thing we were looking for, was more creativity with the offense. So it's good to see that reports out of training camp seem to think that. But, you know, it is just a training camp report. And how quickly do they go back to their old self? Let me have a little coffee here, and then we'll get into the Patreon here. So I'm just going to do, again, for the patrons out there, because I haven't looked through these yet, I'm only opening the ones that start with mailbag questions. So that is how you submit questions to the show, is through DMs on Patreon. Lead with mailbag question. Okay, from Jack. Woo, this is a big one. Do I think the Bears ruined Mitch Trubisky by playing him in 2017? He was a raw prospect. I think they should have sat him. One second, guys. My phone's... yeah, Trubisky... I don't think he was a Fields or a Lance. I did not think he was a legit first-round guy, and I don't know. I don't think they ruined him. I think Trubisky is just not a good quarterback. I didn't think Blake Bortles was a good quarterback. Now, I think, like Sam Darnold, you can make a case he's been ruined. You could make a case that Ryan Tannehill was kind of ruined. Ryan Tannehill was kind of ruined in Miami. There's certain quarterbacks that I think, although Ryan Tannehill was maybe a little bit of a reach too, but there's a balance there. Personally, I just too many times saw Trubisky pass up easy, schemed up first reads, and just all of the mistakes. No, I don't think anything could have happened differently. I don't think he had this terrible surrounding core either that you can point to. Like, he had a great defense constantly. He's had offensive line. He's had Allen Robinson. I'm going to go with a no on that one. From Sandro, what did I think of Kyle Duggar last year? What do I think his ceiling is? Duggar is a stud, man. That was one pick that stood out to me from the 2020 draft, just the landing spot. Belichick, he's had Patrick Chung, right? But Kyle Duggar's just a freakier version of Patrick Chung. And I think Duggar can, you know, he was fairly similar to me to Jeremy Chin in a lot of ways as a prospect who obviously balled out last year. And I think he can get up to be that high-end strong safety type of guy. Obviously a different play style, but similar to like the caliber of a Tyrann Mathieu or a Budda Baker, who those guys have played a lot more free safety as of late. But, Jamal Adams, Derwin James are kind of different level freaks. I don't know if I'm ready to say he can be that good, but I really like him. I think he can be a top 10 safety and is poised for a big year as well. He's definitely a breakout candidate for that Patriots defense. From Josh, do I think Derek Stingley could be the number 1 overall player on my board next year? Definitely. From the limited sample size I have, I'd say definitely. You've got the Oregon kid, the pass rusher, and then it would take a quarterback. Well, I don't think any of these quarterbacks are going to have a higher grade than Stingley or what's his name from Oregon. The other guy in the combo there might be the Alabama tackle right now. I can't remember his name. But yeah, the very too early draft board would be, honestly, maybe would have Derek Stingley as the favorite. From Nathan, if I was able to make an all-pro team for this upcoming season, what would it look like? 3 wide receiver, 1 tight end, 1 running back, and a 4-3 defense. Okay, let's rip through it. For this upcoming season, Mahomes is my quarterback. My running back, I'll take... Screw it. Give me Saquon Barkley. I don't care. Don't at me. I'm taking Saquon. This is in a vacuum. He's not on the Giants anymore. 3 wide receivers. I want a good balance of skill set, so these aren't necessarily the top 3 receivers, but I want Devontae Adams as my route runner, Tyreek Hill as my deep threat, and then I will take Michael Thomas as my slot receiver. 1 tight end. Because we have those route runners, I will go with Kittle. But I do think that gap's closing between Kelsey and Kittle. And then we'll skip the O-line because it's not in the question. 4-3 defense, I will go with Myles Garrett, Khalil Mack, Donald, obviously, and I guess Chris Jones. I guess it'd be Chris Jones. I was tempted to go with like a Cam Hayward to be, or actually to go with more of like a nose tackle, because Donald in a 4-3 defense, you don't necessarily, he's not going to be maximized necessarily as a nose tackle. Chris Jones could play nose tackle, but you might even be better off, honestly, sounds crazy, with like a Kenny Clark or a Vita Vea just schematically, but I'll just say Chris Jones. Or maybe DeForest Buckner might be a better fit with that team. So I'll go to DeForest Buckner, even though Chris Jones is a better player. And then at linebacker, give me Kendricks and Fred Warner. We don't need to go overkill and pick a third. And then corner, let's pick our scheme first. I guess we'll go with like the 4-3 kind of Zimmer, or not even Zimmer necessarily, but just the quarters split safety defense that's so popular right now. Jair and Jalen Ramsey, that's pretty easy on the outside. Slot corner, Bryce Callahan, please. Thank you. Strong safety, Derwin James. Free safety, Jesse Bates. That's my team. We have a super chat from Mike. So thank you for the donation. All super chats today going towards the Special Olympics. What do you think about a show where old player film... sorry, I lost where I was. A show where old player film was broken down to see what made them great and if they could do the same thing in the modern NFL. That'd be sick. That would be super cool. I don't know if I have the resources to do that, but I would watch that constantly. That'd be so cool to just see, especially like the quarterbacks. Like, I would love to hear people talk about like how would Steve Young with his mobility fit in the modern NFL, or even like a Mike Vick. Like, dude, imagine, obviously the off-field drama sucked, but imagine if like Mike Vick could play in the modern NFL with the way players are schemed up nowadays. Oh, that'd be such a cool show. Someone needs to pitch that to NFL Network. From Oliver, also another super chat here. If there's one player in the league that I could rescue from their NFL team and place them into the right fit, who would it be? Was that motivated by my Saquon Barkley comment? Well, we're getting to see Sam Darnold get rescued, so that can't be my answer. I'm just kind of going through different options in my head. Not necessarily scheme fit, but I feel like Jesse Bates would get a lot more respect if he wasn't on the Bengals. That might be my answer there. I think I might stick with that. Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, I think I'll go with Jesse Bates because I can't think... teams in general do a pretty good job of finding players in the right scheme fit, so there's only so many players that are good answers there. Another guy is Russell Wilson, but we're also going to get to see him now play with the Shanahan offense finally, so that's exciting. Like Darnold, Russell Wilson, and Jesse Bates. And then we also got another one just now from Little Known Perfection. Why does anyone think it's close between Gronk and any other tight ends? I think it is close. I mean, Kittle's a more explosive player, and he's just as good of a run blocker. I'm not saying Kittle is better than Gronk. He hasn't had the same career, but I think just in their prime, it's comparable. I would take Gronk. But Kelsey, the reason Kelsey is interesting is he's such a good route runner. He's so good at getting open. So how do you value that versus Gronk? Gronk is the best, most complete tight end ever, though. I do agree, but I think it is. That gap is closing. If you get some more good years from Kelsey and Kittle, I think you're gonna be in trouble with Gronk. He retired a little too soon. Another super chat. Thank you guys. This is awesome. I'm super excited to raise money and give back today. So keep them coming. Talk about the greatness that is Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. I just had to bump Jamar Chase up on my fantasy draft board. That is. Shameless plug here. It's releasing on my Patreon on Monday. But I'm very high on what Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow are going to do this year. The chemistry that they have is going to be elite. Getting that alpha in there. I'm almost further removed from the draft now, more excited that they took Jamar Chase. Although that offensive line's got to come together first. But yeah, it's going to be an explosive duo. There's rumors that Burrow is adding velocity. All the stuff I've talked about this summer with how Dak and Tom Brady were able to improve their arm talent throughout their career, it seems to be in effect in Cincinnati. And God, if he's just slightly better with his arm, you can finally get into those top 5 conversations with Burrow. From Micah, what is the best position to be weak in? On offense, it's running back, and defense, it's linebacker. And it does kind of depend on her scheme a little bit, too. Okay, back to the Patreon. Thank you for the super chats, guys. Say Derrick Henry gets injured. How do I think that impacts the Titans' offense? I think that's that. We can debate who the best running back is. They're all so unique, right? Derrick Henry is the most critical running back to his team. Number one, because their backups just aren't very good. At least... if Kamara goes down, they got Latavius Murray to carry the rock. If Christian McCaffrey goes down, Chuba Hubbard seems to be a pretty good prospect. If Cook gets hurt or Chubb gets hurt, they have backups. Derrick Henry goes down, it's all right, let's see what you got, frickin' Darrington Evans. But also, the Titans lean on the run game more than any team in the NFL, even outside of Baltimore. They're ridiculously lenient on the run game and how their passing game is set up to look like their run game. Correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but did I hear the Titans over 70% of their passes were play action? That's insane. You can't do that without Derrick Henry. So that's a huge hit. I think they go down to being more of the 18th best offense. You still got Tannehill, Julio, and A.J. Brown. You could still do some good stuff with that and a decent O-line, but it would be a huge hit. From Otter, do I see having undersized deep threats as a trend towards the modern NFL, or are they just gadget players? Asking because I like Moore. I'm assuming you mean Elijah Moore. I've actually talked about this in my Saints deep dive, but it's one of my more unique takes this summer. Is something to keep an eye on, football fans. Is these 5'8", 5'7" receivers, because for years those guys have been kick returners. It's been, oh, that guy can't win the ball, win down the field. Well, the game's changed. You can't touch these receivers anymore just to start. Like, yeah, in 1990, there's no way a Deontay Harris could be a relevant receiver. There's no way that Jalen Darden is a 4th-round pick. There's just no way. But now, you can't touch these guys. So how big and strong you are is less important than ever. And on top of that, play callers are smarter. We're so good at scheming guys open now, and quarterbacks are better. So there's so many reasons now why a guy that is fast as heck, who is a good route runner, and defense backs can't keep up with, there's so many more reasons now that a guy like a Deontay Harris, like an Elijah Moore, like a Rondale Moore, all these guys are like 5'7", 5'8", and there's around the league you can see these guys start to pop up. Indianapolis has a guy, I think. What's his? Let me pull up Our Lads. I'm gonna need Our Lads a few times during this stream. There's a guy in New Orleans. Yeah, put Tariq Cohen in the slot, exactly. Indianapolis has a guy. DeMichael Harris did some things. You've got in Miami, Jakeem Grant has been relevant for them. You're seeing it start to slowly pop out throughout the league, and this draft was big time with those guys. You really had 3 of them: Rondale Moore, Elijah Moore, and Jalen Darden, who I'm all very optimistic about. So, yeah, I think this is a trend to keep an eye on. It's one of my more unique takes, and I think the modern NFL is allowing these guys to be maybe not alphas, but good number 2 options for an offense. Also, Fierce, thank you for the super chat from, I'm assuming that's Canadian dollars. Sorry, I can't donate to the Canadian Special Olympics. Maybe I can split it up. So, yeah, that's a great question. Love talking about short receivers. All right, from... Whoops, I opened a non-mailbag. That means I got to respond. Okay, next mailbag question is from Patrick Hill. With Tim Settle in a contract year, ooh, God, I love me some Tim Settle questions. Both Matt and Ioannidis as well. Deron Payne's contract is set to expire. Do I think Washington should look at extending a long-term DT number 2? Yeah, I think they pay Deron Payne and let Tim Settle go, unless Tim Settle is available for cheap. But yeah, I think that's a pretty straightforward situation. I think Ioannidis probably the odd man out there. Tim Settle, they'll keep their 2 starters and hope they can bring someone else up. There's a world where Tim Settle is, able to be kept there for cheap, which would be great, and I wouldn't be surprised about that. But I do think Matt Ioannidis, unless they work out some scheme where he becomes a critical part there, I do think Ioannidis is probably going to be hitting the market next year. All right, some super chats from Bobby. With the NFL going to 17 games this season, which position do I think teams will carry more of than they normally would? I don't know if we'll see that play out or not. I don't know if one game is enough to make that difference. The season is just as long. They're just taking one preseason game out. So I don't know if that necessarily shows up, but if it does, it would be any kind of contact position, line play, linebacker, running back. Also, thank you, Jefferson, for the super chat. And a very generous super chat from Tyler. Thank you. What do I think the starting O-line for the Chiefs looks like? We can answer that, even though we'll get into that in the deep dive as well. But I think Orlando Brown obviously is playing at left tackle. He's not doing anything else. Made that abundantly clear. You got Tooney probably at left guard. I think Humphrey starts at center. And then right guard, I would think with Devin Duvernay-Tardif still on the roster and Long getting injured, Tardif, I would think, plays at right guard. He's a good player. And then your right tackle, probably Remmers again, which Remmers was underrated last year. He has not been a bad tackle throughout his career. Go back to Carolina. Remember, he got a good contract to go to Minnesota, but when he ended up playing guard for the Vikings, he sucked because he's really light. But he has good technique and quick feet. I think he starts. And then you just have like Blythe and Kyle Long are kind of depth there. Their O-line is so ridiculously deep. They went kind of overkill. Trey Smith is also intriguing as a 6th-round pick. I like Trey Smith a lot. Another super chat from Tyler. Who is an under-the-radar head coaching candidate for 2022 that no one is talking about? That no one's talking about. Well, I feel like people are probably talking about Patrick Graham for the Giants, the typical offensive coordinators. Can I say Mike LaFleur? Is that eligible? Are enough people talking about Mike LaFleur? If the Jets look really good, I think Mike LaFleur would be a great candidate. Someone in the chat just said Smith is starting in camp at right tackle. God, that would just be such a good draft call of mine. I had him as a 2nd-round pick, and I said he's a guy that could play tackle. If he's good at right tackle, I'm going to be ringing the bell on that one. All right. I think we're up to date on Super Chats. So let's go back to the Patreon mailbag. From Edward Green. Whose side am I on in the Green Bay situation? I think that's been pretty abundantly clear. Also, do I think Davante Adams will stay with the Packers? My gut says yes, they'll work it out with Davante. It does hurt them that they didn't invest more in receivers because it is kind of a rough deal where Adams is the one receiver whose contract very clearly said, or his performance very clearly says he should be the top paid receiver in the NFL. But as people have pointed out, DeAndre Hopkins has an outlier of a contract. The Cardinals, I think, were willing to throw more money at him because they got him the way they did. They barely had to give up anything to get him, and half of his contract was already paid for. So that was a unique contract. So it is a little tough. I mean, that's a lot of money given how many good receivers there are out there and his age at 29 years old. I don't know if it's the best decision to give $140 million to Davante Adams. I think for Green Bay, the fact that they haven't invested in receivers elsewhere, you really don't have much of a choice. So that's why I think he will get that contract. But at least you have Jordan Love is going to be on a rookie contract. So it could balance out. From Anthony, loved your Giants deep dive. Was wondering if I should have as much optimism about the Giants offensive line. Gettleman seems very confident in the O-line and said that people don't have as much confidence in the people already in the building like they do. Yeah, that's dangerous. Do they have top 20 potential? No, I don't think they have top 20 potential personally. I think they have top 25 potential if the tackle situation works itself out, but I don't like the interior group. I don't get what they see in Shane Lemieux. We'll find out, I guess. From JOR, despite the overall success of the Shanahan offense, no team that ran it has won a Super Bowl. People love to bring this up. While it's likely a team running the scheme will win them soon, if it doesn't in the next 4 or 5 years, I think that's very unfair, honestly. I mean, I look at it the other way. Thanks to the Shannahan offense, Jimmy Garoppolo and Jared Goff got to a Super Bowl. That's the way I look at it. Not that, they fell up short. Like, of course, when those are your quarterbacks, it's hard as hell to win a Super Bowl. But the fact that they even got there, I think, speaks volumes. The fact, like, Ryan Tannehill, Kirk Cousins, Baker Mayfield looked really good. Like, this system does amazing things for average quarterbacks. That's why you're seeing this scheme replicated. And even beyond that, it does amazing things for MVP quarterbacks. Aaron Rodgers gets this scheme, boom, MVP a year later. There's so many amazing It's not, no one's won a Super Bowl with this scheme yet. That's not really the way teams think. Teams look at what this scheme does on film, and they're like, we need a little bit of that. The Seattle Seahawks, Russell Wilson, yeah, we need that for Russ. Aaron Rodgers, we need that for Aaron Rodgers. It's amazing how they're able to scheme receivers open. It's not like, Green Bay doesn't have these amazing receivers, but they do get kind of open, at least deep. So it's the short stuff that I've always ripped on the Packers receivers for, and the drops. But that's a pretty, with all due respect, and I thank you for the question and your patronage, but I do think that is a relatively short-sighted viewpoint on the Shanahan offense. From Robert, saw your Raiders deep dive. Not saying I was the biggest fan of it, since I'm a hardcore Raiders fan, although I do respect your opinions. As for my question, do I see Gus Bradley elevating this defense? No, I don't. I don't think Gus Bradley is a great defense coordinator. Now, Raiders fans hated the defensive coordinator last year. In my opinion, and again, it's just my opinion, they don't have the players. It doesn't matter who your defensive coordinator is. I don't care if it's Mike Zimmer. I don't care if it's Brandon Staley. If you don't have a pass rush, you don't have linebackers, and you don't have a secondary, and you have the worst defensive roster in the NFL, you're going to suck on defense. And that's John Gruden's fault, and that's my opinion. So no, I don't think Gus Bradley is a good enough defense coordinator to elevate this thing, because I really don't know who is. Maybe Bill Belichick? But no, I'm sorry to constantly dunk on the Raiders and have no faith in that defense. And they've done a couple things to maybe improve it from a personnel standpoint with Casey Hayward and some better safeties and Yannick Ngakoue. So if they're better, I would look at those position groups. But no, I don't think Gus Bradley is going to change anything there. From William Colbert, a big theme in your videos is the value of scheme fit for players. So with that in mind, what relatively impactful player scheme fits do I think is the worst around the league currently? We kind of got a question like that earlier. So I feel like that's just a tough one to recall off the top of my head. I would have to really dive into it. So I wish I had a better answer for you. But we said, Russell Wilson, Sam Darnold are great examples of guys in a new situation. I think the Russell Wilson going from the whatever you want to call the offense they've had to now the Shanahan offense is, I think, a great answer for that. And we're going to get to see that. Also, a quick question, if I don't mind me asking, is Madden 22 worth a buy? I will have my Madden 22 review up before the game comes out, so I don't have a good answer for you quite yet. But I will answer that in my Madden 22 review up on the main channel. Are there any players I believe will have a down year after they performed really well last year? I guess I would look at it's obviously, it happens every year, natural regression. I think Josh Allen and Justin Herbert are going to be better players, but statistically will look worse. Part of that is it was a unique season for quarterbacks without crowd noise, and I think those two quarterbacks especially kind of benefited from being able to communicate better with their offense. Xavier Howard Kyle says in the chat, yeah, Xavier Howard, boom. Lock it in. Xavier Howard is not repeating 10 interceptions. He has great ball skills, but he's not a good enough player to be in position to get that many interceptions again. What's my opinion from WG? My opinion on Oklahoma and Texas moving to the SEC. I like it. I know it kind of sucks for Big 12 fans. Although, if I'm a TCU fan, I don't know if I'm that mad about it. Like, your opportunity to win and get a BCS bid just went up. So that's, I guess, okay there. I would be excited to see Oklahoma compete in the in the SEC. Texas has got to figure it out, man. I want to see Texas be good again. Maybe moving to the SEC would spark that. Probably getting this question 10 times from Jake Daughtery, but with Carson Wentz going down, if you're the GM, would I rather play out the season as is and try to draft a QB for the future, or trade for a starter to keep them in contention this year? Well, let's just go on to the assumption that Wentz is going to be down for the year, because that's, I don't think, confirmed by any stretch of the imagination yet. I tweeted this yesterday, but it sucks that Gardner Minshew won't be available for the Colts, because that is the ideal fit. I'd like to try and compete for the playoffs and still have a competent quarterback, but I'm not gonna give up a bunch of draft capital for Marcus Mariota personally. I would, because even if they make the playoffs, it doesn't matter if Wentz plays the 75% or whatever. I'm pretty sure if they make the playoffs, regardless of what Wentz does, they still give that first rounder to the Eagles. So someone in the chat says it's not season ending per Rappaport. So, I don't think I would trade a second or a third for Mariota. I would just play it out, see what you have in Eason there. And they drafted another guy this year too. Speaking of Texas, they bring in, what's his name? Tim Tebow, too, from Texas. Help me out, chat. This is driving me crazy. What's his name? I can picture him. Chat's not showing up. I guess they're a little delayed. I'll just look it up. Sam Ellinger. Thank you, Quagmire. God, that was driving me crazy. You do a podcast for 2 hours and you start to lose some of the name recall. For Matthew Jackson, we're getting close to the end of our mailbag, so make sure you guys get those super chats in for Chairty. Why did Robert Foster have such a great rookie season and then never really see the field again? Off field, man, and injuries. He got kicked out of San Francisco with he had illegal firearms, and he seems to be one of those guys that he surrounds himself with the wrong people and isn't much of a locker room guy, and now getting injured for Washington last year. He's just had a falling out. That's really what it is. It's been off field. There's no question about his on the field talent, but he needs to get his life in line first, and then we can worry about his football career. Also, more of just a fun question, but would you draft a punter number 1 overall if he was guaranteed to always punt the ball and have it land perfectly on the 1-yard line? Yeah, I would. That's incredibly valuable. If he could literally just drop it right on the 1 constantly, yeah, that would be incredible. It's an underrated, punting and field position. I think it's a little overstated at times, but if you can pin them inside the 5, I don't think it's overstated, because that forces offenses to change their game plan. You can't call your normal stuff inside the 5. So I do think landing it inside the 5 specifically holds special value. Who's the most undervalued mainstream player in the league? Undervalued mainstream player in the league. My first thought there was Keenan Allen. I don't know why. I'm just going to say Keenan Allen because that was my first thought. Maybe Joe Burrow. Another one. Oh, he said Robert Foster instead of Reuben Foster. Whoops. This is why I need the chat, guys. I guess we got to do Robert Foster now. That's a great question. I thought Robert Foster was going to work in Green Bay. I think he can separate. I think he's got speed. It's possible that his hands have just been really bad wherever he's gone. That's definitely possible. I don't have a great answer on Robert Foster. If he wasn't going to work out in Green Bay last year, and, it's not like Green Bay has this amazing reputation with receivers lately, but I would say that's probably on him for not standing out. But they didn't give him a lot of time. From Kyler, I don't know if you answered my mailbag, so I'll ask it again. What teams do I think should draft project players and what teams should draft high floor, low ceiling players? I think I did do that question, Kyler, but draft strategy, it's never cut and dry. It's always a balance of drafting impact and drafting project. I think the best teams pick their spots when necessary. So I don't think that there's certain teams that should do things certain ways. I guess if you look at teams that are in more win now situations, you might lean a little bit more towards more of a win now draft. Guys that are more impact guys now. But even if you look at like the Tampa Bay Bucks, who I think really down the board drafted for this year, I would say that their first round pick was more of a developmental long term pick. So I think the best teams always have a balance no matter what. We did get a super chat just now from Mike. How do I feel about Shaquem Griffin signing with the Dolphins? Oh yeah, he could be a great special teamer there for Miami. I like that fit. Him with Flores, I think that's a fun fit. He's a good special teams player. Just isn't a guy that the problem with him is he can't really play on the field like for defense. But from Brandon, how likely is it that the Colts try to roll with Jacob Eason if Wentz misses significant time? I would say pretty likely. They might sign a veteran, but I think let's say Wentz misses the whole season, which it's not going to happen, it seems like. But I'll just say what I think likely happens, and I don't have all the information here, but it seems like Wentz is going to miss some time. Maybe he misses the first month of the season. They roll Jacob Eason out there, and then you bring Wentz back. That, to me, seems like what happens. Best case scenario for the Colts is he misses 6 weeks, and this could be a conspiracy theory. We should just do conspiracy Marcus right now. Because if Wentz misses, I think it's 75% of snaps. Or if he misses 26% of snaps, I should say, and they don't make the playoffs, then they keep their first round pick. So, conspiracy Marcus, Colts are making up this injury. They're going to bring back Wentz exactly at the point that he won't meet the snap count. And then if they make the playoffs, great. If they don't, you keep your first round pick. Conspiracy Marcus. So best case scenario is they win 9-10 games. Wentz looks great. You're ready to rock and roll next year, and you have your first round pick. All right, we got a few more questions here. Might be jumping the 8 ball with the Chiefs before the deep dive, but do I think Chris Jones slimming down and playing more snaps at end will ultimately help the pass rush? That is fascinating. I do wonder, the Chiefs are a very thoughtful team. Leonard Williams for the Giants, and we've talked about Patrick Graham being kind of creative and innovative with that scheme up there with New York. I wonder if the Chiefs looked at what the Giants did and said, we could do that with Chris Jones, with what they do with Leonard Williams. And they could use Tyrann Mathieu like they use Logan Ryan as that slot corner, deep free safety early type of hybrid dude there. They don't have great cornerbacks. I wonder if the Chiefs looked at what the Giants said and said, let's move this defense around a little bit. Let's have Chris Jones be an early down edge player, can still do what he does inside on pass rush downs. I could see them doing that. And I don't know if that necessarily helps the pass rush per se. I think Chris Jones' weight helps him with his power. But I could see him being more of an edge player. So, yeah, I don't know if that fully answered your question. Do I think a front floor of Clark, Reed, Wharton? That's the other thing, is they have so many other interior guys that they want to get them on the field. I don't know if it's necessarily better for the pass rush, but it could be better for the team, if that makes any sense. But it is interesting what they're kind of trying to do with Chris Jones right now. And I wouldn't be stunned if he turned into a pretty good edge rusher. He's got he has the traits to do it. If he slimmed down to 285, 6'5", 285, that's like Cam Jordan's size. From Matthew Bell, what are my top 3 and bottom 3 front offices in the NFL right now? Bottom 3, Raiders and Packers easily for me right now. Although Packers over the last week or so, I'm cooling off a little bit, earning some respect. There's a lot of front offices that like normally you would throw in the conversation, but they just changed, so it's a little early. Like the Lions, I like what the Lions have been doing. The Texans, I'm not ready to say it. Like it's a new front office. I think I would just take them off the list. Like let's see what they do. We just don't know anything about them. The Bears come to mind. The Bengals come to mind. Both those teams kind of have big hits and then big misses. Maybe Bengals. Bengals have been really head-scratching lately, whether it's the O-line stuff, some of the defensive moves they've made. But I also didn't hate their draft, so I don't know. The Seahawks. The Seahawks are a very suspect front office. They do some stuff I really like, though. But then they do some stuff that I just absolutely hate. I think the Raiders are right now clearly the worst front office. And then some of those other teams, I think, are in the mix there. The Jets are another team that have had a bad front office, but I love what Joe Douglas has done, so I can't say them. We did just get a super chat. I have a video idea for you. Do a review of last year's ranking and talk about which teams and players I missed on. Yeah, I can't remember. Did I do a Where I Was Right, Where I Was Wrong podcast? I know I did that for the draft, but that is something that I definitely should do. As far as top 3 front offices from Matthew Bell, I forgot to answer that. I think I'm prepared to take the Colts outside of the top 3. I still like Chris Ballard, but after their draft this year and their offseason, I don't know. I still have confidence in them, but I think the Browns are just A+ right now. I think that what Barry has done up there, it's been actually really special. It feels like everything they move is just building on each other, and it keeps stacking. So I think the Browns definitely are the first team that comes to my mind. And then, the Chiefs, I would have said that years ago, but I don't know. I didn't love the Chiefs offseason. Another team where it's like I like some of the stuff they did, but it didn't all add up to me. The Niners, I feel very good about the Niners right now. I think I would have them in the top 3. And yeah, the Bucs. They're at the top of the game right now too. So I guess Bucs, Niners, and Browns right now are my top 3. And we got a question from Connor Lee. Cheers, mate. How big is the gap between the Bucs and the rest of the NFC? You point out that I want to wait for their deep dive, which I do, but it feels like there's a pretty big gap. I tend to agree. I don't think it's a huge spoiler that the Bucs will be the highest ranking team in the NFC. So I guess I can say that. But yeah, I'd like to kind of save that for more of the deep dives. I like to build up the hype and anticipation there. But they are, I would just say, the clear-cut best team in the NFC. Also, I'm from Manchester, not London. Thanks, Connor. I gotcha. We just got a super chat question from Micah. What are my thoughts on the franchise tag? Does it justify the holdouts since players know their contract can be 2 years longer? So I'm much more pro franchise tag than 99.999% of the mass media out there. I don't think it's nearly as bad as people make it out to be. Everyone's like, oh, but what if you get injured and it ruins their career? No. Modern medicine has gone way past that point. Dak Prescott tears his ankle in half, and he gets all of the money and more. Bud Dupree tears his ACL midseason, gets one of the top free agent contracts at 28 years old. Like, the probability of an injury ruining a young player's career, it's so unbelievably minuscule that I don't think that's a relevant point anymore. Where I think the franchise tag is relevant is for someone like Allen Robinson, who to me clearly just pay the guy. Like, he is an unbelievably good receiver. Now maybe it's another thing where like the Bears are being hesitant because the DeAndre Hopkins contract is such an outlier. Maybe Allen Robinson says, I need to be the highest paid receiver, and they're not willing to go as high as the DeAndre Hopkins deal, which honestly, that's maybe fair. I don't know if there's a lot of receivers that are worth $27 million. I don't even know if Devontae Adams is for sure. I don't know if DeAndre Hopkins is for sure. The only guy that I think, if he said, I want $27 million, the only guy that I would not even blink an eye at would be Tyreek Hill, because his skill set is so unique. But in the situation where a player like an Allen Robinson gets tagged, where it's like, you should really just work out a long-term deal with the guy, the majority of the guys that get franchise tagged are your, what's his name in Carolina, where they end up working out a deal anyway, or the safety for the Jets, Marcus May, Anthony Harris last year. The majority of franchise tag guys, they are compensated well more than their value. The majority of guys that get franchise tagged are not top 5 players at their position. And then there's situations where they'll use it on like a Justin Simmons, but it's like, this is just to buy us more time. We're going to give you a long-term deal. So in general, I think the franchise tag does a lot more good for the league that people do not realize than it does bad. Like, it helps teams get longer looks at players before they commit to bad contracts. It helps teams keep players. It helps bad teams keep players. Not even if they don't necessarily use the tag, that threat of the franchise tag just being there is going to help you renegotiate with a player. If you get rid of the franchise tag, this thing turns into the NBA very quickly, where you get the Jesse Bateses of the world. You get, I don't know, the Jamal Adams of the world for the Jets. You get all these superstar players just saying, you know what, I'm just going to let my contract live out. I'm going to hit free agency, and I'm going to go play with Tom Brady. I'm going to go play with, Aaron Rodgers if Green Bay lets me. The NFL turns into that very quickly without the franchise tag, in my opinion, and it does a lot more good for the NFL than it does bad. So I am very pro franchise tag. Like, I cannot stress that enough. I get frustrated by all these people. Oh my God, it's so bad for the players. It's so unfair. They never get any money. Like, no, shut up. Like, do you want this to turn into the NBA? Where you have the 3 best players in the NFL just deciding they want to go play in LA? Like, no, that's not what we want as football fans. So can we just shut the hell up collectively about the franchise tag, please? Clearly, it drives me crazy. It's so good for the league. I don't think people realize that. There's a couple instances where it might be a little unfair, but it does not outweigh how good it is for the league. Can I make a video detailing why I was wrong about Big Ben being washed? We'll see. We'll see. From Mike, I like to listen to your deep dives for a team while trading for all the players in a Madden rebuild. Love it. And then from Nathan, oh geez, my chat just caught up. What do I think the chances are of the Bengals finishing ahead of the Steelers this year? I would say 35-40%. I still think the Steelers' defense is going to be real good, and I don't think the offense is... While it doesn't have a great ceiling, I think it does have an okay floor, so... the Bengals need a lot to go right, but I think it's possible, if they play the season 3 times, I think the Bengals win or outplay the Steelers once, which I think is fair. Thank you so much for the Super Chats, guys. Again, every single Super Chat question you guys put in, and you're going to make me keep going with this until I lose my voice. But every single Super Chat donation is going towards the Special Olympics. We're currently at $175 for the Special Olympics. Also, check out the link in the description below. We have a GoFundMe link for March of Dimes, which is now up to $480. We are already a third of our way towards the goal. So thank you guys. Do go ahead and check out that link. I'm going to drop it in the chat real quick. Any little bit helps, guys, and I greatly appreciate all of the donations today. Feels really good to give back. Would highly recommend. From Vic, what up? Why do most people see a problem with teams possibly keeping their franchise cornerstones as a bad thing? I feel like you should only get rid of it if it's RBs because of their career length. I don't necessarily know what you're referencing there as far as, what exactly you mean there. I feel like most people agree that you should keep your franchise cornerstones, so that's why they're called franchise cornerstones. But I'll keep an eye in the chat if you want to clarify that. Super chat question right there, Vic. And then from Lions, this is our last mailbag question here from Patreon. How big of a jump do I think Stafford will take this year? Do I think he could be an MVP? So yeah, obviously we'll talk about Stafford in the Rams deep dive when we get there, but I do have MVP bets on Matthew Stafford because of the narrative, and I think he's a good enough player with that offense to play really well. So I do think he takes a jump, and I do think he's an MVP candidate. And we'll talk more about Stafford when we get to the Rams deep dive there. Back to Vic's question, the franchise tag. I still don't fully understand your question, Vic. Do you mean using... So let's replace. So why do most people see a problem with teams possibly keeping their franchise tag cornerstones as a bad thing? That question still doesn't make sense to me. I want to answer it because you donated $10. Do you mean using the franchise tag to keep your cornerstone players? Not sure I fully understand that one. But let me refresh Patreon here and see if we got any more DMs as we were doing that. We did. From Jonathan Taylor, not the Colts running back. I just wanted to ask how the Vikings draft. Is there... Sorry, little typo there. I just wanted to ask, with how the Vikings draft, is there... And you meant to say drafted. Is there any way they finally become an elite team in the next 5 years? Ooh, I think if the O-line reaches their maximum potential, you have Justin Jefferson. I personally don't think that Kellen Mond is the guy, but I guess there's a chance he becomes that guy. It's tough. Can they become an elite team with Kirk Cousins as their quarterback? Probably not. But they can become a Super Bowl contender. I think their defense is always going to have a chance to get back there just because of Mike Zimmer, and you have a guy like Daniil Hunter to build around potentially. I do think they can win a Super Bowl in the next 5 years, and I thought their draft was awesome. Elite team, when I hear elite team, I think Chiefs. Granted, I see the Bucs as an elite team, and I don't see Tom Brady as an elite quarterback right now. So, maybe they could be the Bucs, but the Bucs are literally loaded at every single position. Are the Vikings gonna do what the Bucs have and build one of the best rosters on both sides of the ball that we've seen this decade? Pretty unlikely. Odds that Josiah DeGoda wins Offensive Player of the Year. No, not happening. I just hope he can play a good role. Defender of the North says Ravens just signed Justin Houston to a 1-year, $4 million contract. God, what a good signing. Man, what a good signing. They needed another guy on that edge spot. That really fills out that defense. Jeez. That's huge for them. Huge, because he can be a true third down specialist. Come in, get after the quarterback. That's an awesome signing. Awesome signing. Wow. Yeah, A+ signing right there. Definitely helps the defense. Mailbag question. Oh, this is fun. I'm moving out of my dad's house for the first time. Any tips for moving into an apartment? Apartment living tips. It's, in my experience, it hasn't been that different going from an apartment to a house. I would say this is something that Ahna's been great for me for. Get rid of clutter. If there's something you don't use within a few months, and you don't know for sure that you're going to need it, either keep it at your parents' place in a storage room or just get rid of it, because you don't want a bunch of clutter building up. But I don't know. I don't have a ton of apartment living tips that are different from living in a house. Try to get a parking spot close to the elevator, I guess. But that's usually out of your control. But a fun question for sure. That's actually next up, I think, here. Yeah, we're going to do the house tour here pretty shortly, actually. I just want to make sure we get all questions answered. We actually just got a couple more coming in on Patreon right now. Geometric Heat. Yo, what's up? You never mentioned that this stream was my idea. LOL, JK. Yeah, Geometric Heat helped forge this idea at about 1 a.m. For one of my Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order streams on Twitch. Yep, shout out to Geometric Heat. Getting in there. And then from Adam Bowman, what's the best live game I've ever been to? Packers at Bears, Week 17, 2013. Rodgers hits Randall Cobb to win the division. One of the more epic moments in Aaron Rodgers' career. They say he ain't clutch. Well, that's just one of them. One of his big game-winning moments. I missed a super chat, apparently. Did I? I don't think I did. Oh, from Corey. Top 3 players that take the leap this year in the world where the Browns win the AFC. 3 players that take the leap this year. Well, I don't want to spoil my top 10 breakout players candidate video that's going to come out here in a few weeks. So that makes it difficult because I actually have a list of players, but I don't want to spoil that list. Yeah, I don't know if I can answer your question, unfortunately, unless I can think of guys that aren't on that list. But that's put me in a tough spot because I have a video ready to go. So I think I'm just going to have to, unfortunately, make you wait on that super chat. But thank you for asking the question and donating to the Special Olympics. Who do I think picks up Bortles? I don't know. I think he's a third string quarterback, so I don't know if anybody does pick up Bortles. With the Houston signing, how does his veteran leadership, along with the Ravens' ability to develop edge, help Oweh the next couple seasons? He's a great mentor for Jason Oweh, totally. And Houston's a guy that has power and technique. I'm glowing about that addition for the Ravens. That might help their position in the deep dive. I don't know. That's a super smart signing for them. I can't speak highly enough about how good of a move that was. Okay, last call for Super Chat questions, guys. I'm going to give it another 30 seconds here. Thank you so much, you guys, for showing up in support. We just got one from Duncan. With the Bucks being the best built team at the moment, which team do I think is currently in the best position to be the next Bucks? The Browns, the Cleveland Browns. But the problem with a team like the Bucks is it's just not sustainable. You know, you got Tom Brady for one taking a discount. That alone is hard. You know, Baker's probably not going to take that big discount. It's almost impossible. You have to hit on your draft picks. You have to have players that are willing to come back on discounts. It's such a unique situation there in Tampa Bay. I don't know if we're going to see a team that is the next Bucks, but I do think the Browns have so much talent and a front office that drafts well. So I guess the Browns would be my answer to have a chance. But apparently I missed a super chat earlier asking what time I woke up to set up the 24-hour stream. I woke up at 7 this morning, an hour before the stream. I spent yesterday prepping a lot of this stuff. I didn't do any preparation this morning. I just woke up, showered, and had a bowl of Magic Spoon cereal. Man, I'm pissed they haven't. I'm ticked. Sorry, YouTube. Don't demonetize me. My Vikings deep dive with Arif got partial monetization because I said the S word. But I'm trying to get a promo code for Magic Spoon, which I literally love. Their cereal, and it's like healthy. So I'm trying to get a promo code. I'm in communications with them, but I wanted to get that in time for the stream. It didn't happen. So that is going to do it for the Fully Inflated Football podcast. So we're going to wrap this up, this portion of the 24-hour stream. This eventually is going to make it up on Spotify. Make sure you guys are subscribed to the audio feed of the podcast, and it'll probably get uploaded as an individual YouTube video as well. But thank you everybody for your super chats. There's going to be opportunities as well, really throughout the day, if you do your super chats. But let me wrap up the podcast here, and I'll talk about that. So thank you for watching the Fully Inflated Football podcast. Hope you enjoyed the show, and we'll see you for the next one. But yeah, throughout the day, guys, I will answer your super chat questions. I wanted to get that in for the podcast. And now the early sprint is complete. We are going to be able to have some fun throughout the rest of the day here. I am going to take a quick bathroom break. I am going to chug the rest of my water and coffee. Maybe put down an energy shot. But I'm going to take a quick break here. Don't go anywhere. When we come back, I'm going to do the house tour. I'm going to show you guys where I live. It's going to be fun. Lots of fun stuff ahead of us. I will be right back. I just did that in the exact same tempo that Zach Schaumler ends his segments. Christian, I see you. Don't worry. Huge, man. Biggest donation today. Thank you so much, Christian. Super generous. Awesome stuff. Thank you. I do see you there, even though I went right to pause as soon as you put in that donation. So thank you. Ooh, all right. That podcast was fun, guys. Those live podcasts are just crazy. I can't screw up. I'm not allowed to screw up on the live podcast. Cool. So, who's ready for a little house tour, huh? I actually need to move my setup around a little bit here. I don't know why my Stream Deck isn't working here. I had a plug for the Chairty link set up and it doesn't seem to want to work. Oh well, I can just copy this message here and drop it right here. Let me get that in there a couple times. We are officially a third of our way for our goal towards the March of Dimes fundraiser. $530 out of $1,500. Amazing. Thank you guys. Do remember, all super chats go towards the Special Olympics, and the fundraiser is also up there on the link. So yeah, let's start the house tour. Let's do it. I'm gonna just take you guys into my home. So I have to change over the scene here. Let me open it up. Okay. Where's my... Alright, I forgot I pinned that folder. Here we go. Let me know how the music volume is as well. I'll turn it down pretty quietly, but I think I want that on. Okay, let's change scenes over. So we're going to start with the amenities. So we're in downtown Minneapolis. This is our patio, our outdoor rooftop patio here. I guess I got to do it this way. So this is our pool. Lisa B with the super chat. Let's go. Yep, so I live here with my fiance Ahna. We got a pool here. It's not a heated pool. That's one thing I want to push for, because it does get a little cold. Actually, I think I can go even more full screen there. There we go. But yeah, really nice. We love using that hot tub. Super, super nice. We had one night, it was in the middle of winter, and we went out there and it was snowing, just like really thick snowflakes, and we were out there in that hot tub for like 2 hours, and the city was just super quiet. Such a just cool place for a hot tub, because you're, as you'll see here, you're really like in the sky. Yeah, this is the TFG cribs. There's a... Can you see my... Yeah, you can see my mouse. There's a fireplace that I forgot to record over in the corner here. That's pretty cool. It's just a gas fire that you just turn a switch and it turns on. There's me. This is the other side. You got 3 grills. This is like an underutilized thing. They got like Netflix and stuff. This is a shuffleboard right here, which is sweet. So lots of stuff you can do outside. And then this is like an amenity room that you have to rent out. Or you can just go in there. And then this is our gym. This is my bike right here. This is one I always use. I actually don't use the Pelotons because those seats hurt my butt like crazy. Got like a little Pilates room. There's me again. So yeah, our gym is amazing. You don't need a lifetime membership or anything. And then that's a nice house. Yeah, that's all mine individually. This is the penthouse suite. So we wanted to... The first game of the year last year was Vikings-Packers, and obviously there was no fans for... There's the beautiful Minneapolis. So we wanted to there's US Bank. So obviously they didn't have fans, right, for the first game last year, but I wanted to have like a party up here. And we just might, as you can see, we just might have been the only people that could actually see just a tiny portion of the game from up here. These apartments, you can probably see into it, but it would have been like one of the few people that could actually get a look at that. I think it was the Sunday night game, Vikings-Packers. But the building didn't let us do it because of the COVID restrictions, but that would have been sweet. Nice little zoom in on the stadium there. This is the courthouse where the George Floyd trial shook down. So yeah, that's a good view of kind of where we're at. It's an apartment. I wish it was a condo. I wish we could own this place. And then here we go. This is our lovely... I'm right here. I'm live right now, currently recording this. Not actually, but that's the studio. We'll get into there last. Ahna got us this. It's like what do they call it? The constellation, the way the stars were aligned the night we met, which is September 28th, 2019? Yeah. I think that's right. Cool little coat rack that Ahna made. Won't show you our storage closet, but we got a big freezer in there that keeps all of our meats. We love our Costco trips. We load up on bunch of pork and steak, and Anna's a really good chef. She won't admit it, but there's our kitchen. You can see the view kind of looking out towards US Bank there. I zoom in on US Bank about 3 times in this recording, so. Living room. This is where Ahna and I watch Naked and Afraid and Lego Masters. And then here's our patio. So looking out the other way, you can see Target Field. So occasionally throughout the summer, we've heard like explosives at night, and we know when the Twins, if we forget the Twins are on, or we don't know if they're winning, we know that they either hit a home run or they just won the game because we can run outside and see fireworks real quick, which is really cool. Does Ahna get any Frozen references? Yes, I make them personally all the time. Yeah, Christian, apartments this nice in Chicago are ridiculously expensive, which is ironically something we debated because we've talked about moving to Chicago. There's Ahna's plants. She wanted to make sure I got those in. And then another look at US Bank. Do I zoom in again? Yep, I zoom in again. We don't need to see that. You get the point. So here's just a little stand for stuff. Oh, hi, Teddy. There's Ahna's degree. Very proud of her, even though she's a White Sox fan, so we don't like that. And then here's the bedroom. Does Fiala still live here? I think so. Teddy loves playing on the bed. That's his favorite place to play. And now the studio. So this is the room that we are currently in, obviously. Ahna bargained for one corner of the room. Where she has her sewing table. That is conveniently out of the background here. And here is the TFG studio. So we got Saquon, AJ Brown. For all the people that say I hate the Titans, I have some Titans merch in the room. We got Aaron Donald. And then I wanted to kind of talk about some of my equipment, because a lot of people have asked throughout the years. There's the view from my desk. A lot of people have asked about my equipment. So this is a good opportunity to kind of do that for the first time ever. I feel like my setup is finally in a position where I'm ready to do that. So we got a 3-monitor setup here. Don't mind the Devin Duvernay thing. I was getting the Tiermakers screenshots ready. So yeah, these are all curved monitors, which I wouldn't necessarily recommend. Honestly, I would say it takes up a lot of desk space, so I had to get this huge desk. I don't know if I would necessarily recommend 3 curved monitors, but they do look nice. All Samsung for me. I'm not going to do the deal where I post the links for all of the stuff, but I will do my best to describe what I have. These are Edifer speakers, which I highly recommend. We got our Stream Deck here that plays all of our sound bites. I just got this wireless keyboard. It's a Logitech. I don't know the exact product, but G915. Really like this keyboard. Would highly recommend it. It's like $100, so it's not cheap, but I've never had a wireless keyboard before. It's really nice. Custom mouse pad. Shout out to Snapfish. I think I got that from. We have a Logitech G602 gaming mouse, which has these little buttons on the side, which are super nice for anyone that does video editing and stuff. So nice. Such a necessity. I don't really use it for gaming, but for all the different commands you can do, copy and paste, you can have it hold shift, which is really nice for video editing. Really like that mouse. And then these are some cheap lights on some arms that I'll show that turn on later. And then we have over here, this is just a little ring light that I use. This thing does damage, man. Let me show you what it is with and without the ring light. So it's a little janky because normally you would put the camera in the middle there. But it makes a world of difference with that light. And it can get real bright too. I like it about there. And then you see there's I just got these somewhat recently. This is how I create those colored effects for the deep dives. So you can change. I won't. You guys have seen it, but those are they're called Nano Leafs. Where's the Blake Martinez jersey? It's in flames from 2 years ago. And then this is a bookshelf. Sorry for the jankiness there. This is a bookshelf that I took out one of the shelving units. This is the PC. I got this recently. Super nice PC. It was a much needed upgrade. It's like the best purchase anyone can make if you are into video editing or gaming or anything. So this is from Micro Center. They make PCs called Power Specs. So this is a Power Spec custom built. They custom build it and then they sell that. So these lights change. Nice PC. This is the PS3. This is the setup for the NCAA rebuilds that we've been doing on TFG Plays. Shout out, by the way, to my second YouTube channel, TFG Plays. Go check it out. We do stream content, rebuild content, all that good Madden stuff you guys like. Currently doing a Jedi Fallen Order series as well. But yeah, had to get the PlayStation down there. And then we have 2 Elgato game captures here. So this is how I get all of my video game footage. This is the more recent one that is, I think, the 60 plus. So this can capture 4K footage. So I had to get that when I got my Xbox Series X. Cable management better than Gutekunst roster management. Woo! A+ comment right there. Hell yes. Yeah, shout out Pat's Nation, the guy that gave me NCAA. What's up? Everyone go check out Pat's Nation YouTube as well. Shout out to Brandon. And And then, yeah, this is an older Elgato game capture that I use for the PlayStation. We've got the Elgato Cam Link. That's how I'm able to basically get my Canon camera to act as a webcam so that it's constantly feeding footage into the computer. So that's the kind of key sort of hardware that I use for all of my video making and stuff. This is the top of the bookshelf, so we've got just this is our Xfinity thingy, our modem, router, whatever, Xbox Series X, things of beauty, and I just got this charger station here for my controllers. I use the white one for my PC and the black ones for my Xbox. And then what else do we show here? The lighting on the keyboard. Yep, I made Lisa B put away her Andy Dalton merch. So we got... this is the Teddy Cam right here, which I guess I do have set up for this, but that's that camera right there. And that is nice because I can just move it, take it anywhere. And then this is for my coffee. You guys know I like my coffee, so this, Ahna got me this for Christmas a couple years ago. It just heats up your coffee. Wireless charging for the phone. Just waiting to see the picture of Brian Gutekunst with darts on it. Yeah, dude, for sure. So that's just some more cable management. I would recommend getting one of these things. Having like a power outlet on your desk is super clutch. I got that at Micro Center. That's just a USB port. And then back here we have some foam panels, and this is our boom arm. Not our boom arm, just our... I guess that's a boom arm. We have a Samsung G-Track Pro microphone. Big ol' arm. You can put in a lot of different places. The white USB thing is just a... it's just a hub for like my... I plug a bunch of different stuff into it. It's just a very convenient, because my PC's way over there, right? So it's really nice to have a USB port here for anything I need, whether it's my webcam, my mouse. I have my little Xbox wireless hub that I plug in there. Yeah, I got the camera sneaking in the middle there. And that's really it for the setup. Here's the light. And that's the TFG studio. Yeah. Let's go back to the main screen. Thank you for taking a house tour with us, guys. That was actually really fun. All right. So next up on our schedule was supposed to be a live NFL film room, but Game Pass said no thank you and removed Coach's film. So I think what we're going to do actually is Madden ratings reactions. I think the whole thing is up on the internet. Now, I know Ahna was going to order some breakfast sandwiches here. I don't know if that is ready, or I was going to take a break and eat. Let me just go check in on that situation real quick. Thank you. Okay. So yeah, we're just gonna go ahead and get into the Madden ratings reactions here. Sorry for having to pull a Yui on the film room here. Do remember, guys, I do film breakdowns on my Patreon. So if you want to check that out, it's patreon.com/thatfranchiseguy. You can get exclusive access to Patreon film rooms. Shane Lemieux injured? That might be an upgrade. Addition by subtraction potentially there. So let's go ahead and see if I can find the Madden ratings here. Yep, we got it. So I guess I'll just go position by position. Let's pull them up. Okay, quarterback. We already know this. I am going to try not to get too angry about this. But I honestly, I don't get it. Like, can you be any more obvious that this is about marketing and the fact that it's your cover athlete? I mean, not just above Aaron Rodgers, but Russell Wilson. Like, I guess Watson because of the off-field stuff, but like, he should at the highest be a 90 overall and the fourth quarterback. There is no explanation for Brady as a 97 overall, 91 throw. You can't, I'm not going to swear for this stream, but you can't possibly tell me there is no way that Tom Brady is just one throw power less than Russell Wilson, who just commands the ball left and right. I get that this is about, they always cite one thing and one thing only with throw power, and it's ball velocity. There's a difference between stepping into a 10-yard slant from a clean pocket with perfect throwing mechanics and being able to launch a 50-yard ball off your back foot like Russ, Rodgers, Josh Allen, those guys can do. Tom Brady, 91 throw power is not authentic to the way Tom Brady's throw. I get it. He throws a beautiful spiral and it comes in with great velocity. But in my opinion, that is a misrepresentation of what the throw power trait in Madden acts as. So that right there is ridiculous. Like 99 awareness. I think both Rodgers and Brady should have 99 awareness. And then let's see, where are the accuracy ratings here? Can I... How do I... Okay, there we go. Where? Oh, here we go. Okay. We can actually compare... Oh, I didn't want it. Okay, so we can compare... This is kind of cool. Let's do this, just for these guys. Why is he stronger than Aaron? That's weird. I think they should both have 99 awareness. I think the throw power difference is disingenuous. I think Brady should have at least 7 throw power lower than Rodgers based on the way Rodgers can command the deep ball. I think that gotta go way down here. Short accuracy, I think those are actually pretty good. Medium accuracy, I don't think this difference is warranted. I'm fine with Brady being a little bit above him, but it should be like 95 to 94 in my opinion. I don't feel good about Brady with 93 deep accuracy. He's still very accurate in the deep ball, but it's, again, the way it plays in game, like with 91 throw power and 93 deep accuracy, he's going to be able to play like frickin' Justin Herbert and Russell Wilson and some of these guys. That's not the way Tom Brady's deep accuracy works. Like, if he's in a clean pocket, he can put a well-placed deep ball, 30, 40 yards down the field. But this is just overstating his physical capabilities. So I think it's just ridiculous. Also, why is play action so different? Rodgers is an amazing play action quarterback. That doesn't make any sense. There's also throw under pressure. I know Rodgers was much higher. I don't know where that even is. But yeah, it's just so dumb. Like, everybody knows that at this point, Rodgers is better than Brady. It's not a controversial statement. It's not a homer statement. This is a marketing move. It's ridiculous. Again, Brady at best should be the fourth quarterback in the league. Russell will. I don't necessarily disagree though with Mahomes at 99, Rodgers at 96. I personally think that gap's a little bit smaller, but I'm not gonna complain about it. I would go Mahomes 97, Rodgers 96, Russ about 92, 93. Lamar's too high. Simply put, he's not this good of a passer. Let's see his passing ratings here. See if because he is obviously the scrambler archetype, but let's see. Yeah, I mean, 84 deep accuracy. I mean, come on. I agree, medium accuracy, that might even be too low for Lamar, but 84 deep accuracy, like, come on. He should be way down here. He should be one of the lowest for starting quarterbacks. He should be at, like, geez, they even have Jimmy Garoppolo at 80 deep accuracy. I just, in general, think these are way too high. Like, Jalen Hurts, I guess if Jalen Hurts is 79 deep accuracy, then yeah, I guess Lamar should have 85. But that's just all wrong, in my opinion. That's so high. Holy crap. Seeing that, I actually don't even necessarily disagree with some of those ratings for Lamar. Because I don't necessarily think it's terrible to have Lamar as QB6. Like, that's not the end of the world, especially when you have a scrambler archetype. So I actually, based on their scale, I might walk that back. I think that's okay. If Brady's a 97, Lamar is a 91, I guess isn't that bad. But again, too high. Deshaun should be higher in my opinion. I think Deshaun should be right there with Russ, maybe a little bit lower with like awareness. But they're very comparable in my opinion. Josh Allen, again, could probably... I think 88's fair after one big year. I think that's okay. Dak is too high in my opinion, but given the scale, that's about where he should come in. Tannehill's way too high. I've said it before, I'll say it again. Tannehill's just maybe the most overrated player in the NFL right now. Good player, but if you're going to have Carr at an 81, Kirk Cousins at a 79, like that's more of Tannehill's breath right there. That's pretty ridiculous in my opinion. Ryan and Baker, that's like almost exactly where I have those guys. Stafford, same thing. Kyler, those four, that's actually pretty good. Carr, fine. Herbert, I felt got really disrespected here. So Herbert has... This isn't the most player-friendly. Can I just click on... I just want to see, okay, this is tough to do. But yeah, his throw power and deep accuracy to me. Like, you can't possibly tell me that Lamar Jackson has a better deep accuracy than Justin Herbert. There's no way. No freaking way. But the throw power for Herbert was like 91. Or is it the same as Tom Brady? Hold on. 91 for Tom Brady. Okay, 93. I feel like they bumped it up. I saw 92 on Twitter. We can actually sort by throw power here. So Herbert comes in 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th for throw power. I don't see how he's higher. Jonah Bell, thank you for the generous donation towards the Special Olympics. Means a lot. The screen's buffering. Okay, keep me posted, chat, on if the screen is buffering too much. Well, I don't know what I can do about it, but I'll see what I can do if it's bad. It gave me a warning when I launched. But yeah, I would say Herbert should be above Watson and Wilson. As much as I love Wilson, And then I think it's fair to have these as like your top 6. I do like the gap between Allen and Mahomes. I think that shows. I've talked about it before. Baker, that's a ball velocity thing. He can throw some missiles. He can throw it really deep too. I think he actually had the longest recorded deep pass in the league last year. His arm is underrated. So I think they're okay until you get down here. I don't get Watson and Wilson over Herbert. I think Herbert should have a stronger arm than Rodgers at this point. I would probably go Stafford and Herbert at 95, Rodgers at 94, Baker at 93 is probably how I would do it. And Watson and Herbert up at 95. And then Watson would probably be more at like a 91 for me. Yeah. So that's the quarterbacks. Let's go to running backs. I'm getting hungry. I'm excited for this breakfast sandwich. TFGF treating me well today. All right. Just get Mahomes off of there. Okay, I see. So no 99s at running back. I always disagreed with Christian as a 99. I get it was for the receiving back archetype, but I think that's much better. Henry at 96 and Chubb right there with him. I've always said, man, these 5, it is a matter of personal preference. If you had any of these 5 guys as the highest rated running back, I'm totally fine with it. I think Aaron Jones is a little bit too high. You know, I'd be trading Aaron Jones for Saquon Barkley in my franchises all day with those ratings. I think Aaron Jones is more of an 86 guy. I think he's a star running back. I don't think he's a superstar running back, which a 91 would indicate. Jacobs, Zeke, Mixon, that's about where I have those guys. Chris Carson, I get it. He does a few things really well, so I get how he comes out a little higher. Wow, James Robinson's pretty high. This is too high for Raheem Mostert, in my opinion. He's just a speed guy. He doesn't break tackles. I don't think he has spectacular vision. He has some juke moves, but I think that's a little high for Raheem Mostert. We've seen every running back that gets plugged in there have success, so I think that's a little high. It's good rating for Eckler, Gordon. These running back ratings are actually pretty good. I won't have to change too much here. Lindsey's a little high there. Yeah, I mean, I would say as we go on, these are... I don't have a ton of gripes with these running back rankings, other than I think Aaron Jones is a little high. Based on this scale, I'd have Aaron Jones at like an 80, 87, 88 in this group. But yeah, pretty good. Still a little bit too high in general, but that's the way they operate. They'll be a little bit lower on my roster, but as far as the order, I think that's okay. Let's go to receiver. They got Adams 1, which I think is right. I don't know if this feels to me... I hate to make this entire stream just being like this Rodgers homer, but is it just me, or does it feel like they have this intent on disrespecting Aaron Rodgers? He's never been on the cover. They once ranked Phillip Rivers ahead of him in like 2018. They put Brady over him. They give Adams the 99 club, not Rodgers. It just feels to me like they have this mission to disrespect Rodgers, but maybe that's just me. I don't necessarily have an issue with Adams in 99 club, but I don't know. If he's not playing with Rodgers, I guess he's produced without Rodgers in the past. I think Adams is a stud, so totally fine with him as the top receiver. As a 99, like as someone that edits these ratings, you got to realize how high you have to make this stuff. I would disagree with 92 acceleration, 92 agility. I think that's inaccurate. He should have some of the best short area movement in the league. But if you look at the actual ratings, what you have to do to get him into the 99, he has... God, can they not just like take out the garbage here? 99 catching. I don't think he should have 99 catching. I guess last year he was great, but he's had some unstable hands throughout his career. Spectacular catch 98. Don't necessarily agree with that. 97 catch in traffic. That's not necessarily Adams' game. I don't think he has best hands in the league type of stuff. Right? Like he was really good at the drops last year, but he doesn't make these unbelievable contested catches all the time. It's really not his game. In fact, for the majority of his career, he hasn't been a reliable contested guy. And then deep route running, only a 93, I guess. The release is a 99. I would just say I disagree with boosting his catching as high as it is to get him to a 99. Thoughts on Rashad Bateman being a 72 while Miles Boykin is the same rating. This has always been a huge issue I've had with EA is they have like the Miles Boykins of the world rated way too high to the point that if you don't interfere, the rookies just don't play early on. It's just like, I get having the rookies lower, but you have to also make those veterans that never developed lower as well. Like, why does Miles Boykin just become better because he's been in the league for 2 years? It doesn't always work that way. So I have some serious disagreements with the way they do those kind of mid to low 70s. I think they have way too many veterans in that 70 to 78 group that just, it doesn't really play well, which that's a big part of why I make my roster. So yeah, I think that's fine. Honestly, like Adams, Hopkins, and Tyreek to me are the three most valuable receivers in football still, but I don't agree with Tyreek as a 98 because like he's gonna play authentic to who he is as a 91 overall with his speed and acceleration. He's gonna have here, let's see, okay, I'll come out for it shortly. I just said shortly. God, I hate this the way they do this here. I just want to find his route running and his catching. So his catching, and I can't, it's annoying. Okay. So he has, that's actually okay. But yeah, 90, he has better deep route running than Devontae Adams, significantly. I don't agree with that. He gets open deep because he's so dang fast. Malik with the donation, thank you, my man. Don't worry about not doing more. That is very generous in its own, so thank you. Like, on technique alone, Tyreek Hill is not 93 medium route, 97 deep route. I disagree with that, but I get wanting to make him that high overall because he is that good. But I think his speed, it plays enough in Madden. Diggs, Julio, Michael Thomas, I think should probably be below Keenan Allen and Cooper at this point. Maybe not Cooper, because Cooper's hands should drag him down. As we go, I don't see a ton of major disagreements. I think Mike Evans' hands should put him up there. Wow, Terry McLaurin getting some respect. Thoughts on Zach's throw power being higher? Yeah, I did just go through that, Josh. I don't know if you can go backwards on YouTube, but yeah, I don't agree with it. I think Justin Herbert maybe was the most disrespected quarterback of all the guys. I think Mike Evans, because, like, let's see, he should honestly have like 99s for catching across the board. Wait. What? So what's his route running? Hold on. First off, 90 speed is too high. I mean, that's not terrible. How does he get up there with 89 catching? How does he get up there so high? Weird. What was his... Did he have 99 catching traffic and 99... That's interesting. I'm surprised he came out at a 91 with the way they rated him. Anyway. I don't necessarily... Like, I'm not a huge Mike Evans guy, but I get having him up there. I think these look... Robert Woods seems high to me. A.J. Brown at an 86. That's too low. That's too low. He's better than a lot of those guys we just did. If you're going to have Justin Jefferson as an 88, you got to at least have 88 for A.J. Brown. Cole Beasley at 86, I get it because there's a slot archetype. Any other big snubs here or overrated guys? Again, their scale is way too high. I disagree with their scale. I don't think John Brown, for example, should be an 82 overall. I don't think, Emmanuel Sanders should be all the way up there. I disagree with the scale, which has always been my issue, but the ranking, at least for a lot of these guys, I think is fine. Like AJ Green, Christian Kirk are about 4 overall lower for me. Judy's got to prove it, so I get it. Like Funchess at a 78. No, Devin Funchess is not a 78 overall. Demarcus Robinson is not those are really good players. I think the scale is just way too high, but the listing, it's not bad. I think the receivers, running backs, I don't have major gripes so far. So I am going to take a quick break here and eat, guys. So I appreciate you guys for watching. Thank you so much for the kind donations. Again, there is the link for... Sorry, this is going to be trippy for a second. Forgot I'm on screen cap, but can't show... That's not... All right, whatever. The link in the description there for the fundraiser here. Thank you guys for supporting the cause here. We are climbing up to this $1,500 goal. So you guys have been amazing. Thank you so much for your donations. And I'm going to be right back. I'm just going to eat some breakfast. It'll be, 3, 4, 5 minutes. And we'll be right back to keep going through these Madden ratings. And we're back. Jonah, I want to thank you again for the super generous donation to the Special Olympics. Super kind. And we're back. Ahna made 2 breakfast sandwiches, and they were bomb. And now we are fueled. Shouldn't need a break for a while now. Pardon me as I just clean up my face. All right. So we just went through the receiver rankings. Again, we're doing Madden rating reactions instead of film room because NFL Game Pass took off coaches film for the time being. So I don't actually have access to coaches film right now. Should Ridley be higher than an 88? No, I think that's good. I think that's a good rating for him. Filter now to the tight ends. Tight ends is another group that I know that they just have like they come in really high. And in general, I just disagree with the rating scale overall. I get Kelsey over Kittle. It's fine, given his route running and production. So I think that's fine. Those top three, it's definitely they've separated themselves. Mark Andrews has come back to the pack a little bit. That's a good top five right there. I mean, Hawkinson maybe should be a little bit closer to those guys. But that's a pretty good top five. Gronk, I think, is too high. But I get it. His run blocking is still really good. I have never understood why Hooper came in so high for him. I feel like Hooper is the exact same player Tyler Higbee is. So I don't really get that. Goddard. You know, I would bump Hooper down. I would bump Gronk down. Honestly, I would bump Gesicki down. And even Gesicki, I just feel like he's rated poorly in general. Why does he only have 83 speed? That doesn't make sense to me. Like, he's faster than all these guys. Like, much faster. I just feel like Gesicki in general is poorly rated. He should be a lower overall, but he should be faster. Jared Cook's too high at this point. Ebron's too high. Like, you know, Cook's like a 78 for me. Ebron's like a 76. It's just the scale stuff. I would think Jonnu should be higher. I like that Tanyan's not overrated. I think that's an okay rating for Tanyan. I'd still say too high, but he's starting to get into this cluster of guys like... Actually, you know, I think I'd rather have Tanyan than all these guys. Njoku is iffy. But that's probably about right. But yeah, again, just too high. Irv, the disrespect. How is Irv Smith 5 overall less than Robert Tonyan? That is not right. Irv is the most disrespected player on this tight end list for sure. Like, come on. Dalton Schultz 1 overall less than Irv Smith the same overall as Darren Fells? What the hell are we looking at here? That's not right. That's not right. I feel bad for Irv. That's insane. Okay. Let's now group all of the O linemen together. I heard the offensive line ratings were mostly pretty good. Martin as the number one guy. That's honestly okay with me. I don't know if Martin gets enough credit as the best lineman in football still. He was still really good last year despite his entire O-line falling apart. Bakhtiari is the top left tackle. I think given how good he is as a pass protector, I think that's fair. Trent Williams right behind him. Taron Armstead. Those are all pretty good to me. Stanley right there. Brandon Brooks not going down because of the injury, so that's fine. Rodney Hudson is the top center still. Kelsey, I think, should come down into the mid-80s. I think Kelsey's regressing. I think that's shown. Tyron Smith is too high as well. I know they don't like to lower guys for injuries, but...
Did you want this?
Is it it cold?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'll take it.
I can make you more coffee.
Ooh, yeah, that's nice and cold. Thank you.
Do you want water or coffee?
I got a water right here. Thank you. Yeah, I think, this is where, okay, guys, if I talk about Aaron Rodgers one more time, please tell me to stop. But it really does bother me because they lowered Rodgers below, like, Phillip Rivers after 2018, right? Because he played injured. He played injured in 2018. He had a torn MCL and a fractured tibia. You could tell he was slowed down, and he didn't play as well. So they lower him. And they said, well, we don't lower guys for injuries, but if they play injured and they look worse, we will lower them. Do you really do that, or do you only do that with Aaron Rodgers? Because Tyron Smith's been playing hurt for 4 years, and he's been a good, not great starter. So I'm just saying, the consistency with a lot of stuff, it doesn't always add up. As we go here, though, I don't have any. That's the only one I really disagree with. Again, with all of this stuff, my scale would be much lower. Their scale for O-lineman is a lot closer for me. Again, Bulaga played injured last year, was not close to an 87. He should drop based on the way you've done this in the past. Alex Mack's way too high. Way too high for Alex Mack. Are you serious? Are you serious? There's no way Alex Mack is still an 86. No way. God, the Niners are going to be stacked with an 86 overall Alex Mack. Alex Mack as the same overall as Elton Jenkins. What the hell is that? Oh my God. That's terrible. Lawan's a little low. You know, Lawan shouldn't be lower than Brian Bulaga. Chris Ott, thank you for the kind donation, my man. Appreciate it. Is JC Treader the first? No, we had. Wait, where was Wyatt Teller? Oh my God. I get it with Wyatt Teller. I get the excitement around him. I don't know if I'm. No, I can't show PFF grades on a live stream. I think I'd get in trouble for that. But I mean, he had an amazing year last year. Played 11 games. I'm not ready to go that high on Wyatt Teller. I think he can get there. I just think that's maybe a little bit premature. Like, why is Joe Thuney? I just can't get behind how the hell Alex Mack is an 86. That does not make any sense to me. Thuney seems a little low based on this scale. Like, dude, I'm taking Ben Jones over Alex Mack every day of the week and 5 times on Sunday. Jake Matthews gets disrespected, man. I think Jake Matthews is a good player. I would have him higher on this scale. Waynu at an 80. Look, man. Dude was a stud. Yeah, I think, the O-line ratings are okay. Definitely a couple that I disagree with pretty strongly, but for the most part, not a ton of changing to do here. What do they have for the rookies? Someone said the rookies got obliterated. So 75 for Sewell. I'm cool with that. That's exactly where I have Sewell on mine. They've got 73 for Slater, which is exactly what I have for Slater. 72 for Vera Tucker. I think I'm even higher on David Tucker. Dave Whitman, what's up, Pops? How much do I think it would take to get Aaron to stop doing State Farm commercials? Oh, don't we all wish for the end of that era? Gosh. Or at least go back to the discount double check. Those were terrible, but they weren't as bad as the ones we got right now. Just get whoever's designing the Baker Mayfield commercials. Get Rodgers to do those. Those Baker commercials are great. Christian Darrisaw, they are like spot on with my rookie ratings. I think I might have Vera Tucker 1 or 2 higher, but Darrisaw, Slater, and Sewell are all exactly how I had them. What do they have for 70 for Leatherwood? I think I have a 68 or a 69, but that's fine. Andrew Thomas is going to prove this wrong this year. Prove this wrong this year, guys. Dude, lower than Netani Moody. Come on. I get Moody was good in college, But if your theory is Moody was really good in college, so he should be a 71, well, Andrew Thomas was way better in college than Tony Moody was. Just because he happened to play last year and wasn't great. I just think that's funny sometimes. But, Andrew Thomas is going to prove that rating wrong this year. He's going to have a much better year, too. Kevin Dotson's a 71. Okay, there's just so many inconsistencies here, man. Like, if Michael Onwenu is an 80, how is Kevin Dotson a 71? They had a similar sample size, and they both played really well. I understand Onwenu's probably better than Dotson, but it's not that big of a gap. Like, dude, Pat Elflein is the same overall as Austin, or as Andrew Thomas. What the heck? So there's going to be some work to do on those rankings. Let's go to the defense now. Let's start with... Whoops. I guess we'll lump DT... We'll lump all of the DT, D-end, edge players. I mean, we'll just lump all the front seven guys together, I guess, because we have to, because of the way they list this crap. It's the only way to get a legit look at this. So they have... Wait, I thought... Did we not do D-end? I thought Myles Garrett was the top. Where's Myles Garrett? I thought Myles Garrett was the top edge. What am I missing here? Oh, right. You got to do... Got it. Hello? Oh, I have to hit apply. This is not the most user-friendly system. Right defensive end. Okay, apply. There we go. Yep, Donald. They should make a new overall rating for Donald. He should be 100 plus. I get, like... This is not necessarily how I would do it. It's tough. I think Myles Garrett, Khalil Mack, they're both insane. I do agree with both those guys above TJ Watt. I do agree with that. I'm not going to die on the hill that Khalil Mack is better than Myles Garrett. I think he was last year, but I doubt he is this year. Myles Garrett's insane, dude. So I get it. I think those are the right ratings for TJ Watt. Now, I do think Chandler Jones, they have had a love fest for Chandler Jones for a long time, and I disagree with it. Another comment, it's strange how what they consider a power move, and this is kind of the video game aspect of it, because in my mind, a power move is a bull rush. There's some other stuff in there that, you need power to execute, but if you... Oh, that's hit power. If you ask me what kind of pass rusher is Chandler Jones, I would say he's a finesse rusher. He's not a guy that wins with overwhelming power. Yet, he has 95 power moves. He has better power moves than Khalil Mack, who has the best long arm bull rush I've ever seen in my life. I would say that Khalil Mack deserves 99 power moves, in my opinion. So I disagree with the way they do that. I don't have a problem with 92 finesse moves for Chandler Jones, but I think Chandler should be, in the low 80s based on what I consider a power move. But as Andre pointed out to me on Twitter, club and rip, I think, are considered power moves in the video game Madden. So I understand why they have to do it, but it's just something worth pointing out that I think is fascinating. So, yeah, I think Fletcher Cox is too high. This is where I start to have a lot of disagreements. You're going to see a lot of movement here on my roster on Xbox. you know, J.J. Watt, probably not in the 90s anymore. I think Chandler Jones shouldn't be in the 90s anymore. Fletcher Cox, I think, is a 90. He's still very good, but I would say Cam Hayward's better on the interior. Chris Jones is better on the interior. I think Kenny Clark, Grady Jarrett are better on the interior at this stage. Mr. Zombie from India, thank you very much for the donation. The Special Olympics says thank you. I don't know what the conversion rate is for that currency. I'm not gonna lie, but $40 in your currency. Thank you very much. That could be $200 or $40. I don't know. But thank you. Okay, so yeah, there's gonna be a lot of guys coming down here. JJ Watt should come down. I'm fine with the Fred Warner, Levante David. So I've said Eric Kendricks is the most valuable linebacker, and I'm curious what they have for zone coverage for those guys. Yeah, he's right there. That's fine. So the one thing that obviously Fred Warner does much better than, say, Eric Kendricks is he is a more powerful run defender. He gets in there in a lot more ways. He does a lot more things well as a linebacker. But I do think Eric Kendricks is the best cover linebacker. But again, they have him one zone coverage lower, so I'm not going to totally disagree. And it's not like Fred Warner is a bad cover player. He's excellent. So I'm actually okay with that because Fred Warner is a better tackler. He's a better run defender. So that's fine with me. Levante David also could say similar things about. So I think that's okay. Demario Davis, I love Demario Davis. I called him underrated in my deep dive. Well, apparently I'm not going far enough because they have him above Eric Kendricks. Demario's a stud. I did think he slowed down a little bit last year, though. But that's fine. Demario's a stud. I think the nose tackle thing is interesting because they aren't wrong. Michael Pierce, as a run defender, is a 91 overall. That's kind of a tough thing for them. I know nobody at EA would take Michael Pierce over Kenny Clark or Grady Jarrett or any of those guys, but as a run defender, they aren't wrong. The problem is, in Madden, they get paid based on their overall. So when Michael Pierce is up, he's not going to get paid as a nose tackle at that $10 million mark. He's going to get paid as a pass rushing guy. So for me, it's like, maybe you should reduce the scale for the run defending nose tackle type. So like, if you're the best, if you're a 99 overall true nose tackle, like if you're Snacks Harrison in his prime, maybe you should only be an 84 overall. Maybe the run stopping archetype caps out as an 85. I don't know. It's interesting to me the way that dynamic works. Like I don't have an issue with 91 as a run defender. I agree, he's insane, but he has virtually nothing, offers virtually nothing as a pass rusher. Bosa's going to go up as the year goes on, but he only had 1 year, so I get it. That's like Derwin James. Danielle Hunter should, if you're going to have Chandler Jones as a 95, Danielle Hunter should be higher. I mean, I'm taking Danielle Hunter over Chandler Jones, period. Easy. Like, that's not, I don't even hesitate. So for there to be a 6 overall difference there, I disagree with that. Darius Leonard at an 89, given their skills, fine. I like that he's, linebacker 6. That's about as high as I go with him. Kenny Clark at an 89. I think I have him as a 90. Maybe a little low given the scale. I actually think that's a little high for Za'Darius. That doesn't add up to me. Danielle Hunter's better played than Za'Darius Smith. Way too low for Grady Jarrett. Roquan getting some love. You like to see it. As we go on, this isn't too bad. Nothing I've seen that I can really freak out about here. This all looks pretty good. Brandon Williams wasn't all that good last year. He could maybe come down a touch. Little high for Rashawn Evans. Little high there. These are not that bad. I agree with most of these given their scale. Frank Clark, way down there. That's exactly what I have on him. Yeah, as you go, it's not bad. As you go, it's not bad. There's some stuff at the top that I think is pretty rough, but there's gonna be some slight stuff I disagree with, but not too bad as you go. What about the rookie guys? This wasn't the best edge rookie class. So who's like the top front 7 rookies? Like Micah Parsons. Really got to go pretty deep to find those guys. Where's our first rookie? Got to be showing up here in the 75 range, right? Where's Micah Parsons? Did I pass him? Or did they? Oh, wow, 74. So he's the highest rated front 7 rookie. Or was it Jalen Phillips? Did they have Jalen Phillips and I missed him? I feel like Phillips has to be a 75. Maybe not, though. Wow. Like, if Dennis Gardick is a 75, you're really telling me Dennis Gardick is a better player than Jalen Phillips? Like, what the heck? The scale is just not right. The way they... Where is Jalen Phillips? Why can I not find him? There's no way he's below Kyler Fackrell and Kamoko Toure. Or is he? Oh my god, he's a 72. That's my thing. Like, dude, 72 isn't in a vacuum a terrible grade for Jalen Phillips if you're a little bit lower on him. But if you're going to do that, lower the freaking Kyler Fackrells of the world, the Kamoko Toures, the John Bostics, Jelani Tavai. Like, it's not correct. That's all I'm going to say. That's all I'm going to say. The scale is terrible. That's why I make my roster. Like, you cannot tell me that Dennis Gardick is 2 overall better than Jalen Phillips. It's just literally not true. All right, so now we got cornerback. This was a big disagreement I had. Like, I still think Gilmore's really good. I would still, gun to my head, still probably take Gilmore over Xavier Howard. Dolphins fans can weep. But I don't think he's better than Jair Alexander at this point in time. And I don't think that's controversial to say that. We will get Teddy over here pretty soon. I don't think I have quite the space. I guess I could maybe get him up there, but yeah, we'll have Grand Dog Teddy up here, probably in an hour or so. They gave Parsons 93 speed. Yeah, I think that's too high. 89 or 90 speed for Parsons is plenty. If he comes out and shows, like, because they track like miles per hour and top speed now, if he comes out and he's running 22 miles an hour out there, you can go ahead and raise his speed. But I wouldn't give a linebacker 93 speed because of a good 40 time. So, yeah, the cornerback ratings. I think Gilmore, honestly, if they had him third, I would get it. But I don't see how you can say he's better. Hussey's Huddle, thanks for the super chat. Feeling that Addison is the odd man out this year. Yeah, it depends how the rookies look and how Epinesa looks. But yeah, I think Addison was always going to be an odd man out. Yeah, I disagree with these pretty heavily. I I would slide Gilmore down to like 93, probably. And then Bradbury is still too high for me. I'm sorry. Giants ran more cover 3 than anyone in the league last year. He basically played like a third, safety, like in a lot of ways. He's a good player, but he's not a 90 overall. Kendall Fuller is way too high. Kendall Fuller, this is the definition of why this scale sucks. Kendall Fuller is the definition of an 80 overall player. He's a good starter, awesome number 2 guy. You're happy to have him. He is not a 93-man coverage lockdown corner. Like, I think I saw he has... Yeah, 91-man coverage. That's just ridiculous. That's not who he is. He doesn't play like that on the field on Sundays, and he shouldn't play like that in Madden. He's a good number 2 corner. I don't get that. You can say the same thing about Kyle Fuller being a little bit too high there. Bryce Callahan, they have a slot archetype for a reason, but this is where I wish they had, and he did, to Bryce Callahan's credit, I love Bryce Callahan, he stepped outside and played some outside corner, and I've said that you can play corner at 5'9" in the NFL, so I'm not going to go all in on this, but whether or not how you feel about Bryce Callahan, I do think they should have, just like they have for route running, they should have different coverage ratings. They should have, either do inside, outside coverage ratings, or do short, medium, and deep. Because then you can have a more genuine rating for a Bryce Callahan. Or do the same thing for slot corner, like I said about run-stopping D tackles, and cap it at a certain point. Because I don't think a great slot corner should be up there with some of these other guys, like Marshawn Lattimore. Casey Hayward slowed down last year. 86 is too high for him. He was available for cheap in free agency for a reason. So that's too high there. Again, not terrible as we go down here. Based on this scale, I would bump up Sean Murphy Bunting a little bit, like an 83 maybe. Like, he's a much better player than Trayvon Mullen. Poor Awuzie. That's all right. You're free from McCarthy now. You'll be all right. You'll get back into the 80s this year. Again, if you're going to make the rookies a 76, that's fine. I'm totally with it. That's exactly what I have on Surtain myself. Actually, I think he's a 78 for me. But then lower the Rasul Douglases of the world. Do you realize how stupid this looks, Madden? Rasul Douglas is trash. And he is just as good as Patrick Surtain, one of the top rookie corner prospects to come out in the last 5 years. It is so dumb to see that. I think Douglas is like a 70 or a 71 on my roster. Trey Herndon, same overall as Patrick Surtain. I hate how that looks. It's so stupid. Simply being in the NFL does not make you a better player. And, ugh. All right, last position here. We're actually staying to the schedule really well. I think we said we were going to go till 11:30 for the film room. Okay, safety. Last position group here. I think I have to click off of... Nope, okay, we got it. So I've never been this high on Tyrann Mathieu. Some people are. Some people I respect really sell Tyrann Mathieu high. And people that honestly have spent more time watching him in depth, all I'll say is that when I watch the Chiefs, I do see him getting beat a decent amount. And part of that is it's not actually his assignment. He's just going off, improvising. But I don't think he's got elite range or amazing zone coverage ability. I don't know. I'm not going to die on that hill, but it's not who I would have as the top safety. certainly. Same thing with Buddha. Buddha I would definitely disagree with. Now, his tackling is phenomenal. He's really instinctive. He's a decent cover player, but it's just like these three as the top three safeties, I strongly disagree. I think Jesse Bates is better than those three. I think Justin Simmons is better than those three. I still think Jamal Adams. Like, if you're going to put Buddha up there because he's such a good tackler, I would still rather have... Would I rather have Jamal Adams than Buddha Baker? That is the question. I don't know, actually. Let's leave Jamal Adams out of here for now. But I think Minka is better than those guys. I think Derwin is definitely better than those guys. I think Kevin Byard should be up there with those guys. I still think McCourty's a really good player, but I don't think he's the second best safety in the NFL. Jesse Bates, getting some respect there. I like to see that. I think Bates, Simmons, Minka, and Derwin, those are kind of my my four for the top safeties. I think Harrison Smith's right at 90 is pretty good for him. He's slowing down. They got that 87 speed there, right? Amos, touch high, but he has been super consistent. I think both the Bills guys are a little bit high there, personally. Thank you, Craig. Let's go. I need to start dropping some more sound bites for these super chats. Also, guys, don't forget about the GoFundMe either. If you want to go contribute, we are now close to $600 for the other charity we're raising money for. So don't forget about that either. Let me drop that in the chat real quick. I forget you guys are looking at my screen. Okay, so again, really high with the safety ratings. We're towards the bottom of the first page. We're still in the mid-80s. Antoine, that's going to go up this year, but I think 83 is okay. I think that's about where I have him. I think Justin Reed could go up this year too, although his defense sucks. That's pretty high for Jaquiski Tart. Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with a lot of these. Landon Collins, I think, is better than that. I'd rather Landon Collins than Malcolm Jenkins. That seems a little harsh for Landon Collins. Jesus. No. Dude, Tony Jefferson was trash the last time he played. I don't even know if he'll make the team. That's ridiculous. There's no way that Tony Jefferson is better than Chuck Clark. They literally moved on from Tony Jefferson to go to Chuck Clark. Where do they have our boy Jonathan Abram? 74. I think he's a 69 for me. But given the scale, it's fine. Merrick, 73. A lot of respect for a second rounder there. Okay, there's our Madden reactions. I'm going to go back to the main podcast screen here. So let's see, what do we have next? I can barely read that. Sorry, I'm doing this for my own selfish purposes. Yeah, we're doing great. Oh, it's time deep dive time, guys. It is time to go to work and prepare some graphics. So we did the house tour earlier, showed off my settings or my setup, and now I'm gonna kind of show you how I make a deep dive. Which will be fun. I need to make sure I do not share my full deep dive spreadsheet though, because that would ruin all of the anticipation here. So just to be safe, I'm going to keep this screen up until I get everything ready here. Now, our next deep dive team, I'm actually going to spoil it. You guys probably knew this, although something did happen that would throw a wrinkle in all this. But our next deep dive is going to be... I need some drumsticks. Patriots. New England Patriots are our next deep dive team. Now, the Carson Wentz injury could not come at a more terrible time because, obviously, if Carson Wentz is not there for the Colts, they wouldn't be ahead of the Patriots here. They would not be ahead of the Vikings, the Titans. They'd probably be there... Honestly, they'd probably drop down for me down to, like... Jeez, they'd drop down very far because their quarterback situation's a mess. They'd probably go down to about 27th. It's crazy. I'm very optimistic for what Carson Wentz was going to do here, but it would be a massive drop without him. Brandon, let's go!
Like that. Like that.
Huge donation. Thank you. Very generous. Much appreciated. Oh, also, I missed an opportunity to play the Andre soundbite when we were talking about Tom Brady being over Aaron Rodgers, so just put yourself in that mindset for a second.
The nightmare will continue. The nightmare will continue.
Thanks, Andre. But yeah, we've got the Patriots are up next, but yeah, the Colts would drop down. I mean, if they went and got like Marcus Mariota, they'd probably be more in that, Dolphins, Washington football team, Steelers, like 17 to 21 range. But yeah, given like if Wentz was out the whole year, they would drop down to like 27. Now, if it's Eason for 6 weeks and then Wentz comes back, that's not as big of a drop. But we just don't have enough news, and I don't feel like changing all this stuff, so we're going to go forward with the Colts until after this ranking. I won't spoil where they were going to come in. But, yeah, you get a lot of comments about the Colts, how they would screw up this ranking. We're waiting on news from Carson Wentz. I think there was news today that it's not a season-ending injury, and then we'll find out. They just signed Brett Hundley. Oof. All right. So, yeah, we're doing the Patriots deep dive next. We are not going to record the thing. I'm still going to record it offline, if you will. But I'm going to pull up really my process here and just invite you guys into... This is going to be pretty nitty-gritty, like graphic editing stuff. So if you're into Photoshop and curious how I make my thumbnails and also how I kind of formulate all the deep dive stuff, then this is the place for you. And we're going to do this until... We may or may not finish all the graphics, but we're going to do this until... we're going to do it for about 2 hours. So buckle up. This is going to be one of the nitty-gritty hours, couple hours. I'm just kind of debating where I want everything to be. I think the chat's in a good spot there. Let's pull up that. And honestly, my microphone's kind of in the way here. I might move this a little bit. Let's see what I can do here. I need to tighten that. That should be pretty good. Like that. Sure. It's closer to my air conditioning, so sorry about that, but that should be... I guess I can bring it like right there. How's that sound, guys? Does it sound pretty good? I've never put it in that position before. I actually kind of like it up there. Huh. Out of the way. Jacob Johnson or Jacob Johnson, relevant fullback alert. That's right.
You like that? You like that?
What cards are we opening later? I think Nalter is going to get some football cards and some Pokemon cards. That's going to be fun, though. I'm excited for the stuff we're doing later on. And then I need to open up... my PFF. I need to open up my Our Lads. Patriots is a super deep team. I don't know if I'm going to be able to get them done in an hour when I'm recording. Do I like being imposter in Among Us? I do like being imposter. I'm still learning that game, but we're going to play some of that later tonight. Alright, I think I'm ready to flip the screen over. So welcome into my Photoshop. I think I'll go ahead and make this stream promo a little bit smaller. So we just edit basically in the same order that you guys are used to. I do need to open this graphic first, so we can slide the Pats in there. If you guys ever have any questions about this stuff, do not hesitate to ask. That's part of the reason I'm doing it. Is I know there's a lot of people that ask, like, how do you make your graphics? What do you do? That's why I'm doing this right here, is to just give an insight into all that. Pat's tight ends are their receivers. Yeah, basically. But with the way their offense is built, I don't mind it. 12 personnel can do some crazy stuff. This is half of my job right here, guys, is deciding if down 1 pixel is better than up 1 pixel. Welcome to my life. How did I learn to do all this stuff? Trial and error. Years and years of just making graphics. Wasn't here if mentioned, but thoughts on the Madden ratings? We just spent an hour going through the Madden ratings supernova. I think you can rewind on the live stream. I would just go back about an hour. You won't be missing much. We're just making graphics here, so we went through position by position. But thank you for the donation. Don't want to look past that. So now we got to make our background here. Get that Patriots logo. Also, if you see me doing, if you are a Photoshop expert and you have any tips for me, because I did not take any classes for this, this is all self-taught, I will happily take any suggestions. Let's go back. Which looks better? Blue on top or red on top? They both look... I think red on... blue on top looks better. Come on. I want that blue to come... not that far. It's being stubborn. There we go. And then I usually darken it a little bit. Although those colors are pretty dark already. And then we just save that in I'm just trying to make sure there's nothing in here that's going to spoil the rest of these deep dives. I guess I could probably just move my files over here, but I feel like it brings it up every time. Alright, I gotta save that as Pat's. Alright, so now we take this. We can actually just get rid of that. And we drop that in there. And now we get to pull up our lads and go through their... Geez, this is going to be a crazy key departures and additions with all the opt-outs. My God. I don't even think... I'm going to have to make that text smaller. So, let's go back to Patriots. Just to show you what I'm looking at here. This is our lads. I'm sure most of you have used this before. So you can go... You can go into archive dates. So I usually go to like November of last year. And then I just go through position by position. So like first loss here is going to be, I guess, Joe Tooney. Unless there's anyone on... You know, I probably won't count Marcus Cannon as an opt-out because he probably played... Okay, sorry PFF, I'm going to show it for just a second because I'm just showing my process here. He probably played nothing last year. Yeah, I didn't think so. Marcus Cannon didn't play last year. So that, I don't count that as an a loss if they didn't play. So you guys can always contribute with any super chat questions as I'm doing this. All super chats today going towards the Special Olympics. So yeah, our first loss is going to be Joe Tooney. Staff-wise, they're good. They have the same staff. OG. And then we've got on the defensive side of the ball, really nothing major. I guess Jason McCourty is gone. Or yeah, Jason McCourty's gone. But that's really it. Unless there's someone I'm forgetting. I think it's just Julian Edelman's a loss. Yeah, I guess. How many... Edelman only played 6 games last year, though. But I guess... Yeah, I guess we can put Julian Edelman in there. From a leadership perspective, we've put in guys that have played less games in there as a loss. And then... Jason McCourty. That's really it. Part of why I like this Patriots team. Yeah, Patrick Chung, but did Chung even play last year? That's my thing. Didn't he? No, Chung opted out last year. He didn't even play. Yeah, no, Chung doesn't count. Probably one more there. And now the key additions, let's just do the freaking opt-outs first. Because that alone, let's just get them out of the way. So you got, I guess a lot of them weren't coming back anyway, but Donta Hightower. Is that the only... I think that really is the only one that truly counts there. Yeah, so we'll get to him. let's just start with the additions. Starting with McCorkle. Oops. Mac Jowens. Oh yeah, Demir Bird, he counts. He counts. We'll put him up there. It's Damire Bird, right? Isn't it spelled like... That doesn't look right. I was close. No, I'm not going to count Patricia as an addition. Alright, so we got McCorkle Jones. We got running backs. I'm not going to count Ramondre Stevenson. We got Nelson Aguilar. We got Kendrick Bourne. Ridiculous amounts of receivers here. Or just players. We've got the 2 tight ends, so Jonnu Smith. We've got Hunter Henry. That text is smaller. This is chill. I like this. I like letting you guys in. Also, you can catch any typos I might have, which is also nice. Ooh, they picked up Troy Fumagalli. I like that. O-line, they added Trent Williams. Sorry, Trent Brown. That's right. We chillin', we chillin'. And then that's really it for the offense. Defense, we are seriously going to have to make this smaller. Because we've got up front Christian Barmore. I'm not gonna bother with Ted Cross at center. He's not gonna start. We got... I might even take Kendrick Bourne off there. We've got Devon Godshaw. Oh, they lost Adam Butler. That's a loss. Right? Or did he not play for them last year? Did he opt out? Why? I thought Adam Butler was on... Yeah. Yeah, he had almost 30 pressures for them. That's a loss. Cornerback, Devon Godshaw. Love to see it. These are always a pain in the ass. They never want to be in line. I'm probably doing something wrong with this, but... that works. Okay. Matt Judon, Henry Anderson. God, it's crazy all the guys they added here. I'm actually gonna... I like to go in order of position. Henry Anderson's gonna be more of a D-end hybrid there. Matt Judon. We might be able to fit all this in. Yeah, Ronnie Perkins. I'm not going to put Perkins on there because he's not even like a key addition for this year. I feel like... Oh, Donta Hightower. Yeah, Kyle Van Noy. It's insane, dude. They added so many... Everyone calling for the Patriots. I'm like, do you realize how many toys Belichick has to work with this year? This is the most additions we've ever had on this because we ran out of space for that record graphic down there. Insane. Maybe we can still fit it in. Or I'll just get rid of the record because it don't matter. We got Jalen Mills. And that's about it. Just making sure I didn't miss anybody. God, that's just crazy. The losses are nothing other than Joe Tooney. And the additions are crazy. So their record last year was what, 6-10? Seven and 9. God, how did they go 7-9 last year? It felt like they were way worse. Oops. And there's our first graphic, guys. Looking fresh. Just gotta save them. Oh, hang on. So to get that flowy special effects background, we have to have a background-less graphics. We have to save it as a PNG file. So I save the Photoshop file so I can make any edits I need to, and then I save the PNG for Adobe Premiere. I'm not counting Raekwon McMillan, no. If it was just departures and additions, sure, but emphasis on key departures. I don't know why I'm looking over here. Emphasis on key departures and key additions. Raekwon McMillan is not a key addition. All right. Quarterback. All right, we gotta find a Patriots text logo. See if I already have one. No. This is low-key one of the harder things, is finding an actual logo without a background on it. What's up, Panda? Welcome in, my man. Figured the Patriots would have a good one or two. Well, that's a classic. There's actually a lot of options here. You can tell everybody. Alright, hopefully this doesn't have a background. Hey, that's a winner right there. I'm gonna do what some of these have done with this logo and put... Oh, good point. We gotta put... We gotta do that. Good call, Evan. Let's save that again. So they were putting this like right in there. I like that. Yeah, Wiki has most of the background list logos. Hold on. I can't get it to center with all this stuff. It's not working there either. Never mind. Just have to eyeball it. That works. Looking good. I like it. Have I looked at any 2022 mock drafts? No. No, I have not. Nice. Looking clean. Let's save it. I did screw up. Oh no, we got the 4 quarterbacks here. Cool. Sorry, Jake Dalagala, you're not gonna make the cut here. So we're gonna have Cam. We're gonna have Mac Jones. Jarrett Stidham, and believe it or not, Brian Hoyer is still hanging around here. And then my overall grade for the Patriots is 71, which is 26th. Go like that. Jarrett was pretty rough to watch last year, and Hoyer would actually probably be a little better. And now we get the pictures. This is like the most time-consuming part right here, is finding these pictures. I've also encountered a glitch lately where it doesn't always copy the picture I want. Very frustrating. That works. Oh, we should get some background music going. Oh, we have it. It's going. We're good. Chris Ott, you're coming in big with these donations. Greatly appreciated. Thank you for showing your support for the Special Olympics. The picture I had of AJ Johnson on the Broncos deep dive was sick. I don't even remember what I had for him. Stidham injured and likely to be shut down. I still feel like talking about him, so I'll just leave him up there. I don't care about Jacob Dolegala. No offense to the good people of the Dolegala family, but I don't see a emergence there on his third team in as many years. I should have done the cigar, Mac Jones. Alright, let's just get these in there. Why do I have 4 QBs? I don't know. Ask the Patriots. They've actually got 5. The wily veteran coming in. Look at him. What a stud. Dude just looks like a backup quarterback. Man, you guys aren't giving up. All right. Fine. Oh, he's got his shirt off, too. Is there not one of him? Jeez, dude, he is so chubby. Fine. If I get demonetized because of this, I'm blaming chat. Good Lord. Unreal. Unreal. That's good. It looks so ridiculous. What do you think Cam Newton thinks when he sees them taking this man to come and take his job? All right, QB grade down. What would I tweet if the Raiders cut Clelin Ferrell? Jeez, dude. Might want to drag the crop down an inch. Oh, you're right. Good spot. No, I think we had it actually. No, we had it. We're good. Why? Is there something in this picture that I'm not seeing? Just because of that? I'll just leave that. It's fine. Okay. Running back. Sorry, we can get rid of the relevant fullback alert. No offense, Jacob Johnson. Chris, we were talking about Wentz earlier, but if he's out the whole year, I was saying like mid to low 20s actually, and if he's out for a few weeks, maybe 18-ish. I need my footrest. There we go. All right. Yeah, you wish, Patriots. You wish this was your running back room. I really should put a little like footnote on here for Cam Newton, but his presence boosts their abilities. It's all, you know, Cam Newton without his running probably isn't a 71 grade. So that's kind of where that comes into play. I try to factor in the QB run game into the... Oh, fix this photo. I feel like it's... As long as I have them in the original save, yeah, I have them in that, so that's fine. Doesn't matter. I don't know what happened there, but as long as I have it for the save. First play of practice, Zach Wilson launched a 60-yard bomb. He saw everyone trashing Madden for giving him a 94 throw power, and he's like, watch this. Making him look right. Okay. So let's do this first. We've got... Who even... It's Damian Harris. Let's be honest. Oops. Harris, we've got probably Sony, technically RB2. A lot of backs here. We'll go James White here. That looks smaller. Tyler Gaffney? Dude, that's a name I have not heard in a minute. Why do they have Tyler Gaffney, bro? He was on New England in 2014. He's 30 years old. Why do they have Tyler Gaffney? Oh, man. He isn't even better than Brandon Bolden. Oops. I think it did that to me last time, too. Do you not want to come up? Come on, little buddy. Let's go. Weird. I don't know why it does that. Something's bugging. Broshmo, let's go. What is up? Huge. Your daughter was a 5-week preemie. That's amazing, man. Now she's a beautiful 2-year-old. Thank you for the donation, man. Means a lot. Thanks for sharing your story. Gotta have you on the channel one of these days, my friend. Until then, everyone go check out Broshmo's channel. Alright. Is that... So that's supposed to be Tyler Gaffney. 30.26. Yep, that's the right size. I still can't believe Tyler Gaffney is here. When will Teddy make an appearance? We could probably get Teddy at any moment. I know Ahna wasn't feeling the best today, so he's helping Ahna with some snuggles right now. Shout out to 94 overall Damon Hammers. Maybe someday. We can probably plug in those ratings first. I think Harris... I like Harris. Do I go any higher than an 80 for him? Let's see. What did I give their running back grade? It's going to be tough because I give out these grades like in May. And if you couldn't tell, sometimes they change. But we have a 78.9 running back grade here. That's good enough to give Harris an 80. Sony Michelle. 76 feels about right, actually, for Sony. Maybe even 75. James White as a runner. Stevenson's a stud. I like if he can get on the field. J.J. Taylor's sneaky. Brandon Bolden's done some stuff. Gaffney, sorry, my man. You're going to stay down there. Yeah, Damian Harris is going to go off this year, dude. Just statistically, he's going to go off. I feel like this didn't translate over here. It's like Inception. There we go. You didn't know about his off-field issues, but you had Stevenson as a top 5 back. You know, honestly, fair. If you didn't know about his off-field stuff, he has that type of talent, so I get it. But yeah, he had some real... He was constantly on and off the field at Oklahoma. I think he got multiple drug suspensions. Gaffney played baseball? Jeez. Like, that's what he did after he was in New England in 2014? I mean, that's pretty cool. Oh, we're getting this glitch again. This is what I'm saying. I wonder... Yeah, I don't know why this happens, but it's frustrating. It's like the first image I copy doesn't work, and then if I pick another one, it does work. Did it again. Do I change my player ratings through the season? I mean, yeah, my opinion on guys is constantly changing. Every time I watch a game, I walk away with new opinions on guys. Oops. You think I'm a bit high on the Pats? They overpaid in free agency. We'll see how it goes. Thank you for supporting the cause. Maybe I just overbelieve in Bill Belichick and can explain away a lot of the things that happened last year, but I think they got a nice floor at quarterback now. Motivated Cam Newton. Defense should be one of the best in the league. Offensive line is going to be dominant. A lot to like, in my opinion. Do I think N'Keal Harry gets cut? Well, we're about to do the receiving grade, so we'll ask me again in about 10 minutes. Get a better look at this receiving core here in a second. Culture actually does not rank first, believe it or not. Defensive coaching does. I think they're in the top 10, but they're not first. So receiving, where do you think they come in at receiving? Where do you think they rank? You know they aren't 32nd or 31st, because that goes to Detroit and Houston. Mr. Hurricane, what's up? How's it going, my man? Thanks for the super chat. Glad you enjoyed the Vikings deep dive. Wow, lots of... Geez, we're seeing a lot of guys saying 20-ish. 22, 24, 25, 13, 25, 22. Nah, man, they're 30th. Patriots are 30th in receiving grade. Not a grade of 30. That would be ridiculous. I mean, New Orleans and Indianapolis are the next two. Las Vegas is 27th, so there's a lot of good receiving cores out there. Okay, so not sure how I got on the Chiefs hour, lads, there. I mean, your number one is Nelson Aguilar. I mean, that says it all right there. Your number two is Kendrick Bourne. Your slot is Jacoby Myers. That seems smaller. These are 28, right? And then I just spoiled the Colts, yeah. Well, I already said the Colts probably, after I do their deep dive, I'm going to announce that they're dropping because of if Carson Wentz is missing time. Wide receiver 4, Gunnar Olszewski? Look at this garbage. Marvin Hall, maybe? Literally, who the heck is wide receiver 4? I guess it's N'Keal Harry. No, I don't think N'Keal Harry gets cut looking at this. Oh my god. We actually have to put N'Keal Harry's face up here. Unreal. And then 5, I guess, is Gunner. I spell that right? Olszewski. Hey, requesting a trade doesn't mean you get traded. Especially in New England. I don't even know. That's not right. He's not the next guy. I guess we put Trey Nixon there, and then Marvin Hall, I guess. Matthew Slater's not a real player, but we'll put him there. Devin Ross, I don't know who that is. This is crazy. This is easily the worst receiving room in the receiving core. Just receivers. At least they have tight ends, right? I should swap wide receiver 4 for tight end 2. That's actually a really good idea. Is it worth it though? Yeah, I think it is. Alright, so let's go. Let's put go back down the list here. So in Keelary, Gunner, Oles, Zuski. We'll put, who did I knock off there? Trey Nixon. And Marvin Hall. And then I'll just throw Slater at the end because he doesn't actually play. And then here we'll go with Hunter Henry. Tight end too. Yeah, that looks much better. What I'm gonna do though is that, and then I'll go like this. And like this. I'll just do it a little differently. Much better. His last name is pronounced Olszewski. Yeah, I know. I like him. He's from here. He's from somewhere in Minnesota. Also, what's up, Devontae? Thanks for the super chat. All right, Janu. And let's put James White in there. Why not? Doing it a little bit differently for this one. So we'll go, I guess, Matt Lacoste isn't terrible for a third tight end. You got Troy Fumagalli they picked up. Yeah, Bemidji State. We've got, oh, they added David Wells too, huh? Good blocker. Dalton Keene, Patriots rebuild legend, which, by the way, guys, our rebuild tonight is going to be the Patriots, and I'm super excited for it. It's a very Patriot-centric 24-hour stream. It wasn't intentional to be that way. It just happened to be this was our next deep dive team, and we got a $250 donation to March of Dimes in honor of the Patriots. So very Patriot-centric here. Now we just got to get Andre on here. Dalton Keene, and I guess Asiasi's on the COVID list right now. I got to start looking out for those. Our lads is moving the COVID guys down to the reserve list now, so I got to keep an eye on that. Dalton Keene was traded to the Texans? I don't think so. They've got him listed right here. He's on the PUP list. Maybe he failed his physical. I'm doing all right. How long does it take me to do everything for a single deep dive? It usually takes me about 3 hours to get all these graphics done. So I don't know. Some teams move faster than others. And then the recordings usually take about, you know, depending how many takes I have. Not like sports opinion takes. I mean like recording takes. Depending on that, it can take anywhere from an hour to 2 hours. And then the editing takes another hour or so. So you're probably looking at about an 8 to 10 hour process for each deep dive. Not to mention, before Game Pass took off all 22, I was watching anywhere from 3 to 5 games on that team on coach's film to try and learn some more about the team. But unfortunately, I can't do that right now. Thanks, Game Pass. Luckily, as we get, now that we're deeper into the deep dives, I've already watched these guys pretty in depth. Although the Patriots, I'm not gonna act like I was doing much more than rewatching condensed games before I went to bed on the Patriots. But last year wasn't really reflective of who they were as a team either, so. Cool. That was a lot of players for them. Let's do the ratings. Aguilar, he was okay. I'll give him a 76. Bourne, I don't mind Kendrick Bourne. Jacoby's okay. What was Jacoby's PFF grade last year? He's a good slot guy. He's not a typical slot guy. He's a little bigger and slower. Did I open a second window here? Yeah, here we go. Let's see. Jacoby last year, he actually had a pretty good grade. Did that drop off? Yeah, that dropped off as the year went on. He had that 4-week stretch when Cam Newton was starting to play well, and then really dropped back off. But I could go 73 for Jacoby. Thanks, Raph. You're just wondering where you find your schemes for offense and defense, and if a team is a 4-3 or 3-4. I don't find it anywhere. That just comes from me watching all the games and knowing and just kind of following coaches around the league. But you know pretty quickly based on how they use their edge rushers. If you see the edge rushers playing with their hand in the dirt, then odds are they're a 4-3 base. Thoughts on Xavier Howard to the Chiefs? I don't think it'd be a good move for them, to be honest, man. The Chiefs' problem at this point for me is depth. And I don't know how many top players they can really go after. Like, they need picks. They need cap space to fill out that roster. I honestly would not like that move. Like, they've already made moves that they probably shouldn't have been able to make. I'm questioning this Jacoby Myers thing. Because that's actually a really nice PFF grade. And this is where, like, if I had the Game Pass, I could be like, what I would typically do, if I had more time, if I wasn't doing this live, what I would typically do is be like, oh wow, he had a 90 PFF grade week 9 against the Jets. Let's go see what he did so well. But right now, I can't really do that. So, He had a 67 grade the year before that. Part of this deep... You guys might learn from the deep dives, but I also learned from the deep dives. And then I question, like, do I move up their receiving grade? I'm going to give him a 74. And then as far as the receiving grade goes... Thing is, like, I know he's got good hands. I don't know if I trust him to, like, get open all that much. I've never, like, been wowed by his route running. I'm having second thoughts. I mean, it's a little better than the Saints receiving core right now, so I think I should bump this up to a 75. And of course, that is enough to take them over my next team. So that just complicates things. The debate. I'm just debating. Alright, I'll tell you what I'm debating. Screw it. The Colts are the next team. Surprise, surprise. So after that new look, they were really close to the Colts. And now, I just bumped up that receiving grade. And the Patriots jumped just ahead of them. And now I'm debating, should I just make the Colts my next deep dive? And just bite the bullet. Because with the Carson Wentz stuff, like, they're going to come in behind them anyway. So, I think that's probably what I'll do here. Because I'm looking through the Colts ratings, and there's nothing that I would move to re-give them the nod over the Patriots. And I know I'm going to move them down anyway, so I think that's probably the right thing to do. So I guess there goes that hype. But I'm gonna keep doing the Patriots here, but they're actually gonna come in 10th now. So yay me, I get to make more graphics before I record again. But we'll just keep going with the Patriots here. But they have climbed up now. That was a nice little insight into some of the stuff I struggle with as the series goes on throughout the summer. It's a long time to have a stable metric or a stable grade. So yeah, congratulations to the Patriots. They'll come in as a top 10 team, I guess. Okay, so we're doing the receivers. We got stuck on Jacoby Myers. That was what was up. And Keel Harry, 68? It's usually what I do is I come up with a grade in my head, and then if I have second thoughts on it, I'll cross-reference his PFF grade. Where he was, 61 receiving grade. That's about right. Gunner. Gunner did some stuff last year. I think a good 67 there for him. Maybe 66. Pretty unproven, but there could be something there. Trey Nixon, sorry, 64. Is Marvin Hall that super athletic? Lengthy receiver. Let me pull up his draft scouts page. Is he like another Damiere Byrd for them? Oh, that's the guy that was on the Lions. I'm like, I usually don't get hung up this much because the Patriots had so much movement. I guess he hasn't really done much other than that one game. So that's probably fine to keep him there, but he can play. He only has 37 career receptions, but for 772 yards, that's crazy. He has a 20.1. He's a 21 yard per reception average. What makes the Pats? Well, technically, it's not so much better than the Saints. You got to keep in mind the gaps here are so small, but the defense is way better, and even their quarterback room looks a little better. The Patriots defense is getting slept on. Sorry, Matthew Slater, but you're not a receiver. And then we got Jonnu. Jonnu, to me, actually isn't technically as good as Hunter Henry, but just with the receiving grade alone, go 80, 82 for Jonnu. Hunter Henry, he's been not quite the same. Yeah, 81's a good receiving grade for Hunter Henry. James White, though. It's a good 80. I always thought James White was a little overrated as a receiving back, but that's because I value like the ability to make guys miss a little more. But he's got like super reliable hands. Damian Harris isn't bad per se. Michelle's not that bad. Michelle's actually pretty good as a receiving back, to be honest. Stevenson's good. J.J. Taylor's not bad. These guys can all catch. Oops. Interesting receiving core, to say the least. I feel like these moved. Yeah, those definitely moved when I adjusted the graphic a little bit there. I guess that doesn't matter because we're going to do that. Gunner gave you early Edelman feel. I'm not ready to go there yet. I'll see it when I believe it. Also, I love saying that. It's super fun. Big fan of misusing terms. Always have been, but when I do it intentionally, it's even better. I feel like I didn't do the backup tight ends there. I didn't grade them. Lacoste is 67 is about right for him. Fumagalli can play a little bit. Keen and Asiasi. You know what I'll do? I'm gonna go 66. Go like that. I decided to switch over the graphic style this year because it's a much more professional look. I felt like, though the Madden was more convenient, I don't want to just be a Madden YouTuber, right? Like, I think that diminishes what I'm really bringing to the table as a football analyst. So I felt like this was a big step towards removing that stigma that I'm just a Madden YouTuber. And honestly, I think it's one of the best moves I've made for my channel. I actually have a goal of getting all Madden content over to TFG Plays, my second channel, by 2022. So if you aren't following TFG Plays, guys, by the way, I feel like a lot of people don't even know about it. Go check it out. Right now we are doing a Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order series there, but we really only do one non-Madden series throughout the summer, and then it's back to Madden. So that's where I do all my rebuilds, my Madden content. Although when Madden comes out, I'm going to do one episode of the rebuilds like I always used to do them, and then the rest of that series is going to continue the exact same way on TFG Plays as an offline series. The only Madden thing that's going to stick around on this channel long term is going to be the studs and duds. That's not going anywhere. I'll still be doing that. All right, we got to get these pictures. Slowing down a little bit here with that hold up. Ugh, this glitch is gonna be the death of me. Am I going to finish Jedi Fallen Order during the stream? No, I'm going to save that for the Twitch streams. I'm going to keep that separate. I am going to probably play a little Mass Effect, though, later on. Just chill with a little Mass Effect. It's funny how all these guys are from different teams. Johnny's such a beast, dude. Look at those arms. What's up, TJ Levy? Ugh, come on. Really? Copy the dang picture. And that's his old jersey now. Finally. I don't know why it does that. What's happening is I'm on the internet. I try to copy the picture. And then it just doesn't come in. Oh, we already have the James White picture. Oh yeah, some Halo would be sick when Halo Infinite comes out. Yeah, we definitely got to get some Twitch Halo streams going with the chat. Get everyone involved. So I'm debating if I should just start doing the Colts defense. I think I might do that. I might just start working on the Colts graphics for the next hour. Because apparently they're getting passed up here. And that's actually without touching the Carson Wentz grade, by the way. I mean, I have to make all these graphics at some point anyway, so it doesn't make a huge difference, but part of the reason I wanted to do this on stream was that I'm going to be sleeping for a long time after this 24-hour stream, so that I wanted these to be ready to speed up the process for the next one. So once I finish this graphic here, which I think we just did. I think that's everything. That's right, Brandon. You're in heaven. You get to watch the making of a Colts deep dive. Is Wentz the most fragile QB in the league? I mean, who else is even in competition? It all looks good to me. I'm just kind of proof viewing it here. Yeah, exactly, Geometric Heat. It's the same thing I was going to do with the Rodgers, with the Packers Rodgers before. Obviously, Rodgers is back now, but I was going to keep them as if Rodgers was back and then talk about the alternatives with Love, but we don't have to do that now. So, let's see. I guess we'll just count that in as some good progress for the Patriots. And let's do some Colts, I guess. I'm gonna take a quick bathroom break here, chat, and get a new Coke coffee. Although, there's only 70 calories in that bad boy. That's not too bad. So yeah, I'm going to take a quick bathroom break. Well, we just hit 5 hours, so are we a quarter way? Almost a quarter way. We're an hour. In an hour, we'll be a quarter way through this thing. Oh, man. Why did I do this to myself? I remember why. Charity, people. Make sure you guys contribute to the GoFundMe page. We are, oh my goodness, we got something's popping off. We've gotten a bunch of donations. We are now close to $1,000, guys. Seeing some $5 donations in there as well, guys. Every bit helps, so we are amazing. We are actually almost 2/3 of our way to the goal for the Special Olympics, and we've also got $680 in chat revenue here as well, and that's all going. Did I say Special Olympics? Sorry. The GoFundMe that I just posted the link for is for the March of Dimes, and we have $680 of chat revenue, guys, going towards the Special Olympics. You guys are amazing. It's an unreal turnout for just not even a quarter of the way through this thing. So that's why I'm putting myself through a 24-hour stream right there. Feels great. Appreciate you guys showing out in a big way. And I'm just gonna take a quick break. I will be right back. Okay. Don't mind me as I have just a few flaming hot Cheetos. These are goated, but the jalapeno cheddar, the flaming jalapeno cheddar Cheetos are double goated. These will fire me up a little bit. Okay. So yeah, we for those that missed it, we ended up basically slightly adjusting my opinion on Jacoby Myers midstream. That was enough to bump up their receiving grade just enough to take them over the Colts. And given the fact that with the Colts Carson Wentz deal, they're probably inevitably going to come down anyway, you're actually getting 2 deep dives revealed here on the stream today, because the Colts are now going to be the 11th team and the Patriots are going to be the 10th. So we're actually going to transition now to the Colts defense, because part of the reason I did this was that I wouldn't have to make the graphics before I record probably on Monday. Though, I guess I can also announce that Zach Hicks writes for the Colts and Sports Illustrated. He has agreed to come on. I'm recording with him Monday night. So Colts Deep Dive will be up on Tuesday. Patriots probably on Thursday, because we got half the graphics done. All right. And I get my music from Comp Keys, who's actually coming on later. We're going to play some games. We're going to play, I think, a little Super Smash Bros. Maybe some other stuff, but I don't know if I have any links for Comp Keys at the moment, but yeah, Darius Leonard. We're going to be able to get to Darius Leonard here very quickly. So let's pull up. Let's see here. Let's pull this up. And we do have to go back and I'm actually going to do the quarterback page as well, because there's more space to work on this thing right here. So we have a couple things to adjust here. I also need this, because they're coming down here. And I can hide them for now. It'll be our little secret, guys. Only Stream Gang. So what is the latest scoop on Carson Wentz? I need to know what the latest Carson Wentz news is. Like, what can we expect here? I know Rappaport apparently said that it's not a season-ending injury. It doesn't seem we know. It doesn't seem we know a ton yet. So we'll put the Colts at 11 there for now. And I will just mention that without Wentz, they drop down. I mean, without him for the season, they come down into, probably right here. Probably up to down to 26. If he misses, 4-6 weeks or whatever, I'd probably put him 17. It's probably where I'd come in there. Yeah, thanks, Chris. It's not season ending. Could miss a few games, so I do think the fact that he's missing the preseason does hurt a little bit, but it's not the end of the world. So I'm cool with them at 11 for now. I think I'll just leave them there. I was debating if I wanted to just like move them here and then put a little note in there, like I had to had to get the deep dive in. But yeah, we will reveal the Colts as 11th, and that's not because it's not even because of the Wentz injury. It's because my stance on those Patriots receivers changed slightly, and they were neck and neck. So I feel pretty good about that move right there. Colts logo seems a little bit off. Those Cheetos are making a comeback. It's the fourth quarter and they won out. Not in that way. They're just making me cough. Also, I might just go with a solid blue for the Colts background instead of the gradient. Let's see how that looks. If it looks dumb, I'll do white and blue. I've never done a solid blue. Oops. It's pretty clean. I think I like it. Looks pretty good. What spot the next tier gap is? It's here. It's after the Patriots. There's a tier gap after the Patriots. Just saving it into a new folder. So this is actually 11 Indie. Let me change to New England. Yeah, we'll see, Geometric Heat. Eagles could still easily get their first round pick. Need to get a Colts text logo. I like that. Please be a PNG. Boo! We hate backgrounds. Boo! I guess we're just gonna have to go with this one. I mean, I could try to get rid of the background, but it never frickin' works the way it should. Like, watch this. It never works the way you want it to. So like it doesn't look bad right there, but then there's always like It always saves like just a little bit. Oh, that actually looks clean as hell. All right, chat. Let's just save that. Ollie Marpet is the most underrated player in the NFL. He is underrated, I'll give you that. I mean, he's no Aaron Rodgers, but... I'm kidding. Relax, everybody. Chill out. Gosh. We're having fun here tonight, chat. We're having fun. Ooh, that looks nice. I like that. Not that. I don't like that. Thanks for being here, Bailey. Maybe we'll see you later. Glad you're enjoying the stream. We should be able to go like this. What do we have coming up next, anyway? Is it Tiermakers? I think we have Tiermakers coming up next. That's gonna be fun. I'm looking forward to Tiermakers.
Five letters here, just for everybody out there in Packerland and yourself today. R-E-L-A-X. Relax. We're gonna be okay.
What's up, John LaDuca? How we doing? All right, that looks pretty good to me. Man, this Red Bull is helping significantly. I was reeling a little bit, but we're back. A big podcast like that takes it out of you, I'm not gonna lie. We kicked it off. We rolled out of bed and just were like, we're going. 2-hour podcast. Bring it home. All right, so the Colts quarterback grade. I see Connor Lee lurking in the chat, ready to roast me for this quarterback grade. The Colts quarterback grade, and we're just kind of going about this as if nothing happened for now. It's 18th for Carson Wentz. So... $77.4, which gives them 18th. Connor. Yeah, I think 18's reasonable. It's a good balance of unknowns, right? Unknowns that have just been complicated even further. And so apparently we need to add Brett Hundley here. So many quarterbacks. They have... I guess they only have 4. We got Jacob Eason. Tim Tebow, 2. and Brett Hundley. Oh, what's up, sexy? Do I think Colts will trade for Minshew? No, I do not, because I don't think the Jags will trade them Minshew, unfortunately. Honestly, I think they go with Eason and Hundley and Ellinger. I believe it's just a foot injury. How bad could it be? I don't think they make any drastic moves. Like, they're not a quarterback away. They're not a quarterback that's available in trade away from winning a Super Bowl, and like, you've already made this investment in Carson Wentz. Like, if your quarterback gets hurt and you suck because of it, that's crap luck, but also, like, don't keep digging, you know? Like, you have a lost season, so. Now, that's more referencing Marcus Mariota. I think if they could have acquired Gardner Minshew, I think that would have been the perfect move to make. 3rd round pick, 4th round pick, whatever it is, 100%. But unfortunately, I really don't think the Jags would throw him a bone like that. Even if, you know, maybe they could drive up the price because it's interdivision. If they could get a 3rd from the Colts, I'd probably just go ahead and do it if I'm the Jags, but that's not like Gardner Minshew is going to terrify you for decades to come. But yeah, I tend to agree. Like, it's too early to panic about this injury. Question is, do I leave Tim Tebow too, or do I? I'm going to take it off, but I'm just making a statement. The dude has some of the worst accuracy. Super similar player to Tim Tebow. There was so many moments watching him play, I was like, yeah, that's the guy. That's Tim Tebow. I remember him. Oh, man. These pictures of Brett Hundley bring me back, man. These bring me back to the days of joking with Vikings fans that Brett Hundley was the 2nd best quarterback in the NFC North. Back when it was like... Who was even there before Trubisky? Was it still Cutler? I think it was still Cutler. It was like Cutler, Teddy Bridgewater... I guess Stafford was still there, but the joke was that Brett Hundley was the 2nd best quarterback in the NFC North. All right, so we got a 77 on Wentz. Eason? We'll see. I would love to see 4 games of Jacob Eason. That'd be fun. I think I used the wrong color for Kirk Cousins. I just noticed that. He should have had this lime green. And there's your Indianapolis Colts quarterback room. I'm going to do defense, though, because we just did all that offense for the Patriots. Oh, you know what I should do before we... I should do this. The old medical plus. Did I save the Pat stuff? Of course I did. That would suck. Yeah, let's pull up the run defense now. We got about 26 more minutes. We'll just go until I finish the run defense grades here. All right. So they rank. What's the over-under, chat? I'm going to say over-under 12th for run defense. I don't know why I keep looking over here. Over-under 12th for Colts run defense. I mean, I keep looking over here because this is where my chat is in front of me. Who are my biggest sleepers for fantasy football? Well, funny you should ask. I'm going to be posting my fantasy football draft board on Patreon on Monday. So my fantasy analysis will be available there. Patreon.com/thatfranchiseguy. What do we got? Over, under, push, over. Pretty split in the chat. Drum roll. 7th. Colts are 7th. With a grade of 85. Thanks, Darius Leonard. See if I can find a picture of Wentz on crutches. Oh, no. Oh, that's just mean. That's just mean, but also true. I forgot Brett Hundley was on the Seahawks, so this is his 4th team. Good for you, Brett Hundley. Okay. So we got DeForest. Probably not going to fit. Nope. Connor Lee called it. There you go. Good job. Your prize is you get the opportunity to donate to charity. Just kidding. I think you did earlier, so you're off the hook. Okay, Grover. That is an expensive D-line, my man. Paying what, about $30 million for those two? You'd hope they rank in the top 10 for run defense with those paychecks. on the edge. Quiddy should be right end, right? There's got to be some Colts diehards in the chat that know if Quiddy Pay has been taking snaps at right end or left end. I would imagine it's right end. And then our lad says Tyquan Lewis. That can't be it. I don't think Dio starts. Ben Bonagoo? Who led the team in snaps last year after... Let's see. I mean, maybe Dio starts, but I don't see it. Tyquan Lewis did play a bunch last year. Oh, Al-Qadim Muhammad. Gotta be Muhammad. At least for run defense. Why is he? Oh, is he? I always got to check those opt-outs now. They've started, or not opt-outs. The COVID list, guys. They've started to, on our lads. They've started to put the COVID guys down on the reserves list, so I miss out on them. But yeah, that's obvious. Muhammad will start over Tyquan Lewis. They gave him a contract extension, and he's outplayed him. Not Al Muhammad. This one I think I'm just gonna go A Muhammad because that is not gonna fit on this tiny little Muhammad. There we go. Oh geez, Dio's gonna miss the whole season. Dang it. I want to be right about Dio because he plays and isn't bad. I don't want to be right about Dio because he got hurt. But I'm also going to be right about Dio. Either way. Will the Colts D be top 5 in takeaways again this year? Probably not. I mean, it's just a really unstable... The probability would say no. I mean, they're going to be a really good defense, but probability would say no, especially when you don't have an elite pass rush. Who's the other starter here? Or the other base linebacker? Our lad says Zaire Franklin. He played 86 snaps last year. Anthony Walker's gone now, so I guess it'd be Zaire Franklin, huh? Which games am I going to this season? I have a 3-week stretch. It just happened to be this way. I'm going to Browns at Vikings down the road. I'm going to, the next week I'll be in Cincinnati for my sister's wedding, so I'm going to Packers at Bengals. And then I'm going the next week, I always go with my dad to Packers at Bears. So a 3-week stretch of NFL games, a lot of travel. It's going to be a fun month. All right, interior D-line. It's actually a pretty thin group. So Tyquan Lewis, He's a flex guy. Do we see him as an edge? We're sure. He played both. I feel like with the moves they made, he might be their third D tackle. I feel like with Danico Autry leaving, he might play more of that role. Is that unfair? I mean, he played... It was almost 50-50 last year. I don't think it makes much of a difference, but I feel like with Danico Autry leaving, that would make more sense for them. Because otherwise it's Antoine Woods, Andrew Brown, who's also undersized, Taylor Stallworth. I'm just going to put him here. He'll play both. But yeah, I think that would make sense. That he takes Danico Autry's role. Lewis isn't big enough to be in an interior role. Yeah, he's 6'3", 270. That's right around what Autry is. But yeah, you're probably right. I'll just put him on the edge. Pass rush, he'll certainly be interior. But early downs, you're right. He won't be an early down interior. So I guess Antoine Woods would be the next. Him and Taylor Stallworth, I guess. Greetings from Slovenia. Wow. That's sweet. Greetings. I don't even know. I'm going to try to say your name. Teet Vendrick? Is that K? K is probably silent. Teet Venderick. Going with that. Man, this is a thin interior group. Robert Windsor's got to step up in there. Windsor is out for the season. Really? Is that confirmed? Our lad certainly doesn't have that. Robert Windsor. He's on injured reserve, but that doesn't mean he's out for the season. He can still come back from that. Maybe he is out for the season, but I'm just going to leave him on there for now. Greetings from Atlanta, Georgia. Hey, that works too. Might not be quite as cool as Slovenia, but... Atlanta's cool, I guess. That's too bad about Robert Windsor. You would think they'll sign somebody, right? Alright, I'll take him off then. They gotta sign somebody, dude. They gotta bring in Geno Atkins or something, because that is a just brutal interior. I know they like their guys, but geez. That's all they got. Cameron Klein, who's this? 6'4", 257, so he's not interior either. edge, however, we have Tyquan Lewis. We've got... Man, I should do all of my deep dive prep with you guys. This is great intel. How much of this would I miss if I didn't have y'all here? Ben Bonagoo. You got Kamoko Toure. Dio. Yeah, edge room is really deep here. We've got Isaac Rochelle, even Demontre Moore. When did they get him? I don't know why they signed him. They really don't. There's not really room for him. I'm not even... It can't be worth putting this Cameron Klein guy on there, right? There's no way he makes the team. Not with that edge depth. Linebacker depth, we got EJ Speed. We got Matthew Adams, Jordan Glasgow, Sky Moore. Sky Moore is still here. Let's go. I like Sky Moore. And Malik Jefferson. And Isaiah Kaufusi. Didn't Kaufusi have like freaky testing numbers? Am I remembering that correctly? Let me check out his. No. 4.8 40 time. Definitely not. He had really bad testing numbers. I'm thinking of someone else. I'm thinking of a different BYU linebacker then. Or maybe it was that D-back that they ended up with. I ended up moving that. 97473. Okay, there's your room. Let's do the grades. So Buckner's good. I'd say Buckner 82 for the run defense. Grover's 83 is probably pretty good for him. I'll go there. Muhammad's solid, man. He's just good, sound, tough player. Quiddy was okay against the run coming out. I don't know if he'll be dominant there. That might even be a little low. He's got the size to do it. We'll go 74 for him. Darius, maybe like a 4. Bobby. He has the size for it. I feel like he's more of a coverage-minded guy. Kind of always has been. That was why he fell. He's a freak athlete, but I might just go like 69 for Bobby. I honestly don't know too much about Zaire Franklin. This guys like this, I kind of just lean on the PFF. 7th round pick that's played 280 snaps, played 86 last year, but did okay. 240 pounds. We'll give him 69 is probably fine there. Just leave it and act like it's normal. Greetings from the UK. Questions with regards to the Rams. Do they stick with Henderson now that Akers is gone? Or should they grab a free agent running back? Yeah, I would roll with Henderson. You could grab a backup for sure. You know, I actually wouldn't mind to see AP as a backup there for them. But yeah, you roll with Henderson. You've got some other guys too. They'll be fine. But it does kind of suck. Like, he was looking real good. Akers was. All right. Okereke is way better than Zaire. Yeah, but has Okereke shown much as a run defender, though? 10% missed tackle percentage. 42 run defense grade. I remember coming out of Stanford, I remember thinking he wasn't very physical. I guess in 2019 he was better. He was 71. We'll go 68 for Zaire. I could see them being right about Zaire Franklin. All right, and then we have Antoine Woods. Not to be confused with Al Woods. He's played a lot of football. Yeah. Taylor Stallworth has had some... He was on the Saints for a while, right? I remember I think I could actually go 72 here. I remember I was surprised they let him go. Yeah, he had a good rookie year for the Saints, and then they just didn't give him those opportunities again. I could see him having a bounce back here. I'll go 70 for him. These other guys, though, I mean, Andrew Brown really sucked in Cincinnati, and I don't even know anything about Chris Williams out of Wagner. He's undrafted pickup, I guess. Just leave that down there. We'll see. Edge. All these guys can kind of do it. Taekwon's got some size. Bonigu and Toure is the one that really struggles against. No, Toure is fine. Bonigu has struggled against the run. Dio should be pretty good with his size, but I wasn't super impressed with his run defense coming out. And then Isaac Rochelle. So had some moments out in Indianapolis, or not Indianapolis, San Diego. Jesus, not San Diego either. For LA for a while. Sizey dude. Demontre Moore, though. I remember him being a player for, was it the Niners? I guess it was a very short-lived stint for the Niners that I remember. Must have been one distinct game in 2019. Oh, against Green Bay. 5 pressure game. He played 2 games in 2019. One of them was against Green Bay. And he had 5 pressures. Yep. He was all over Aaron Rodgers that game. That's why I remember him. There you go. He's done literally pretty much nothing else the rest of his career. And then the linebackers. You know, we just don't really have much data on these guys. So I'm really just going off of size. You know, I think probably can't expect a ton from these guys. Adams is smaller, right? No, he's 230. Give him a 64. Glasgow, come down. Whoop. Get out of here, Lorem Ipsum. Malik Jefferson should be up there a little bit higher. Yeah, the overall depth is not as good as I thought it was going to be. All right, Darius Leonard, though, probably... $85? He's not the best at getting off blocks, but he's super... He's just always there, it feels like. It's the same thing with DeForest. Like, both Buckner and Leonard... You do feel them. You feel them more. Their grades aren't the best, but you do feel them when you watch the Colts. I think I'll settle on 84, and I think I'll go 85 for Leonard. And there's your Colts run defense. The sum doesn't give you an 85, but it's their effort. Their effort and their coaching shows up. That's the case with a lot of these top run defenses. All right, let's just make sure we have the correct color grades here. What's up, Michael Neal? Yep, whole thing will be up on YouTube after the stream is complete. I'm also going to cut up some of these, like the podcast we did earlier. I'm going to cut it up into an individual video. Some of this other stuff. We're about to do Tiermakers, which will be up. How do I determine the grades? That is the grand question, isn't it? It's just accumulation of all of the games that I watched, and then I basically, it's not as simple as this, but I kind of cross-reference how I feel about the guy with the PFF grade. Especially for run defense. Like run defense and blocking and stuff, that's where I do tend to be a little bit more heavy on the PFF stuff. But like, I'm not like a slave to PFF grades either. Like Darius Leonard's run defense grade this year was 67.1. Like he's obviously a better run defender than that. And like DeForest Buckner's run defense grade was 71.5. So like, I know the PFF process. I trust that what they're saying is Buckner, actually more often than you realize, He's getting moved off his spot. He's having negative graded plays, but he also has a lot of like really impactful, splashy plays too. And he shows up on big downs too. So like it's difficult for me to say exactly how I give you these grades, but for a lot of them, though, you're right. Like, these guys, it's just kind of a baseline. Like, they haven't played. So, I would say for a lot of the depth guys that we haven't seen play, like, a lot of them, now granted, you know, I evaluated all these players, other than EJ Speed, I didn't watch coming out. But I did watch all these guys coming out. So I have a general feel. But for a lot of these guys, yeah, like if we haven't seen them play, I'm going to assume they're replacement level depth until proven otherwise. Obviously, any of these guys could show up out of nowhere and surprise, but that's usually not how it goes. And I think that's very consistent with how the NFL would like evaluate these guys. All right, that all looks good. Now we just gotta get the pictures. Xavier Howard traded to the Saints. Why do I not believe you? Whoa, what just happened there? I feel like I could just leave that picture of Dalvin Tomlinson and it would work for Grover Stewart. Super similar player. Yeah, dude, the Saints have like $12 million in cap space. I don't get how no one expects an explanation. After they released Emmanuel Sanders and they released Janoris Jenkins, they were still like $46 million in the hole. And then all of a sudden, they're just back to like they have $12 million in cap space. I just don't get it. It makes no sense. What's my favorite stadium? I really like the Vikings' new stadium. The new Falcons stadium looks sweet. Honestly, that new Raiders stadium might be up there. That new Raiders stadium looks so cool. I want to go to a game there. It's like walking into the Death Star. SoFi looks cool as well. I guess I just like the new stadiums. How do I not say Lambeau? I mean, Lambeau as a stadium itself there's nothing special about it. If you're asking me about architecture and aesthetics, it's nothing special, but there is a nostalgic classical football feel about it for sure. I'm starting to see fuzzy lines, guys. I might need to put my blue light blocking lights on, glasses on. Been staring into these lights for too long. Starting to go delirious. My voice is holding up though. Might need to get some hot tea at some point here to relieve the raspiness. I'm surprised we're holding up so well with our schedule. I put that thing up there and I'm like, yeah, I'm probably gonna get way off. But we're only 10 minutes behind of when we're supposed to start our tier makers, so we will do that as soon as I finish this graphic here. Zaire Franklin was a captain? Must be for special teams. You know, I really should count... I'm gonna just do... Let's see here. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Stop it. That's part of this. The Colts legit might have the best run defending secondary. Because you have what is it? Willis, the strong safety? Kari Willis, and then both Kenny Moore and Xavier Rhodes are awesome. How many linebackers do I take over Leonard? Probably about 8. You got your top 4 that are obvious. And then where did that thing go? I need this guy. I would personally rather have Roquan. I'd rather have Demario Davis. Well, not with youth, but like just for 1 year, let's just say. Demario Davis. I think Miles Jack should be in that conversation. This thing's being annoying. Who am I forgetting? I mean, I don't know. He's like in the conversation for LB5 for me. I just don't think he's really close to the other dudes. That's why like the contract's an issue for me. Nah, not Queen. I'd rather have Leonard than Queen. Queen is similar to Leonard. Like, I feel like Patrick Queen has a very loud fan base as well. All right, we'll just leave that there. Notably great secondary against the run. Oh, well, yeah, Bobby Wagner is part of the 4. Deion Jones, yeah, like Deion Jones, Roquan, Miles Jack. I feel like my gut tells me I'd rather have those guys. Deion is always forgotten. Thank you, Chris Ott. Coming in big with these super chats today, Chris. Appreciate it. All right. That's enough graphic creation for now. Probably for the rest of the day. Yes, the top 4 are Levante David, Eric Kendricks, Fred Warner, and Bobby Wagner. Whichever order you want to put them in, I don't really care. But they're clearly the 4 best, in my opinion. Okay. That was fun. So now we have Tiermakers, baby. The fun is just getting started. I am going to take a quick little potty break and we'll get started. You do hear snackos. Flamin' hot Cheetos, baby. So we're gonna do wide receivers and corners. Is it just Colts fans that think Leonard is LB1? Yes, I've literally never seen, even the Colts analysts that I follow, nobody thinks Leonard is the best linebacker, other than Darius Leonard and his fans. No one thinks he's really all that close. Alright. That's enough snackos. See you, Brandon. Thanks for stopping by. We'll see you later. All right. Disable ad blocker. Fine. So our tiers here. Actually, I'm going to cut this up into a separate video, so I want to make sure I do a little intro. And now welcome in to the next part of our 24-hour stream, where we are going to do tier making for wide receivers. And this is a template that I made. It has, I think, 91 receivers. I just kind of went through team by team and tried to add every relevant receiver. Now, there's going to be guys that you want to hear me talk about that aren't going to make this list. It is what it is. We got 91 freaking receivers here, so they couldn't all make it. But, oh, there's a presentation mode. Oh, good call, chat. But yeah, we have 10 tiers here. Basically, the elite receivers, who are your cream of the crop. And then you have the true alphas, the guys that are real number ones. You feel outstanding about it. Maybe not in the same group as the elite guys, but you're more than happy with them as your best receiver. Ascending alpha, we're still pretty happy about them as your number one, but you're maybe not quite so sure that he's that top dollar, whatever. You have high-end number two starters. You know, that's going to be like your Mike Williams of the world. Guys that you just, they're not alphas, right? They don't have the full route tree. They don't have the top traits, that kind of stuff, but are very good perimeter, number two receivers. You have high-end slot-only starters. Those are going to be your Cole Beasleys. We can throw him in right there. Those are your really good slot receivers, but you put them outside, they're not the same guy. Ascending number two with alpha upside. So, I mean, that's going to be, for example, like Jerry Jeudy is a great example of that. Feel pretty good about him as my number two right now, but he could someday be awesome. ascending number 2 with non-alpha upside. Who's a... I guess I don't have a great example of that off the top of my head. We'll find out. But those are guys that are decent number 2s now, but probably never going to be high-end alpha guys. You have quality slot starters. That's pretty self-explanatory. Interesting prospects. Those will be your KJ Hamlers of the world. Excuse me, those Flaming Hot Cheetos are... man, retaliating. And then you have, should be a wide receiver 4 on a good team, so your Alan Lazards of the world. So, yeah, we're just going to go player by player here and just drag these guys into the tiers. Let's have some fun. And, yeah, this stream is for charity, guys. I want to say that one more time. So, there's a link in the description below for March of Dimes. We are now at, let's see, we are now over $1,000 towards our $1,500 goal there, so you guys are spectacular. Thank you so much. Let me drop that in the charity stream link right here. Just a reminder, guys, we are well on our way towards that goal, which is just amazing. So if you've donated, thank you so much. Also, any super chats during this stream will be going towards the Special Olympics. And on that front, we are at $724 of super chat revenue. So we are doing an amazing job raising money for charity here. So let's rank receivers in honor of charity. So you can't get too mad because it's for a good cause. And Tanner just came in with a super chat. So thank you, Tanner. With the Cam Newton I'm rich, although that's going towards the Special Olympics, not me. Okay, let's go. AJ Green. Should be a wide receiver 4 on a good team. I'm done with I'm not done with AJ Green. I'll always have respect for AJ Green, but he just ain't it anymore. He doesn't have it. He doesn't have the route running. I think he was literally the worst separator in the NFL last year. I would even put him behind a scrub like Alan Lazard. So there you go. AJ Brown. I don't know, chat. I don't know. I don't care. He's what does he have to show us? Like, he is a true alpha. I don't see a situation where we're not feeling damn good about AJ Brown as the best receiver on your team. I mean, might be slightly scheme dependent for that Shannahan wide zone offense where he's basically just running, crossing routes for the majority of the time. That's not all he does, but those are the best AJ Brown's plays, right? Coming across the middle. Maybe a little bit more of a limited skill set. I don't think he's the route runner of some of these other top guys, but the things he does well are incredible, and I just don't see a world where he slows down. Like, I just feel very good about that. Jarvis Landry's still a high-end slot guy. Amari Cooper, he is an alpha, low-end alpha. His route running, his separation ability is still top 5. You're going to deal with some of the drops. Not the most reliable contested catch guy, but he is a true alpha to me. Anthony Miller, can probably drop him down into the interesting prospect group. If not, should be a wide receiver 4 on a good team. I'll still keep him as an interesting prospect because he's had the Trubisky factor holding him back. Antonio Brown, I'm going to go high-end number 2 starter. He still was separating, man. They had so many weapons there last year that he wasn't getting the volume, but you dial up the L22, he was still getting open, so I don't think he's what he used to be, but I still think he's a good number 2 receiver. Thank you for the super chat, Black Cobalt. Allen Robinson, true alpha. I'm going to put him ahead of those guys we already did. He does it all. I think if you give Allen Robinson and Aaron Rodgers or one of these top receivers, you're gonna see him in that elite group. Pardon me as I just move my mic down just a little bit there. Let me know how the audio is there, guys. Amari Rodgers. I'm comfortable putting him quality slot starter. We saw it enough at Clemson. He was one of the more pro-ready prospects in the class. Just happens to be at the slot. Amon-Ra St. Brown. Should be a good wide receiver on a 4. Good, no. That's where he's at right now. He's an interesting prospect. I'd put him ahead of Anthony Miller. I don't think he has very high upside, though. He's probably, somewhere in this group. And I think he'll hang around there. Adam Thielen. I should have like a descending alpha. I don't know if Thielen's a true alpha. He's right in between there. I guess. I really like Adam Thielen, but if he was my true number one receiver, he's never been a true number one. He's either had Diggs or Jefferson. I think he's at the top of number 2. Brandon Ayuk. Ascending number 2, non-alpha upside. That's Brandon Ayuk. I don't see him getting up here, but I think if he can be an awesome number 2 receiver. Incredible freaking run after catch ability. Rashad Bateman. I'm going to also put him in that tier. I don't think Bateman will ever be... Now, granted, I had some comps to him to Justin Jefferson, but not everyone's going to be Justin Jefferson. I think I think Rashad Bateman comes into the league right now and is a quality starter, and he's going to be ascending. I don't know if he has the elite traits to be an alpha guy. Brandon Cooks, definition of high-end number 2 starter. Deep threat, you name it. Brian Edwards, interesting prospect. I wanted to make sure I included him. He's going to have some opportunities, assuming John Brown gets injured, as he tends to do. And he showed some really nice flashes there for the Raiders as the perimeter player there. So keep an eye on Brian Edwards. Cortland Sutton, ascending alpha, in my opinion. Another guy that hasn't quite gotten those opportunities due to his quarterback play, due to the injury last year, but he is an ascending alpha. I think he has those traits. My comparison for him, I'll toot my own horn. I don't care. We're at hour 6.5 of this stream. I'll brag about a good take I had. I had Cortland Sutton as my number 1 wide receiver in that class. Most people didn't. I compared him to Allen Robinson. Give him better quarterback play or the career that Allen Robinson has had to develop that over time. I think he'll be an alpha. Corey Davis, probably maxing out. Corey Davis reminds me so much of Andrew Wiggins. All the talent in the world, not a bad player, but at the same time, kind of underwhelming and doesn't have that badass mentality on the field. He is literally the Andrew Wiggins of football players. Would I put him? I'd put him here above Antonio Brown. DJ Chark. Oh, man. Oh, Jags fans are going to hate me, but I don't know if he can be an alpha. I don't know if he has the route running to do it. I'm going to put him here, though. I don't know if he has the route running, a little bit stiff. Very good separator in the deep game. Going to be a freaking stud with Trevor Lawrence. Going to produce at a high level. But, I don't know, man. I might regret that one, but I'm going to put him at the high-end number 2 starter. Chase Claypool. This guy's got alpha upside. I don't know if he gets there. He's going to need better quarterback play at some point, but that's a good spot for Chase Claypool. Physical freak. Mapletron. Christian Kirk. I wish I could say quality slot starter, but Cliff Kingsbury doesn't use him in the frickin' slot. I'm going to put him here. Because if he was used in the slot, I'd feel pretty good about him in there. But Cliff Kingsbury, just get your act together, dude. CeeDee Lamb, got to put him in here. These two guys, dude, I had them pretty tight. I did have Judy ahead of Lamb. They're very different preference, like stylistic preferences. Lamb's a better ball winner. Lamb a little better with the ball in his hands after the catch. But Jerry Judy's route running, to me, it's Devontae Adams-esque, and I think he improves those drop issues and continues to ascend. But CeeDee Lamb has the benefit of functional quarterback play, so I like both those guys a ton. Calvin Ridley, ascending alpha for me. I talked about this in the deep dive, and I'll put him ahead of Cortland Sutton. I talked about him in the deep dive where he has a great opportunity to prove that he's an alpha. He just hasn't proved it yet. Really great year last year, continuing to ascend, dominant route runner, big year for him. I think he gets there. but hasn't proved it yet. Jamison Crowder, still a high-end slot starter. I actually like him more than Jarvis at this point. Not more than Cole Beasley. Curtis Samuel. I don't think is going to ascend too much more, but he is a quality number 2 starter. So I'll put him kind of at the back end of that tier. Devontae Adams, elite. Best receiver in football last year. Devin Duvernay, interesting prospect, and I believe in him more than Anthony Miller. And Amon-Ra St. Brown. And probably Brian Edwards. Deebo Samuel, right there next to Brandon Ayuk, although a little more proven. So you probably put him up here. I'd put him ahead of Curtis. And I think that's a good spot for him, right there. These two guys are super similar. Super similar players right there. DeAndre Hopkins, elite tier, right behind Devontae Adams. Stephon Diggs. I'm going to drop him here for now. Is there any reason Stephon Diggs shouldn't be elite tier? Let me drop that question right there. I will just drop that question right there. We might revisit that. Deontay Harris, interesting prospect, who I will put towards the bottom a little bit more there. But worth noting. Deshaun Jackson, when healthy, still a high-end number 2 starter. Given his health injuries, given his health issues, he comes down here. Should be a 4th wide receiver. You never want to lean on him. So it depends how you feel about that. He could be anywhere from here down to here. To be realistic, I think we should put him down here. DK Metcalf. I mean, if we put A.J. Brown up here, you put DK Metcalf up here. Same reasoning. Yeah, he's got his limitations, but the dude does what he does at an elite level. Pretty straightforward there. Denzel Mims. I'm going to go... I wasn't as big on Mims coming out, but I thought it was still good value in the 2nd round. Some people thought he was a 1st-round guy. Showed some good stuff last year. I don't see him becoming an alpha. I don't have a great reason for it. I just think he has too far to go, but I think he can be a really good number 2. So I'm going to drop him there. Darnell Mooney. Probably ahead of Denzel Mims at this point. Don't sleep on Darnell Mooney. I could see him and Justin Fields having a real nice connection with those deep balls. DJ Moore. Ascending alpha. Ahead of Cortland Sutton. He's produced. There's been some ups and downs. There's been some drop issues. I think he'll get there. I'm not quite ready to say true alpha for sure. Devontae Parker, definition of a high-end number 2, and I would put him... I'd put him right there at the bottom of that tier for now. Darius Slayton. I'm going to go ascending number 2, non-alpha upside at the top of that tier. There's not really much to prove there. If he shows that he is the guy that he's shown with better quarterback play, he ends up here. So I'm going to put him right there. Devontae Smith. I think you got to put him in there with Judy and Lamb, right? Comparable as a prospect. I think you got to put him in there. He has alpha upside. He's a number 2 day 1, and he's ascending. So I think that's correct. Dwayne Eskridge, just an interesting prospect. You put him probably behind KJ Hamler. Diami Brown, same deal. I'd put him ahead of Dwayne Eskridge, though, in my opinion. Elijah Moore. I think he's a quality slot starter right now. I think he can be a number 2 guy with his playmaking ability, kind of like an Ayuk. So I'd put him probably behind Ayuk right there. Nice couple options there for the Jets. Will Fuller. Plug him in right here, like right next to DJ Chark. Corey Davis or Will Fuller. I think I'll go Corey Davis because he's a more complete player, but... Chris Godwin. Still in the ascending alpha tier. Disappointing year last year. Injuries. I think I'd put him here. Very close between DJ Moore and Godwin. Flip a coin there, but I like DJ Moore. Godwin was a little disappointing last year. I still believe in him, though. Hardman. Honestly, Hardman's an interesting prospect at this point. His development's been rather disappointing to me. I think I'd put him behind Diami Brown. I think I'd rather have... yeah, I think I'd rather have Diami Brown than Hardman. I'd rather have Hardman than Eskridge, though. T. Higgins, ascending number 2. No. He's established. He's exactly what he was at Clemson. He's a really good perimeter player. I would put him right there. Splitting up Debo and Curtis. Jamar Chase. I don't care. Jalen Darden. Interesting prospect. Yeah. I think Jalen Darden was a better prospect coming out than Mecole Hardman, and Mecole has not developed at all in Kansas City. So I'll take my chances with Jalen Darden. Justin Jefferson, I think he's got to be ascending alpha, and I would still take Jamar Chase over him. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Vikings fans. I love Justin Jefferson, but John Brown, he is should be a wide receiver on a good team, a wide receiver 4 on a good team at this point. Deontay Johnson. Tough guy to rank here. I think I'd go back end of high end number 2 starter. Drop issues, incredibly frustrating, but still one of the better route runners in the league. Juju, right behind him there. Julio. True Alpha, still up here. I think you put him up there. When healthy, he's still up there. James Washington, I would just say, yeah. I'm going to put him in the ascending because he hasn't gotten those opportunities because of how many receivers have been there. I'll put him behind Denzel Mims. I think if he got a better chance somewhere else, he could still be a quality number 2. Kenny Golladay. I'm not ready to call him an alpha. He's either ascending alpha because he still has the chance to be. I could still see him getting to that level. I'll put him in ascending alpha. And I think I'd put him right there. Right in front of Cortland Sutton. Kadarius Toney. Ascending. He should be right there with Elijah Moore. Keenan Allen. True alpha for sure. He's right there with Amari Cooper. He's got better hands. Better route runner than these guys. More established than Allen Robinson. I'll put him right there. I love Keenan Allen. Cooper Kupp, high-end slot-only starter. He's the best slot receiver in the NFL right now, probably. True slot. Best true slot. Tyler Lockett, high-end number 2, towards the top here. I'm going to put him right behind Adam Thielen. Laviska Shenault, ascending, not. He's right here. Elijah Moore, Kadarius Toney, these playmaker types. These guys all should kind of be linked together. Michael Gallup. High-end number 2 starter. I'd rather have him than Devontae Parker. Another guy that's going to get paid elsewhere. Marquise Brown. Ascending, he's the top of this tier. Not established enough. Could be a great deep threat in this league, but hasn't shown himself to be that yet. Mike Evans. High-end number 2 starter. Not an elite player. Not an alpha either. Not a guy that separates enough. I think him and Adam Thielen are actually relatively similar as far as their play styles. Michael Thomas, right there with me. And I'd rather have Mike Evans. Sorry. I was going to say I'm not going to apologize, but I just did twice. Marvin Jones. High end. He's still here, but regressing. Michael Pittman is ascending non-alpha upside. I would say him and Slayton are close. Hang on. I'm going to actually put Bateman up here. I feel better about Bateman than these guys. I think these guys are so different, it's tough. And Ayuk should probably be... Ayuk should be up there. I think I'm okay with that order. This one's really hard for me between these two guys. Because Slayton's a better separator, but Pittman's just so much better ball skills, and I don't know. You guys can... Don't hold me one way or the other. I'll just go Pittman because I feel like Colts fans are going to get more mad at me. MVS. Interesting prospect? I'm going to say ascending non-upside, non-alpha player. I would put him there with like James Washington, Denzel Mims. He's ascending, man. You can't deny it. He looked good the last 6 weeks, and I've been the biggest MVS critic out there. I think you got to put him in there with like Mims and Washington and Mooney. Mike Williams. We literally said it when we started. He's in here. I think I'd rather go T. Higgins than Mike Williams at this point. But he's probably better than Curtis Samuel. So we'll go there. Nelson Aguilar, he is the definition of... God, but he's so inconsistent. But if Marvin Jones is going to be in here, you got to put... But that just doesn't sound right. You either put him here or you put him down here. That's the hard thing. Let's be honest. Nelson Aguilar should be he'd be a really good fourth wide receiver. He's not a true number 2. Odell Beckham. I still believe in Odell. I think he gets healthy and has a big year for the Browns. I was putting together my fantasy draft board that'll be up on Patreon on Tuesday. I'm a lot higher on Odell than most people. Paris Campbell, interesting prospect. Dude's got to stay healthy. I believe in him, but you got to put him down here into this group right here. Robert Woods, high-end number 2, definition of it. He's got to be up here with like Corey Davis. Corey Davis or Robert Woods. I trust Robert Woods more. I think Corey Davis could be better if he wanted to be. But that's about where he belongs. I'll go Woods ahead of him. Come on. There we go. Robbie Anderson. Easy. We'll slide him right in here. I think I'd rather go Gallup, but it's close. Randall Cobb should be a wide receiver 4. Jalen Reagor, interesting prospect, but that stock is trending down. I guess I'll put him between Duvernay and Campbell. Hunter Renfrow, quality slot receiver. Russell Gage, ascending number 2, non-elite upside. I'm gonna put him between Mims and MVS. Rondale Moore, right there with these guys. I would go right behind Elijah Moore. Henry Ruggs. Not even comfortable putting him up there yet. I don't think he's going to be a true number one. He is kind of that deep threat guy. I would say he's right there with like Marquise Brown, right? I'd put him behind Marquise Brown. Sterling Shepard. I'm just going to go high-end slot-only starter. I know he's not just a slot guy, but that feels like the right place for him. If he's not there, then he's like... He's not up here, and he's not ascending, so that just feels like the right spot for me. So I'm going to put him there. I know he's not only slot, but... Scotty Miller... I think should be a wide receiver 4 on a good team. I like him. I think he's there with these deep threats. Sammy Watkins, sorry, should be a wide receiver 4 on a good team. He doesn't have it anymore. Tyler Boyd, right behind Cooper Kupp, and different styles. Just kind of depends on the offense. Tyler Boyd, ahead of Cole Beasley. Tyron Johnson, ascending non-alpha. I'm putting him... Sorry, Raiders fans. Get wrecked. Henry Ruggs goes fast, but so does Tyler Johnson. I'm putting him ahead of Henry Ruggs. Sorry. Travis Fulgham should be a 4th wide receiver on a good team. He's right there with like Alan Lazard. I'm telling you guys, Tyron Johnson's going to blow up this year. Tim Patrick... he's in here, I guess, with like James Washington. I think I'd rather have Washington over Patrick. Terry McLaurin, what he's been able to do with the receiver play he's had is super impressive. I think that's about the right spot for him, is right there. Kind of depends who my quarterback is with these two. Kind of depends. But I think I'll go Godwin. Terrace Marshall. I'm going to say high-end interesting prospect because I don't think he could step on the field and be a starter right now. That's the main reason there. Otherwise, he'd be, like maybe behind Chase Claypool, but I don't feel good about Marshall stepping in right now and being a starter. This is, what's his name? Smith for Traquan Smith. Sorry. Should be a 4th wide receiver. He's actually the worst guy we've ranked so far. 2-2. Interesting prospect, but I think he's at the bottom of that tier. T.Y. Hilton. He's right there with Marvin Jones. These guys both trending downwards, but they're still number 2s. Tyler Johnson. I'm just going to throw him towards the bottom of the... He's like there with like Anthony Miller, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Brian Edwards. That's kind of where he's at. Tyreek Hill. I'm putting him number 2. You know what? No. I'm putting him number 1. If Davante Adams has a better skill set, right? If I have anyone on this list and the Chiefs say you can have Tyreek Hill for him, I'm taking the trade. So why would I not put Tyreek Hill first? Like, that's my logic there. Van Jefferson is, at this point, it pains me to say, but just an interesting prospect. Though I think he's up there. I would say him and Terrace Marshall are actually pretty comparable. I think Van's a little better now, so I'll do that. And then Jalen Waddle, I would say ascending number 2 for sure. Why couldn't he be an alpha? Why couldn't he be an alpha? And I'll put him there. All right. That was really fun. So the controversial ones are Mike Evans, who comes in 21st, which is about exactly where I would have expected. He's a great jump ball guy, but for the people that think let me ask you this. If you think Mike Evans is too low, do you think Adam Thielen is too low? And let me ask you this. What's the difference between Mike Evans and Adam Thielen other than Adam Thielen is better at getting open? Answer that for me. And then Jamar Chase, a little controversial. I'm just overly confident. I mean, he is an incredible prospect. He's clearly better than any of these guys that have come in. I get it. We haven't seen him play. I think it's totally fair if you wanted to do that. I get it. I totally get it. But if my option is I can take any of these guys, I think I'd roll the dice with Jamar Chase, so I'm going to keep him there. Yeah. I feel good about it. Waddle's controversial. I could see why Waddle's controversial because Henry Ruggs didn't work out, but I think Waddle's a much better prospect than Ruggs was. Waddle's an excellent route runner, man. He has really good wiggle in his routes. Corey Davis is worse than T. Higgins. No, I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. Corey Davis was really good last year. I like the list. Do we agree with Diggs as elite? Because I don't get why Diggs can't be elite. He's got amazing ball skills, one of the best route runners in the league, excellent after the catch. There's nothing. I keep ending up saying this and I'm not liking that I say it, but there's nothing not to like about Stephon Diggs. So that's going to be it. That's going to be the TFG. Whoops, I got caps lock on. Come on, save it. TFG wide receivers. Download the image for sure. Love it. That was fun. That was really fun. Now we get to do cornerbacks. I don't have the faces for cornerbacks. I was running out of time last night. Let's see. There it is. Let me just check in on this group chat real quick before we start. Oh, Josh, you're right. Gabriel Davis should have been on there. Gabriel Davis definitely should have been on there right next to Brian Edwards. I'll give you that. There was going to be people that I missed on it, but 100%. Gabriel Davis should have been in there with the interesting prospects. Emmanuel Sanders wasn't on there either. I think it's because the Bills were one of the first teams, so I wasn't exactly sure what kind of players I wanted to put in there. But yeah, for sure. I know, Liam, we have YouTube content for the week. Oh my gosh. Good buddy's getting a tattoo. One second. I'm just putting in my Canes order for tonight, chat. I'm talking to Comp Keys and NalterDeeds who are coming on the stream later. That was super fun. I'm excited to do these for all the positions too, leading up to the season. Rondo Moore was on there. Rondo Moore was in there right next to Elijah Moore. And welcome in now, everybody, to our cornerback tiers rankings. We just ended up doing our receivers, part of this 24-hour charity stream. I do want to remind you guys that you can go ahead and donate if you're joining us here in the live chat. We are now, as of this moment, at $1,038 towards our $1,500 goal here on this 24-hour stream. That is for March of Dimes. And for the chat, super chat donations, we are now at a whopping $750 that is going to be going to the Special Olympics. Unreal, you guys. Thank you, everybody that has donated to this point. We aren't even halfway through this thing. I'm probably a psychopath, but at least I'm a psychopath that's giving to charity. I'm on Red Bull number 1. I've had a Coke coffee. I might be a little bit caffeinated right now. But let's have some fun and do our cornerback rankings. We already did the controversial receiver ones. So again, like I said, I tried to get as many guys as I could. I think I actually have 102 corners on here. That's why I didn't have the faces, because it was just going to be too much to make that template, because I did have to make this template. So if there's a guy that got snubbed off the list, I do apologize. As far as what our tiers are, they're a little bit different than our wide receiver tiers, although some similarities. So you have the elite tier, you got high-end number 1 tier, quality number 1 tier, elite slot guy, high-end number 2, high-end number 2, quality slot guy. So those are all starting caliber players. Then you have intriguing prospects, boundary, like guys that can play on the outside. You have intriguing prospects for the slot. And then you have the please tell me this guy isn't starting list. And we all know who's going to be in there. So let's go ahead and get started. Paulson Adebo is first man up. And that's going to be interesting prospect boundary. I think you can make a case that he's already a quality number 2, but let's be tame for our first corner here. Also, $20 donation from Shane for the Special Olympics. Thank you, my friend. Great donation. Need a couple sound bites for that. Let's see. What else do we have here? I mean, how about, this is really irrelevant, but how about the Tony Romo play under review sound bite that we use for our rebuilds? Adoree Jackson for the Giants now is going to be, to me, a high-end number 2. Not necessarily doing like the whole potential thing right now like we did with the receivers, which I might end up regretting. A little bit more of like what he is right now. But I think Adoree would be high-end number 2. I don't think he's established himself as a 1. Mackenzie Alexander, definition of a quality slot. Robert Alford, really low-end number 2. Borderline, please tell me he's not starting because of his injuries. But when healthy, we'll go very low-end number 2. Avonte Maddox, I would almost throw him in the intriguing slot category. Amani Oruwariye is going to be an intriguing boundary player with Paulson Adebo. Borderline number 2, but I don't think he's there yet. Ambry Thomas, intriguing boundary prospect for the Niners' 3rd round pick, who I liked. Asante Samuel Jr., I'm ready. I'm ready to at least put him in here. I feel so good about what he's going to do. I think he's going to enter the league as a quality starter, and I think he's going to exceed that. Chidobe Awuzie. He's a high-end number 2. Behind Adoree, but he's a good number 2 corner. Rough year in Dallas last year, but I think he'll bounce back. Rashad Breeland. Right there with Robert Alford, type of veteran guy there. Byron Jones, quality. He could be a quality number 1. He could be a quality number 1. I know he's a number 2 on the Dolphins, but Bless One Austin right there with these guys. I guess I'd take Paulson Adebo over him, but I think I'd take him over Ambry Thomas. AJ Bouye, he is at this point probably just a quality number 2, and I would take Asante over him. He hasn't been the same guy for a while now. Bryce Callahan, definition of an elite slot. Going to be hard for anybody to take him off of that. He can even step in and be a quality number 1 at times. Cam Sutton, interesting slot prospect, but he's already a quality slot. I don't think he's an elite slot yet, but he's a quality slot. Cam Dantzler, let me just respond to this real quick. Okay, Cam Dantzler, I think you got to put him still as a prospect, but really good chance to exceed that. Casey Hayward, I think he's still a quality number 2, and I think you could probably put him ahead of Asante Samuel for now. Carlton Davis, he's a high-end 2, I think. I don't really see him becoming a number 1. Really good press player. Probably better than Adoree. A little one-dimensional. Surrounded with really good talent, but he's a legit high-end number 2. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson, borderline elite slot, but I think we move him down here. CJ Henderson, already a good starter. Obviously a lot of upside there. I think you put him at the top of here, but he would be, if we were doing potential, he would be in an ascending tier. Corn Elder, I'll just go bottom end of the quality slot. Ronald Darby, not to be mistaken for Bradley Roby. He is a high-end number 2, and I think I'd put him right there. Desmond King, I still think in the right system, he's playing that cover 2 Tampa 2 defense this year. I still think he can be an elite slot for the Houston Texans. Desmond Trufant, down here. Yep, right there. Perfect spot. Pierre Desir right there with those guys, probably at the bottom. DJ Reed, interesting player. We know he's a kind of a quality slot, but he actually played outside for the Seattle Seahawks and played pretty well. I'm gonna put him in here because he is intriguing as a boundary player. I think I'll put him behind these better physical specimens, but do keep an eye on DJ Reed. I wouldn't be surprised if he wins out that starting job in Seattle. David Long, definitely an intriguing slot. I mean, he's going to be a slot for the Rams, so I might as well put him in there. He could do both. He could go either way. But I like David Long. They clearly do too. I want him up there. But we'll put him there for now. I mean, he could be in either of these. Dante Jackson he's like in the CJ Henderson conversation. A guy that could get up to a number 1, but he's not. Darius Phillips is an underrated player. I think he's a quality number 2. Quality slot. Quality slot. He's going to be their slot. Well, not really. They have Mike Hilton. He's a tough guy to know what to do with. I guess you could throw him in here. You could throw him in here with like Amani Arawaria. He's not proven yet. Darius Slay, quality number 1. Pretty straightforward there. Quentin Dunbar is... he was so rough last year. I still believe in Quentin Dunbar. I think that's kind of the breadth of players that he's with. I don't think he's a please tell me he's not starting guy. I think he's okay. Caleb Farley, let's assume health here has got to be right there with these guys, and I would put him right there. That's assuming health, of course. Rashad Fenton, underrated player, quality slot. I'd put him Put him behind Cam Sutton. He can do a little more than slot, but Christian Fulton, interesting boundary prospect. I still like him. Dantzler was pretty good. I'll put Fulton. I like our Warrior. I'll put Fulton right here. Stephon Gilmore, still a high-end number 1. Still got it, in my opinion. A little bit of a down year last year, but I don't think he's slowing down to some massive degree. Greedy Williams, I think you got to put as a prospect at this point, but I'd put him at the top of that list. Greg Newsome, I think, can step in and play right away. He's got to be... I don't think he's at the level of these three, though, so I would slide him down probably to, like, here. I think that's a good spot for him. Shaq Griffin. Pretty good player. He's right there with Chidobe Awuzie. I think that's about right there. These guys all got very similar free agent deals, so I think that's a good... And Adoree Jackson, too. These guys all just kind of changed teams. Joe Hayden, still a quality number 2, but on the downturn. Very similar to A.J. Bouye. I think he's a little better than Bouye, though. Do I? Yeah. Really close. Bryce Hall, an interesting boundary prospect. I'm just going to put him right next to Bless One Austin, honestly. I like him a little better. But, yeah, those guys are neck and neck for me. Chris Harris Jr. Is he still an elite slot? Probably not. I don't think he is anymore. I think you've really seen him slow down. He's still a good player, but I'm not ready to say he's an elite slot. Mike Hilton is. Mike Hilton definitely is. I think you can even put Mike Hilton ahead of Desmond King. J.C. Horn. Thank you, Synthros. Appreciate it. Very kind donation. Appreciate that.
You like that? You like that?
Again, guys, all Super Chats going to the Special Olympics today. Okay, J.C. Horn. Obviously goes right in this group. I guess... You know, I think because for this exercise we're able to assume health, I'll put him right behind Caleb Farley. I actually... I think oh, God, that's hard. I like both these players a lot. J.C. Horn and C.J. Henderson. I'm a little lower on Horn than most people, but I still think he's going to be a stud. Honestly, Dante Jackson should probably be ahead of... this is so hard. These guys are super tight. You know what? If these three are here, Dante Jackson should be up there with them. Dante Jackson's a high-end number 2. And him and Adoree are super close. I think that's a good adjustment there. And then I don't know what to do here, chat. Can I designate my scheme fit? If I'm going to cover 3 defense, I want J.C. Horn. If I'm in a man coverage defense, I want C.J. Henderson. I think C.J. Henderson's... I don't know. Either way I do this, someone's going to be mad at me. But Panthers fans are probably going to be more mad at me if I don't do that. So I'm going to go that way. I'm taking the cop out. Isaiah Oliver. He's kind of still a prospect in my mind. He's right here with these dudes. I'd put him here. Jair, elite. Shouldn't get any debate on that. James Bradbury is... if Slay and Byron Jones are quality number 1s, then James Bradbury should be a number 1. I think I'd put him ahead of Slay. Yeah, sure, I'll put him ahead of Byron Jones. Janoris Jenkins is still a quality number 2. Right there with like Trufant and Bouye. I would put him ahead of those 2. Jason Verrett, quality number 2. I'm gonna put him right. I'll put him right there. It's a good spot for him. Jalen Johnson. I don't think of him as a prospect because he was so ready to go. He was the most pro-ready corner in my opinion. And he was, as a rookie, really sound. He'll continue to get better. I don't think he's going to be super high-end. But I think he's a good player. I think he's right there in this group. Let's just put him next to Trufant. But I think he's better than Trufant. So I'll put him right there. J.C. Jackson. High-end, quality number one. Quality number one. Let's not go crazy here, but he is awesome, dude. I can't believe nobody offered a first-round tender for J.C. Jackson. I'm gonna put him right there. Jamel Dean, really tempted to put him here. Hasn't quite been consistent enough for that though. These two Bucks corners. I do like Dean a little better than Carlton Davis personally, but Davis has actually played better. Dean has a higher upside, but Davis is better now, so take that for whatever you want. Jeff Gladney, interesting slot, I guess. Jeff Okuda, you got to put him here. At the top of the list, but he did not show to be a starting caliber player as a rookie. I think you put him in this group. At the top of that group, but Jimmy Smith can still play. I'll throw him in here with that group. I don't know. That's hard where he belongs in there, but he doesn't play a ton. That's the hard thing with Jimmy Smith, but I'll put him in there. It's good when he's out there. Jonathan Jones, elite slot. What's up, NalterDeeds? Excited to have you on soon. About 4 hours. Jonathan Jones is an elite slot, man. The dude can run with anybody. I'm a big fan of Jonathan Jones. He's up there with those guys. Kelvin Joseph. Pretty easy placement there. I'd put him... I had a Debo higher on my draft board. I should stick by that. I'll put him right there. Kendall Fuller. Definition to me of a quality number 2, and we will put him... high-end number 2 is what I meant to say. And I'm going to put him... I think Fuller has a better year, so I'll do that. Kenny Moore. Obviously elite slot. Kwan Williams, good slot, good quality slot. I'll slide him right there. Kyle Fuller. Where's Kendall Fuller? Let's put him right next to him. Although Kyle's a little bit older. So maybe... There you go, NalterDeeds. Literally no one is going to get that reference. No one is going to get that reference, but thank you for the donation. Myself and the Special Olympics greatly appreciate it. But, yeah, Kyle Fuller, not quite as good as Kendall anymore, but he's still really good. I think... That's tough. He's in there. He's in this group. These guys are all super tight. I'll put him at the end of that tier. I don't know. I don't feel good about that, though. I really don't feel good about that. I think he's a smarter player than those three. I'll slide him right there. Marshawn Lattimore, still a quality number 1 to me, and I'm gonna put him way up there. I don't know if that's gonna be controversial or not, but Levi Wallace, still kind of a prospect in a lot of ways to me. I'll put him behind Amani Oruwariye. Jordan Lewis, quality slot? Kind of? Similar to Rashad Fenton. Can play a little outside, a little inside. Quality corner. Marco Wilson, intriguing, balanced boundary player. And I will put him behind... Put him right there. Marlon Humphrey. Yeah. High-end number 1. Not elite, because his coverage isn't Jair good. It's not Jalen Ramsey good, but gotta love how he peanut punches the ball, too. So we'll put him there. Malcolm Butler, quality number 2. Pretty easy there. He still can play. I'll put him like right ahead of Joe Hayden. Michael Davis, quality number 2. Lower end, but he's fine. I'll put him right ahead of Brashad Breeland. Jimmy Moreland, quality slot. Towards the bottom of that list, but quality slot. Trayvon Mullen, he's either down here or he's in here. The question is his upside good enough to be in the prospect group? Why not? I don't know. I don't know. I like Trayvon Mullen. I don't think he's great. I'll put him there with like Michael Davis. I think that's a pretty good spot for him right there. Because we're not necessarily doing upside here. He's right there with Greg Newsome, who's prospect. Thank you, Brandon, for the donation. If I could do 1 high-end elite and 2 quality starters and 2 interesting prospects for depth, which players would I choose? It's a great question. Let me finish. Let me see if I can finish the whole thing, and then I'll try to remember to come back to you. If I forget, don't let me forget. Byron Murphy, probably in here right now. They're moving him into the slot. I still really like Byron Murphy. I think I'm going to put him right there behind Chris Harris. He could be a quality number 2 as well. He's, either in here or up here. Depends how you want to view him. Noah Igbenogany is an intriguing, especially if they're trading Xavier Howard. He's an intriguing balanced boundary, and I think I'm going to put him right there. First round pick for a reason. Super high upside. Patrick Peterson is a quality number 2 right here with this group. I think he's probably a little better than Jalen Johnson, AJ Bouye, Janoris Jenkins. This is a tough group. Right there. Marcus Peters. Quality number 1. Low end quality number 1. He's better than Darius Slay at this point. He's probably better than Byron Jones too. Brian Poole, quality slot. I'll put him there, right next to Chauncey, his teammate. Jalen Ramsey, elite. I've always said, guys, if I'm in a zone-heavy scheme, give me Jalen. If I'm in a man-heavy scheme, give me Jair. Those 2 guys they're the only 2 elite corners for me. They're in a tier of their own. I don't have any issue with one or the other. It's literally a matter of preference. If you want a guy that can run man coverage, I would take Jair Alexander. If you want that physical zone corner, Jalen Ramsey. It's not even worth debating at a high level, but I will put Jalen Ramsey at the top. It's going great. No, I'm doing great. I'm going to probably take a break here after this video, so I'll check in with you shortly. Huh? If you have to. Can you wait till I finish this? Because this is going to get uploaded as a video when I'm done. Yeah. Is everything okay? I just got a notification on my PC. I'm just going to clap because I'm going to edit this when all is said and done, so now I know where it is, where that was. All right. Bradley Roby. Good number 2. He's right there with Darb. He's right there with these guys. I think I'd put him in between those 2. Rock Yassin is still kind of a prospect and not one I believe in that much. I'd put him here. Actually, Yeah, because Joseph's really raw. I'm actually going to reorder this. I think Bryce Hall's a better player right now than Kelvin Joseph. Isaiah Oliver's a better player right now than Kelvin Joseph. Plus One Austin's better. Yeah, that looks a little better. And then Rocky Sin can now come right here. That's much better. Richard Sherman. Quality number 2. Probably down here with like Jimmy Smith. Slide him in there. We'll see if he plays this year. Sidney Jones. Quality number 2. Not a high-end guy, but he was pretty good when he came back last year. I'll put him between Breland and Quentin Dunbar. Sean Murphy Bunting. I like Sean Murphy Bunting. I think he's a good number 2 guy. Towards the bottom, like more towards this group. But ascending. I think maybe right there behind Asante Samuel. L'Jarius Sneed is a quality number 2. I think L'Jarius belongs up here with these guys. Probably behind those 3, but L'Jarius is awesome. Steven Nelson, quality number 2. I'd put him right there. Eric Stokes. Interesting boundary prospect. And I think you'd take Stokes over Dantzler. So we'll put him right there. Shannon Sullivan. I guess he's a quality slot. I don't know. He was fine last year. He got obliterated in the NFC Championship, but I don't know. He's not better than a lot of these guys, that's for sure. We should maybe just do that. Maybe. I don't know. They're different positions. It doesn't matter. You guys can figure it out. Patrick Surtain, I think, right here with these guys, I think he might not have as high of an upside as these other guys, but I think he's a better player right now. I mean, he had the highest grade coming out of any of those guys for me. So I'm going to put him there. Tavon Young is a quality slot. I think I'll slide him. I'll slide him behind Cam Sutton. Yeah, it's a good spot. AJ Terrell. He was good last year. He's definitely starting caliber. He's got to be up here. Probably right in there. AJ Terrell or Sean Murphy Bunting. Terrell was just a rookie. Probably going to develop better. Yeah, we'll go Terrell over Murphy Bunting. Don't feel great about that, but Teron Johnson is a quality slot for the Bills. I think... You know what? I'm going to move these guys up a little bit ahead of Brian Poole. And then I'm going to move Teron Johnson down here. Trey Flowers. Please tell me he's not starting. Dude is trash. Trayvon Diggs is intriguing, balanced boundary. I think I would put him... I'm going to put him right there. Good group for him right there. Trey White, got to come up here. I think I'd go Trey White 4 for me. Not elite, but high-end number 1. Troy Hill is a quality number 2 player. That was a good pickup for the Browns. I think you put him... somewhere in this group. Hang on. I'm going to move Steven Nelson up a little bit. I mean, Steven Nelson was better than Joe Hayden last year. He's better than Malcolm Butler. And then I'm going to take Troy Hill and put him right behind Steven Nelson. Tyson Campbell. I had him and Stokes neck and neck. I think he's a little better than Stokes, so I'm going to put him there. Stokes is a technically higher upside, but I think Campbell's a better player right now. Travarius Ward is a good number 2. He's got to come in probably, yeah, like right here. Since we let some of these other guys get guaranteed health, I'll put Jason Verrett above him. Denzel Ward, I still have a lot of faith in Denzel. I would actually put him in the high-end number 1 group. I have a lot of faith in Denzel Ward. Trey Waynes is a quality number 2. Kind of in this discussion. I'll put him right behind Steven Nelson. Darius Williams, high-end number 2 after what we saw last year. I think I'll put him between Kyle Fuller and Dante Jackson. That dude's so fun to watch. William Jackson. I'm going to go at the top of the high-end number 2 list, but I think he can get into this group. I think he can get into that group with the Washington team next year. Akello Witherspoon, please tell me he's not starting. Xavier Rhodes, he's still a good number 2. He's like right there with like Casey Hayward, I would say. I'll put him ahead of Casey Hayward. Good veterans, not great athletes at this point, but good player. And then Xavier Howard, I'm going to put here. I think he's a quality number 1. I don't think he's that close to elite. I think all these guys have a relatively high amount of inconsistency, or in James Bradbury's case, it just doesn't have like the man coverage ability that I typically like to see. Josh, you can't pay me to move up Greg Newsome. I feel the way I feel. Where do I have Greg Newsome? Right here? Oh yeah, he should be ahead of Jalen Johnson. I'll move him ahead of these vets. Yeah, you're right. You're right. You're right. He got buried. All right, fine. Fine. You're right. I agree. I agree. But yeah, there's the list. Another fun video going through these corners. I don't know what the biggest controversies are there. We didn't seem to have quite as much controversy on this one. Maybe Xavier Howard will trigger some people, but I just don't think from a coverage aspect he's in the same group as those guys. So, yeah, that was fun again. And if you're watching this on YouTube, hit that like button after I condense this into its own video. And for the stream folk out there, thank you so much for your super chats. I did say I was going to pick from Brandon one high-end / elite guy, so I'll take... I guess I'll just go Jalen Ramsey because I put him ahead of him. And then 2 quality starters and 2 interesting prospects. So if we took Jalen Ramsey, we're going to build kind of that quarters split safety defense. So my 2 quality starters there, I will go with Caleb Farley and Patrick Surtain, I guess. Like, they're at the top of the tier for a reason, I guess. And then my 2 interesting prospects, it's almost cheating because, yeah, I'll take Jeff Okudah, and I might actually put Noah Igbenogany ahead of Greedy. So I'll take Okudah and Noah Igbenogany. So it's almost cheating. Like, I'll take the top guys at each of those tiers. But yeah, that's the cornerback tiers rankings. I'm going to save this as well. Download it, save it. Good stuff. So I'm going to take another quick break. And then next up, we have... Let's see here. Ooh, we get to do Madden fantasy drafting. We're going to be building the ideal Shannahan offense, and we're also drafting for the Patrick Graham 3-4 odd, 3-3-5 odd defense. So that will be fun. John, the whole stream will automatically upload when it's done. But a couple of these, the podcast, these Tiermakers, I'm going to upload those as individual videos throughout the next few days. So you'll be able to go back and see some of this stuff. And yeah, I almost said thank you guys for watching, but we're only we're not even close to halfway through. Oh, man. We got this, guys. We got this. Thank you, everybody, for your donations to this point. I think I'm actually going to make some tea. My voice is starting to get on that raspy side of things, so going to do that and pee, and I'll be back.
EA Sports. It's in the game.
Oh. Sorry, that also copyright. Get out of here. I guess I can adjust this again. So, actually, guys, I have a TFGO game scheduled. We are a little bit... Let's see. Hang on. Let me... Yeah. We're going to do the TFGO game now, if he can go. And then... the rebuild, or not the rebuild, but the draft thing, we will do afterwards, before we get NalterDeeds and comp keys over here. I feel like I was supposed to get Mass Effect in there at some point. Sorry, I keep switching back and forth. Let's copy this thing over here. Brandon, what's up? You know, we're doing so good with our donations that we might not have to allow people to pay to call play, but I should do it. All right, our opponent is good to go, so that's great. Just need a little fuel. Teddy, these are so spicy. You can't have these. Sorry, guys. I'm a mess. Night, Teddy. So let's put that down. I gotta adjust my mic just a little bit here. Although, I kind of liked where it was. You guys said the audio was pretty good up there. I don't know, not when I'm facing this way. That's kind of weird. If Ahna comes in here, I will readjust it, but let me tighten it so it doesn't fall. There we go. So guys, it's a good time to promote that if you want to get in on this league, it is a realistic league that uses our roster, of course, but if you want to get in on this league, it's a good time to apply. We have kind of a wait list, but you can get in a little earlier if you have next gen now, because not everybody has the next gen Xbox. So if you would like to apply, you can do so right here. And also, to follow every game from this league, I'm just doing all of the promos right now. Follow my Twitch right there, where I stream every game, along with lots of other stuff. And beyond that, I have my secondary YouTube channel, TFG Plays, where I don't upload my games from this, but I do tweet out from @TFG Plays on Twitter when I go live. So just if you are into my Madden content and you didn't know that these exist, there's all those links. And yeah, merch. You can get the merch. Let me drop that merch link as well. I thought I programmed this to let me do that, but let me drop the merch link. Let's just get all the promotions out of the way now. This should work right here. Yep, you can get TFG merch. I kid you not, this sweatshirt is so soft inside. Ahna has to tell me not to wear it like every day. I need to just order more of them because they're so comfy. All right. Let's just do our training here. This is year 2. I had a fun first game with this team. Came back and won. I guess I could show my team real quick for those that haven't been following. Gotta work on this guy's power. How many hours we got left? We have still 14 hours left. 6, 8, 12, 18 hours left. Ooh, man. No, that's not right. We've been going for almost 8 hours, so 24 minus 8 is 16. Quick recap of the team here. We got Kyler, obviously. Moved completely on from all the running backs. Drafted 3 new ones with some speed. We got Nuke. We got Will Fuller. We signed in the offseason, so we're getting the band back together, the Houston boys. Rondale Moore has been a stud. He made the Pro Bowl in his first season. So our receiving core is pretty awesome. We were able to sign David Njoku as well. And then we got lucky. We hit on this guy who has superstar development as a rookie, so that was super lucky. The O-line hasn't changed. Same guys there. We actually kicked Beecham inside there. And then defense, we made some moves. We brought Calais Campbell home this offseason. We signed BJ Hill. We swapped out Jordan Hicks for Reuben Foster in free agency. And then we were able to sign Darius Williams as well. So we had a really busy offseason taking advantage of Kyler's rookie contract. And then we actually play Isaiah Simmons as a strong safety linebacker hybrid. But let's get it. Let's try and climb to 2-0. We got to play the Rams next week. He's the best user in the league. Although, didn't win the Super Bowl. We got our offensive coordinator with us. Teddy the Pomeranian. So we have big news, chat. Comp keys, the music you've been hearing this whole time, not only are they coming onto the stream, but they are delivering canes directly from the restaurant into my mouth. And it's going to be fantastic. It's going to be glorious. So shout out to Comp Keys. Or Nalter? Nalter, are you picking up the canes? I'm actually a little confused on who's picking up the canes, but regardless. Cane's Fried Chicken is entering the chat. Let's go. This is the first TFGO game on the main channel. How about that? Hi, Teddy. Yeah, he's recovered from his draft day haircut. I think that was his last haircut. So you can see how long it takes it to come in. I should tighten this a little bit. I didn't really do much research on my opponent here, so hopefully we're fine. Your dog tore his ACL? Dang. My parents' dog did that last year. It actually ended up not being that big of a deal. Oh, come on. Oh, that's Blake Prohl. I can't be mad about Blake Prohl coming down with catches. I really can't. That's my dude.
You like that? You like
Should I play the "You Like That" soundbite every time Kirk Cousins completes a pass? Would that get tiring? So I actually run the 3-3-5 odd defense a lot of times in this league. Oh, they got the Gallahorn. Oh, that's got to get picked. Come on. We got to pick that. That was a gift. Devonta Freeman to the Saints on a 1-year deal? Why, though? I kind of forgot Devonta Freeman existed, to be honest. There's no game audio. Thank you, guys. I do need reminders for stuff like that. I've had the glitch. Well, how about now? I unmuted it. I've had a glitch where it's been not working.
That's a gain of
I did also have it muted, so
brings up 3rd and 3.
let me know if that's better. Super loud. My bad. My bad. Didn't really think about that. Sorry, chat. Oof. Marcus. It's choppy, huh? Hmm. Come on, guys. Come on. Maybe if I activate and deactivate, it'll be less choppy. Otherwise, I might have to plug it in and out. Let me know if that's any better. We do have play cooldown on, yep. Throw it. Throw it. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What a play from Kirk Cousins.
You like that? You like that? You like that? You like that?
Come on, defense. All right, we're in for a game, apparently. Greg Newsome being the highest rated rookie corner, I don't get it. I know Andre loved him, so that's not a huge surprise, but I don't see how he could possibly be higher than even Horn. Obviously Surtain, you guys know my feelings on him. Kyler, come on, I can't have that. I can't have those misses right there. I thought you were supposed to have a good short game, Kyler. Jeez. My running back got caught up. That was who I was trying to get the ball to. Running back got caught up by the O-line, and then I panicked. Got a plus 13 release over here. And his O-line is shaping up weird. So if we boot this to the left, it should be pretty good. Yeah, just run it. I had A, but not worth Kyler overthrowing him or anything. Hey Maurice, the rulebook's in place. Anybody can create a TFGO PS5 league, but I just don't have time to do it myself. Nice catch. Nice catch.
Murray's pass complete to number 35. A gain of 11 on the play. First down, Cardinals.
Dang. Good run, D. Let's go to a little bit of post curls action. Nice play. Way to hang in there, Kyler. Let that play develop. Beautiful play.
It's a gain of 25 yards. First down, Arizona.
Hopefully the DN doesn't get in here clean on the other side. Double teams can screw you sometimes. Oh, let's go. Is Nuke in the zone all of a sudden?
Complete to DeAndre Hopkins.
That might have been just short.
And goal at the 4-yard line.
Kyler's dropping some dimes from the pocket right now. Wasn't quite enough for Hopkins to get in the zone. This should work though. I think he'll buy into this jet sweep. Nice cut. Good answer. Good answer, offense. A little loud, IMO. Said anybody who's been to the Viking Stadium, am I right?
The kick is good. That ties the game at 7.
Good drive, Teddy. Good drive. Give me some. Give me some. Yeah, there you go. All right, defense. Come on. Let's be better than that last drive. We got to maybe use our D-line a little bit here. Get after him a little bit. I don't want to go too much man coverage because I don't really have the bodies to do it against these receivers. I mean, I could double team Justin Jefferson and force Thielen to beat us, but I don't know if that's a great plan. Oh, turn around. Oh, that was such a lucky break for him. That had freaking interception written all over it. I swear I had 4 plays of those last year, and all 4 of them got intercepted. Surprised Kyler didn't miss the handoff. It was in the middle of the field. Oh, dude. Oh, that's brutal. Poor Kyler. There you go, Simmons. That's house. Oh, of course Brian O'Neill is there. There you go, Simmons. That's what we like to see.
They'll take over first and 10 at the 24-yard line.
Oh no, I was just starting to slide. Vintage frickin' Harrison Smith. I slid too late there. I was eventually sliding, but damn it. Gave it right back to him. Ugh. Alright, 1 Red Bull down, chat.
First and 10 at the 36-yard line.
Kyler ran over the middle, that's why it fell to the ground. God, you guys are relentless. Oh no, Cheeto down. Jeez, alright.
Intended for Herb Smith Jr. Incomplete. Isaiah Simmons there defensively.
Come on, power move on Ezra Cleveland. Right here. Yep. Oh, I fell. He spun into me, though. Alright, what can I do to take away these crossers, guys? I mean,
It's a gain of 5.
we're getting them every play.
It's a 3rd and 5.
Oh, I got roasted. Dang it. I was trying to press him, and then he gave me the corner route. Terrible coverage.
First and 10 at the 22-yard line. Cousins pass. Intended for
So if he's dropping back super far, I feel like if we go to this package, he should, in theory, be getting...
It's a gain of 5. Brings up 3rd and 5.
I don't like this call. God, dude. It's just crossers all day. I thought that adjustment running cover 2 there, having the flats come down would be enough, but not even close. I don't know if he's completed a pass that wasn't a crossing route so far. I guess he had that corner route when I was a man that he had. We're going to have to just come down to the box and force him to go deep. The rebuild is already confirmed, actually. We're doing Patriots. I never really announced that, but it's a great rebuild team. They got a $250 donation, so
Number 35, the ball carrier. He was taken down at the 22-yard line. A gain of a yard. Brings up 2nd and 9.
yeah, Sandro. There you go, my man. Sandro is the one who donated for the Patriots, so Patriots fans can thank him. Oh, he was way too slow. Way too slow to get over on that one. Second I saw him use her in that safety, I had to take that. All right, Nuke's in the zone now. So he's got to double team him, otherwise it's like a guaranteed catch.
That's the end of the first quarter with the score Vikings 14, Cardinals 7.
That was dumb to scramble there. He had contain on. That was just overall just dumb play by me. That's all right. Bad play call, bad execution, all around. I was just lazy. Said I'm just going to send Hopkins deep and not worry about anything else.
Murray's pass complete to number 35. A 5-yard pickup on the play. And it's 3rd down.
Oh, come on. Dang it. 4th and 6. I'm going for this. I got a punt from the 44-yard line. Teams are going for this all the time nowadays. Oh, all right, now we're punting. Good job, Kelvin Beachum.
Jamie Gillen in punt formation.
No, don't face mask him, Marco Wilson. Dude, we just had two of the most characteristic plays by our players. Kyler misses a throw over the middle of the field, and then Marco Wilson gets a bad penalty. And now that punt is just a terrible play. 20-yard punt. Oh. I know that tight end's going to come across the middle on the cross, and it's going to beat me. Throw it. God, dude. I guess I already had one of these throw to sacks come to me, but
Brings up second and long.
dude, what a dime. Are you serious? Man.
First and 10 at the 40.
I feel like we should have more than one interception right now.
Cousins pass. Complete to Dalvin Cook. It's a pickup of 3. Brings up second and 7 at the 39-yard line.
Alright, don't give up the crossers, guys. Oh my gosh.
Pass intended for just
He is putting this ball in harm's way, dude. He's already got like 3 or 4 turnover-worthy plays, I feel like.
and 7.
Alright.
That's good for a Minnesota Vikings.
We're bringing everything down. We're going to force him to throw the ball deep.
First and 10 at the 31-yard line.
Come on, Marco. God bless it. We can't catch a break. Marco Wilson was in great position there, and then we just get stuck into that animation. Good D.
The handoff to the fullback. He was taken down behind the line of scrimmage. It's a loss of 1. Brings up second and goal at the 2-yard line.
Good D. Let's go.
Justin Jefferson, the ball carrier. Brought down behind the line of scrimmage. A loss of 2 on the play. It's 3rd down and goal to go.
Oh, that was on me. Damn it.
Touchdown, Vikings.
Jonathan Allen got an extension? Probably well deserved. Dude's a stud. 19 per? Like 4 years? 70, 78 mil? Something like that? It's a good deal. Pretty close to Kenny Clark then. That's gonna look like a budget in a few years, I bet.
Murray's pass, caught by number 12. Out of bounds at the 25-yard line. 4 yards on the pickup. 2nd and 6.
Hey, Teddy. Teddy's invested in this comeback now. All right, we got Will Fuller. I don't know if he's got speed over there. I can't see it, but... Nice play. We're getting the pass pro today. Can't complain about the pass pro.
First down, Cardinals. Number 35, the ball carrier.
Sorry if you guys are getting buffering.
4-yard line.
I'm surprised we've made it this far without any, to be honest.
Brings up 2nd and 7.
Alright, so what coverage was that?
Complete to David.
That was cover 3 match.
5 yards on the play. And it's 3rd.
This is 4-down territory for me, so I'm gonna... I'd play the Avengers soundbite, but we're on YouTube and that's a guaranteed copyright.
Are you ready for me to join you?
I am. Let me get through this play. It's a big play first. Yeah. Oh, great block. I should have gone down. Great block, though. Good play call.
First down, Arizona.
Thanks for not fumbling, Kyler. I think he's fumbled the last 4 times he's been touched in this league. I really need to be more careful with him. Look at you, Rondale. Look at you. Alright, 2-minute warning. Ideally, I don't get in the ball too much time here.
A gain of 11 on the play. And a Cardinal first down.
Thank you.
Looks gross, but it'll taste
All right.
good.
Yeah, that'll feel good on my throat. Time to address the raspiness a little bit, guys. Although it's not that bad. Oh, there was a gap there. Dang it.
Taken down at the 19-yard line. 2 yards on the pickup. It's 2nd and 8.
We do get the ball at half, so we can double up a little bit here. Good play.
Murray's pass. Complete to Will Fuller. First and goal, Arizona.
Yep, tea and honey. You got it. Surprised he's not calling a timeout here. Oh, Kyler. He was under pressure, but that was going to come open. You want me to move this mic?
I mean, I can sit on the other side of you.
I don't know if there's enough room over here. But I was thinking, do you want to just be on the Teddy cam?
No. I can just wait till you're done with this.
Yeah, maybe do that.
Okay, sounds good.
I'm assuming he's just going to knee this. Maybe not. Good job, Zaven. So Zaven won Defensive Rookie of the Year in this for us. Alright, let's have a big second half here. I feel like we're not getting outplayed 21-10. We've just had some rough moments. Madden Fantasy Draft will be after this game. Oh, he almost stayed up there.
The Cardinals take over first and 10 at their own 25-yard line.
Ooh, good run. Good run.
The ball carried by number 29. Brought down at the 35-yard line. 10 yards on the pickup. It's second and inches.
Oh, that's not what I wanted to change the play to. Oh well. Dang it. Great play by him. He came down. I thought he was going to give up the middle, and then he dropped right back. He played that perfectly. Got to tip your cap to him on that. I thought he was going to commit on that crosser, and he didn't. So, good play by him. Dang it. Need to get it back. Right on cue. Right on cue. Let's go.
They'll take over first and 10 at the 41-yard line.
I'm actually going to go max protect here. Dude, Will. Oh, that's one of those plays in this game that 3 straight plays with interception. It's one of those plays of the game where you're like, you see something that, as a quarterback with a wide receiver, like, oh, we get middle of the field wide open. Maybe sit down instead of running right into the safety. But, of course, you forget it's Madden, and you can't low point a ball over the middle. Brutal, dude. This is brutal. We're still right in this thing, guys. If only I was as good at Madden as I am at defending Aaron. That'd be nice. Come on, Chandler Jones, do something. Oh my gosh. He floated that to the sideline.
Line number 10. He's out of bounds at the 10-yard line. A gain of 4. It's now 2nd and 6.
Nixter, hey, let's go. No, the rebuild will be starting later tonight. So you have not missed the rebuild yet. Or the fantasy draft, for that matter. God, dude. How are we giving him these? He's just fitting these into teeny tiny windows, dude. Ugh.
First and goal at the 2-yard line.
Come on, need to hold him to a field goal here. Absolutely need to.
Dalvin Cook on the carry. Brought down right at the line of scrimmage. No gain on the play. Leads to 2nd and goal at the 2-yard line.
Good D.
Cook again, the ball carrier. Brought down just shy of the goal line. A gain of 1 yard on the play.
Am I going to use voice chat for Among Us? Like in the game? Probably not. No. Get him! Oh, a sack would have been nice there, but I'll take the field goal. Good job, JJ.
By J.J. Watt.
Surprised he didn't QB sneak that.
It's 4th and goal.
Alright, guys, that was big. Very little ground lost there. We're going to need 2 touchdowns anyway, so.
Fair catch made at the 25-yard line. The Cardinals take over 1st and 10 at their own 25-yard line.
Keep an eye on Rondale Moore here, guys. Oh, he didn't get touched. Let him get up.
Number 12. A gain of 19 yards. First down, Cardinals.
Dang it. Late hit, ref.
Murray on the keeper.
Cover 2 man was the only thing that was going to beat that play right there, and he called it.
Leads to 2nd and 10.
No! Get the ball! Dude! You've got to be kidding me. Oh my god. Thanks, EA. You've got to be kidding me. Ugh. I'm just speechless after that, man. Nobody, we had 4 guys on the ball and nobody goes for the ball. Ugh. Thank you, Isaiah Simmons. Let's go. It feels good to have a 6'4" safety over the middle.
They'll take over first and 10 at their own 16-yard line.
2 picks today for Isaiah Simmons. That's a plus coming out of this game. But now we got to go the whole field again. I actually don't like the way that run looks right there. I might just hit Smith immediately out of the flat and hope it's open. Oh, good good tackle.
Murray's pass complete to number 29. A gain of 2 brings up second and 8 at the 18-yard line.
Oh, I have it on my mug. Let's go. Oh, you sure you don't want to fumble that one, Rondale Moore? You big jerk.
It's a gain of 17 yards. First down, Arizona.
I'm actually not crazy about. Man, perfect coverage across the board.
Loss of 7 yards. It's second down.
I guess I should have scrambled left, but I don't even know if I would have been able to get out. Alright, let's hone this thing in a little bit. We don't need to hit all these chunk plays.
A gain of 30. And the Cardinal first down.
Great throw by Kyler.
Number 29, the ball carrier. Eric Kendricks in on the tackle. It's a pickup of 3. Brings up second and 7 at the 39-yard line.
Dang, good tackle.
Murray's pass.
Should have had that first.
David Njoku. A 5-yard pickup on the play. And it's third down.
Let's see if we can pick it up on the ground. Oh, nice. Real nice. Oh well, I'll take it. It was a good run. Of course, though. I debated if I should hurdle or not, but I figured, oh, he'll jump over him. Yeah, the GoFundMe's going great. Can't complain about that. That's for dang sure.
Number 35, the ball carrier. Tackle made at the 9-yard line.
Let's change this to a Texas. He's gonna have to cover Njoku.
Second and 2. Murray's pass complete to number 35. First and goal at the 3-yard line.
Is Joe Looney a good signing for the Giants? Yeah, I like that signing. He might be their best center. Might be. Probably not, but might be. Nice juke. All right, guys. We're fighting. We're fighting. I'm glad we got a good opponent for this game, at least. It's been a good game.
His kick is good. Makes the score Vikings 24, Cardinals 17. The Vikings
Do I like the idea of Packers trading for Xavier Howard? No, I don't, honestly.
5-yard line.
I mean, it would help them this year, but... Fumble it. Oh, come on.
Kirk Cousins sacked.
Good D, though.
Down back at the 20-yard line.
Get in there, Watt. Bully him. Oh my god, dude. What a throw. Are you kidding me? Ugh. I thought that was going to get picked. What a freaking dot by Kirk Cousins. Jeez.
46-yard line.
Dang it, he's in field goal range. We gotta find a way to push him back. God, Kirk is playing out of this world.
Cousins pass intended for Justin Jefferson. Incomplete. Brings up second and 10 at the 40-yard line.
Uh-oh. Stream's having issues? That's not good. For everybody, I'll pause it after this play. Unless it's back, let me know. No, dude, that second foot was out. Oh, these dimes that Kirk Cousins is throwing. I can't believe it.
First and 10 at the 60.
Jesus. Oh! Darius, you had it.
Intended for Adam Thielen.
Dang it.
Brings up 3rd down and 4.
Can I call cover 4 or yeah, okay. Oh my god, dude. Are you serious? He throws it right in there. That guy stopped down. Ugh. This is killing me. It's eating up way too much clock, too. I can't believe we didn't get an interception on that drive, dude. Oh my gosh.
The kicker on for the point after. Makes the score.
Oh, this game is far from done. This game is far from done. You haven't seen nothing. I've come back from double worse leads than this.
Andy Isabella on the return. The Cardinals take over 1st and 10 at their own 20-yard line.
Oh, come on, bro. Catch the ball. I need some help out here, guys. Oh, my God. Bro.
Murray's pass caught by number 12. A 2-yard gain on the play. And it's 3rd down.
Oh, did our stream just start over? Uh-oh. Hopefully we're back. I don't even know. That was the first time that happened. Thank you, Fuller. Are we back, guys? Or do I need to pause it?
Complete to Will Fuller. A gain of 19 yards. 1st down, Cardinals.
Yeah, the whole stream went down for a second there. Oh my Jesus, I thought that was going to get picked off. Kyler just missed a check down over the middle. I thought for sure Will Fuller was going to catch that, drop that ball on 4th down. I thought for sure. Kyler, bro! I can't have Kirk throwing the dimes that he's throwing and Kyler missing these throws. Like, I'm not going to win when that happens. That should have been a touchdown. Oh, and he drops it.
Murray's pass
That's probably GG's. But that's not my fault, man. Kyler has got to make that throw on third down. Not my day, chat. Not my day. Not over yet, but not looking good either. Definitely can't have a field goal here, that's for sure.
He was brought down at the 45-yard line. 4 yards on the pickup. 2nd and 6.
Could I get more unlucky? You didn't follow this team last year, did you? There we go. I have had some terrible luck today, though. 2 lost fumbles, overthrows. It has not been a great day, but he has played a good game. But he also is throwing some freaking tight window throws out here. What is this? Jeez. Dude, he's dropping like 20 yards back in the pocket, and Kirk is still just throwing frickin' missiles over the middle of the field. Ugh. Crazy. Well, wasn't meant to happen today, guys. Wasn't meant to happen. Live to see another day. Sometimes Madden just says, it's not going to happen today. And you're going to take it, and you're going to like it. That's right. It's only one game. It's week 2. We had many of these last year, and we still made the playoffs, and we're a couple of missed field goals away from beating the Super Bowl champs. I'm just gonna let the clock run out. Not worth stat padding for no reason. GG's, G's. Rough one. Definitely a rough one. But on the bright side, we get to now draft. A little fantasy draft action. I gotta say GG's to my opponent. And now TFGF will join the action. You should be able to see the chat here, babe. I don't know if you're gonna need that laptop. It's right here, and I'm gonna move this mic.
Can you move this to that computer?
Mm-mm.
Well, can I sit on that side? I don't want to sit right in front of the thing.
I mean, can you sit here?
Yeah, I guess I can sit there. Can you help me?
Yeah.
Oh, it's cold in here.
Yeah, I don't know why it gets so much colder in here than it does out there. No upgrades. Rip. Alright, 1 second, chat. I can take these off.
Yeah, this, I feel like this is gonna be right in my face.
What is?
The mic? Don't you think?
Well, I'm gonna move the mic.
Oh, you're moving the mic.
Yeah. I'm gonna move this here. I can actually just do like that right there. That's pretty good. And then, yeah, then you can see the chat.
Not so much. I think I'll grab the thing on the table because I can't see that far.
Okay. I am also gonna take a little potty break. And then we're going to transition here, guys, and do the fantasy draft.
NalterDeeds.com/TFGO.
Turn that up a little bit. That should be good. All right. I guess we're back to Xbox scene.
Okay, even closer to you. Can you just move the camera or no?
Not really.
Well, you can see my shoulder.
Oh boy. Teddy did not like that. Hey, come here. I mean, why don't you just go on the Teddy cam?
I don't want to be on the Teddy cam.
Well, I can take the Teddy cam part off.
Huh?
I can take the Teddy cam part
That's
off.
just so weird. Can we both just be on the Teddy cam? So it's not just me on the Teddy cam.
I guess I could do that. Why
Why
is
don't
it
you
weird?
just put it there?
Why is it weird to have you on the Teddy cam?
Because I don't want to be on my own camera.
You deserve your own camera, baby. Well, I mean, there.
See? That's good.
That is good. All right, I'll take the Teddy cam part off. And then I'll take this down. You take Doug. Jeez. Spazzy boy. All right, can you guys hear us okay? We made some adjustments. Love my vids, hate the Michael Thomas take. Fair enough, you don't have to agree with everything I say. so we gotta load up. The only thing we won't have here is the right development traits,
I feel
but
like you should put it here, because otherwise it's just looking at us from the side.
it has a limited range. But
It should reach.
like that? Is that better?
Better. Yeah.
So we are going to be doing a fantasy draft here, and I'll be drafting for the perfect Shannahan offense and the perfect 3-3-5 odd defense, right?
Right.
So it'll be cool to see kind of where I would weight, like where I would prioritize getting what in those offenses and the types of players I would target there. Excuse me.
Before we get too far, you should talk about NalterDeeds.
Oh yes, NalterDeeds. So Nalter's coming on. Nalter's coming on for card pack openings here in a couple hours. And you guys can actually, I believe, Nalter can correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you guys can purchase your own packs for us to open, and then I think Nate sends them to you. I think that's how he does it. But all of the funds from the way you purchase those packs will go towards the March of Dimes.
You should drop that.
The link here, I don't know if I can.
Just type it NalterDeeds.com/TFGO.
Okay, I need to do it from.
Oh, I could have done that. Sorry.
That's okay. NalterDeeds.com/TFG.
Yeah.
All right.
Also, you guys can continue to donate either via Super Chat. I'll be watching the Super Chats. Or via that GoFundMe. We're so close to that goal. You guys are amazing, and any little bit helps.
What are we at?
Thank you guys.
What are we at now?
I think we were at 1,100.
Let's go. That's so amazing, guys. Thank you so much. Someone disliked the stream. One person disliked the stream. What a
Always
jerk.
gotta be somebody.
Yeah, some rascal. So we'll do the Niners just because we are doing the Shannahan offense. Whoops. Nope, not me. That looks like me. I do need to change starting point. Okay, Nalter has confirmed the cards that you purchase will be shipped to you.
That's awesome. That's so exciting.
And if you super chat $5, can we do a Teddy paw print on one of the cards?
If they want one.
If you want one, you can get a Teddy paw print. We're just gonna roll with whatever pick we get. Well, let's do it. 29, fantastic. All right, that puts us in a tough spot. So, oh my God, Aaron Donald is still there. I guess because of age, but because of the nature of the offense, you can probably wait a little bit on quarterback, although you don't want to wait too long. Trey Lance is there. Running back, you can wait. I would say our priorities should probably be, honestly, maybe on the defensive side of the ball. Can we get someone to play that Leonard Williams role that I think is really pivotal? Leonard Williams himself is there. You don't want to go too old. Arik Armstead is fine for that role, but that'd be an overdraft, so that's not so much what I'd be looking for. Okay, that's not really an option. We could go the cornerback route. You know what? I don't want the 29th pick. This is stupid. We're restarting. I want to get at least one elite cornerstone guy to build it around. Let's try it again.
Someone wants to know if I have a crush on Shannahan. I think he's very cute.
He's on the sexy coaches calendar.
He is, but he's not one of my top favorites.
He's in the top 12.
He's in the top 12.
What's your top 3?
Well, I mean, I have to include Andy Dalton in there, even though he's not a coach.
Oh, okay.
That's
Well, he's going to be
one.
coaching Justin Fields by about week 8.
As long as I get to see Andy Dalton play live once in my life, I'll be happy.
Week 6. We'll be there.
Also, Joey donated, says PS Money Mooney for OPOY. I'm guessing you understand that.
I do, yeah. That's a Bears receiver, Darnell Mooney.
Oh.
Chat saying we could have had Aaron Donald. You're right. If we get a late pick again, we'll take Aaron Donald. But I want to pick higher than that. I want more options than just one. All right, much better. 11th pick. All right. So, like, we could go Myles Garrett. Myles Garrett in that Leonard Williams role would be insane. A little bit undersized. Could also go Tyreek Hill. This gives us a little more option. A few more options, I should say. So I think we could go Tyreek Hill. I'm probably not going O-line first round, but I'm thinking about them early. Joey Bosa, actually, for that role would be really sweet, too. If we wanted to go defense early. Not going a linebacker this early. I just don't value it as high. Thank you for the super chat, Black Cobalts. We could go with a Jalen Ramsey because we do run a lot of cover 3. And he would be a great fit. And that cornerback spot is so hard to find. So I think Jalen Ramsey would be the James Bradbury here. Might be the way to go there. I think that's where we're going to start, is with Jalen Ramsey.
Black Cobalt says, can we try for...
We can
try for Chubb. Not try for Chubb.
We can try for Chubb. Absolutely. All right, so we've got a guy on defense to build around. Quarterback in the second round. I mean, Trevor Lawrence is available. Zach Wilson is available. Fields, Lance. I think we can wait one more round for our quarterback. I'm not going to take a running back quite yet. I'm going to wait on receivers. So I'm curious what kind of edge talent we'd be looking at, or even, I was going to say if Derwin James was going to be there. But this does get a little more difficult. I think we should go offense. Quarterback is probably a good route to go now that I've seen who else is available. Unless we wanted to go with a cornerstone tackle with some youth, but it seems like that's something we should probably wait for. Let's get our quarterback, and we won't have to worry about that. Trevor Lawrence in this offense would be pretty freaking crazy. So we're going to go ahead and get our young quarterback in Trevor Lawrence. Don't worry about the development traits. That's why he's available here, but it's fine. Just take it for what it is. And then still too early for me to look at running back, and Nick Chubb's already gone, so we're not going to be able to get that big running back piece.
Somebody wants to know, what is a Shannahan offense?
So a Shannahan offense is really built around, it does a lot, but the core principle is running wide zones, outside zone runs, and building the play action off of that. So you're going to have a lot of basically intent to make everything look the same. You want everything to look like those outside zones, but 75%, 80% of the stuff you do is not outside zone. It's the threat of that outside zone that scares you, and then the play action off the top, play action boots off of that. That's what's so dangerous. So for a quarterback, you want a guy that can move, and you want a guy with really good arm talent and accuracy. You're not so much worried about the ability to pick apart a defense. You don't necessarily need that Peyton Manning, Tom Brady type, because your scheme's going to do a really good job of getting that first guy open. As long as they can move. It's like why Ryan Tannehill has been so good for the Titans is because he's such a perfect fit for that offense. So that explains that a little bit. And then for the 3-3-5 defense, that's an even deeper dive. But we've got our foundational corner. The other kind of, I would say there's two flex pieces that we need to have to run this well. It's a big-bodied hybrid defensive end, someone like a Leonard Williams, who's still there, by the way. And then we also need a big-bodied sort of bandit safety. Landon Collins, Jabril Peppers, Jeremy Chin would be great for that role. You've got, like, even Ronnie Harrison would be good there. You can go as far down as you could take an Isaiah Simmons to play that role too. So I think we can wait on that for another round or two. And then you also kind of need a third flex piece, is a sort of slot corner free safety hybrid type. That's why, what's his name? Logan Ryan is so good there, because he will play a little bit of slot corner and he'll play a little bit of free safety as well. So he's also kind of a critical part of that hybrid defense. So those are kind of the three big pieces we need to build around. Everything else is pretty standard.
Shane Connell said he just bought one of the TFG packs.
Ooh, let's go. Shane's getting some packs. That's awesome, man. Excited to open them. You know, I think with this third, but we can wait with these receivers. DJ Moore in this offense would be insane. I think getting that big body defensive end is going to be the hardest thing for us. Or we could take a right tackle in Tristan Wirfs. You know what? I've made up my mind. Tristan Wirfs in this offense as that lead blocking right tackle. We're going to take Tristan Wirfs. And then I'm going to target... If did those receivers start going? A little bit. Did DJ Moore go? DJ Moore did go. So I think we should target... Ooh, Jamar Chase in this offense. I'm going to risk that we can get Jamar Chase on the way back. And I'm going to take Leonard Williams, who is still there. And I know he's not a fan favorite, but believe me, in this defense, I am going to shout out Leonard Williams and point out the value he brings to that scheme. So we're going to take Leonard Williams now, and I'm going to wager that we can get Jamar Chase on the way back. Unless one of those top receivers is still there. Oh, they're both still there. Okay. So... Oh, wait, did Jamar Chase go? Interesting. Jamar Chase went. Was not No, he's still there. He's way down there. All right. I'm going to take Justin Jefferson now, who's a little more of a route running type, and I'm going to try to reunite him with Jamar Chase with our next pick. Justin Jefferson. And is he there? He should be. We could maybe even wait one more round if we wanted to go beef up the O-line now. Center is a big part of running those wide zones, but I think we can wait there. Running back... These guys have started to go, but at this point, we'll wait. What about a defensive back? Oh my goodness. Justin Simmons is still there. Antoine Winfield. I think I'm going to go for another cornerback here. I'm going to go corner now.
Brandon says to take him now.
Take Jamar Chase now.
Uh-huh. Being risky.
I think he'll be there. We don't have to wait that long. I think Justin Simmons is too good to pass up. Because it's a 3 safety defense here. And I think Justin Simmons does it all. I'm going to go... I got to grab Justin Simmons. And then I'm going to take... Oh my God, AJ Brown is still there. The receivers aren't going, guys. We gotta adapt to the board. None of these guys went. Honestly, I'm gonna take Antoine Winfield. And now we have, I mentioned you need a safety that can be kind of hybrid and play a little slot corner as well. Simmons and Antoine Winfield fit that mold perfectly. And now we will take, yep, AJ Brown has gone now, so now I will take Jamar Chase. So let's review our team so far. So we have Trevor Lawrence at quarterback. We have an amazing LSU wide receiver tandem being reunited. We've got one offensive lineman in place, but it's Tristan Wirfs. We're going with a lot of exciting youth. We got Leonard Williams, who is critical to the way that this front seven is going to operate. Jalen Ramsey as a starting point at corner. And the 2 safeties that will help us. The last safety we need here is that box safety type, who I think we can get in a few picks later. So I'm thinking about O-line. I'm thinking about another cornerback. Maybe a tight end. Oh my gosh. I mean...
That's not a real picture of him, is it?
No, it's a cartoon.
Oh my god,
picture.
that's so terrible. They make him look so, like, gray. Poor guy.
I feel like the only reason Pitts is here is because of the normal dev, and we've already gone with a bunch of youth, so I'm not going to do it. But just know I wanted to. I'm going to balance that out a little bit and not take Kyle Pitts.
Joey has a super chat. He says, Packers OG from last year's draft, Simon Stepanak, has retired. Another wasted pick.
Yep. Should have been Darnell Mooney.
Also, somebody asked who the top 5 hottest NFL quarterbacks are. Definitely Andy Dalton, but who else do I like? I don't really like quarterbacks that much.
I know, you don't. There's not a lot of quarterbacks.
Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah, you're big on Jacoby Brissett.
I think he's an attractive man. Who else? I mean, you gotta say Peyton Manning, but he's not in the NFL anymore.
Of course, you gotta say Peyton Manning.
You gotta.
All right, the O-linemen have started to go. Geez, Penei Sewell. I'm gonna go with a couple O-linemen here. We gotta take Sewell. I know we didn't take Pitts for the same reason, but the other guys are still there. So I'm gonna take Penei Sewell.
Geometric Heat likes Jimmy G.
Yeah, you for some reason aren't crazy about Jimmy G. I feel like
He's an attractive man.
Oh, these safeties have started to go. So you know what I'm gonna do, guys?
I think Marcus is better looking than Baker Mayfield. That's why I didn't say Baker Mayfield.
Nice. This won't be super popular. Or maybe it will. I bet it will. I am going to take, if he's there. Did he go? Did Isaiah Simmons get drafted? Ooh, Micah Parsons would be fun. I don't want to take all rookies, but... Did he really get drafted already? Or am I just... I guess I say Isaiah Simmons went. So these strong safeties have all started to really fly off the board here. So we really need that role for our defense, and with them starting to go... We got to pick someone here. And Ronnie Harrison might be the best option for that role. It's not going to be a popular pick, but we need... Oh, Kyle Duggar.
Ian Baller has a super chat that says, I dare you to take Blake Martinez.
Nah. Maybe in the 40th round.
I need to stop eating these. These are so good.
I know.
They're so addicting.
They're so good. I'm taking Kyle Duggar. I know I said I'm going to stop taking rookies, but I just can't help myself. He would be so perfect for that role. So we've got our tackles. We need I know exactly who I'm going to take next. Another move blocking offensive lineman here. Dang it, he went. I should have taken him last round. I was going to take the Vikings center, Bradbury. So we got to adapt there. These offensive linemen have flown off the board. That's a bummer. Connor Williams would fit the scheme later on. Ben Jones runs this for the Titans, so I think I'll take my center now because he's clearly better than everybody else, and then we'll have to go a little youth later. But we've got our cornerstones. We got tackle and center. Let's take a look at running back. You having fun yet?
So much fun. Also, they're flamin' hot Cheetos is what we're eating.
Yeah. So again, all these rookies are available because they all have normal devs, so I'm trying to stay a little bit away from it. I'm going to take Raheem Mostert to be our running back. He's a little bit older, but we've seen how good he does in this system. So we're going to take Raheem Mostert now. He's got that breakaway speed you're looking for with this. You want, in the wide zone offense, you want running backs with that home run ability. Kyle Pitts still there. Not going to take Pitts. I think we can honestly wait at tight end. There's going to be some options further down the board. Guys like Michael Pruitt.
Someone says you're a flamin' hot.
Oh,
Cheeto.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So are you, baby.
Gross.
Gosh. It's so hard not to take Pitts, but I don't want to cheat too much because he would not be available in a full redraft world like this. Damian Lewis would be a great fit. Damian Lewis is going to crush it for this system in Seattle. So I'll take my left guard and Damian Lewis. Thanks for the super chat. Glad you're enjoying the fantasy draft. So we've almost got our full O-line. We've got... Yeah, we just need one guard. We could probably start looking at like our front seven a little bit more now, which I definitely didn't put a priority on. And another corner would be good.
Bears fan, thanks for that donation. I hope the Bears do well this year. For your sake and mine. Not for Marcus's.
Right. All right, so again, Patrick Surtain probably shouldn't be there. Probably shouldn't do it. I think I'll go, because we are running much more zone. Trayvon Mullen is a really good fit. And he's one of the better guys available. Xavier Rhodes would also be a good fit. Very not Garrett. I always do that. James Bradbury-esque Xavier Rhodes. So I'm going to take Xavier Rhodes, actually. How old is he? He's 30. Oh, he's way older than I thought he was. So we should take Trayvon Mullen, who actually my comp for Trayvon Mullen coming out was Xavier Rhodes. So we'll take Trayvon Mullen instead. Now let's look more at the front seven. Oh, we got our nose tackle. Falorenzo Fadukasi. Put him on the board. Yes. That's huge. He's gonna be our Lawrence, our Dexter Lawrence. That's a huge selection right there. And now we can look at linebacker. None of those guys are any good. Yikes. Wow, those linebackers flew off the board. Can we get Blake? Nope. Even Blake Martinez is gone. I would take Blake Martinez at this point. And that's saying something. Well, we could take my boy Blake Cashman, Monty Rice. Let's get a veteran starter in there. Let's go. Let's take Jordan Hicks. He's the best player available at that linebacker spot. I wasn't putting much of a priority on linebacker.
People were really pushing for Tom Brady there.
Is he still there?
I don't know.
Oh my gosh! Just groom Lawrence under Brady for a year. So we've got a hole at tight end. I like that we can actually look at our team as we draft, because I should be able to. Sewell was a left tackle in college, so.
We have take Josie Joel, or I cannot read this far.
Chris Barnes.
Barnes.
All right, so here's our. Okay, it already got confused, but did I accidentally flip Tristan Wirfs instead of? No, I got that right. So we really just need another guard, a tight end for our offense. Defensively, we need a true edge rusher. But other than that, we need a true slot corner, but again, these three are starting. So Simmons and Winfield are going to act a lot of times as our slot corner. But we definitely need more corner depth. But defense has fallen into place pretty well. Yeah, Brady is still there. Pitts is still there too. All these top rookies would definitely be gone by this point, so I'm going to stay away from them. Leonard Fournette is interesting as a complement to Mostert. But let's address that edge spot. Josh Uche actually is very tempting because you want this guy to be kind of that traditional hybrid Belichick guy, but a little more of a pass rusher. Like Azeez Ojulari was brought in there to play that role. So honestly, I think Josh Uche is perfect for that spot. Unless I want to look at DNs. Justin Houston could do it. Josh Sweat's a little better of a pass rusher. Ooh, Gregory Rousseau, I like that as a project behind Leonard Williams.
Somebody wants to know when the PS4 roster comes out. I don't think we have one, right?
Yeah, it's probably not going to happen at this point. All right, let's go. Let's take a actual good pass rusher in Justin Houston. And then let's see if we can get Uche next. Yeah. Those guys will rotate. Uche will be early downs. We're going to need more edge players too. But now, God, why is nobody taking Kyle Pitts yet? Madden's almost being stubborn at this point. We need another corner. Someone that can do a little bit of everything. So Troy Hill's a good fit there. Can play some slot, can play some outside.
Why do I look so focused and intense? I think that's my normal face. Also, I don't really understand anything that's going on. I mean, I understand what's going on, but I don't have much to contribute.
Sorry.
I'm just here for moral support at this
Yes,
point.
and to make sure I don't miss any important chats.
That's right.
Well, Jason Verrett's a much better version of Troy Hill, so I'm going to take Jason Verrett and hope he stays healthy.
Also not used to being on stream. That's accurate. Usually when I'm on stream, it's for interactive things, like Quiplash.
Yeah. There's not a whole lot of...
There's not a whole lot I can say right now.
Yeah. Oh, so tempting to take Elijah Moore. You want to see what the boys said here?
Yep.
I'm going to wait on my third wide receiver. There's too much talent there. We need our tight end. Slim pickings. We're just not going to have a great tight end. But Michael Pruitt did it pretty well for the Titans.
Thanks, Carrie or Carl. Life, I can't really tell from this far because I'm blind. He says that I'm the real MVP.
Well, that's true, yes. You are the inspiration for this entire stream, so we're all...
Yeah,
very
if you
thankful
guys
for-
have any questions on either of the charities,
Yeah.
you can ask questions. I can answer.
Drew Sample's actually a really good fit for this scheme. And he runs it in Cincinnati, so we'll see. I think I'm going to wait around and we'll grab Sample and Michael Pruitt. But let's get our next starting guard and wrap up the O-line. I mentioned Connor Williams earlier, so I think that's who I'm going to target here. We already got kind of a Nate Davis type with our other guards, so I'm going to take Connor Williams, who I actually really like as a guard in this system. So he's going to be the other guy there.
I'm gonna grab something and drink. You want something?
I'll take one of those Cokes, the Coke drink things.
Which one?
Are there different flavor options?
Yeah, you told me to get you like a vanilla and a regular.
I'll do a vanilla. Oh, hi, Teddy. Okay, we're going to go Drew. I know you guys want Pitts, man. I know you want him, but we already got some rookies earlier. I want it to be somewhat balanced. Call me lame, but you know how I like to do these things. I'm no fun. I don't like to exploit the game too much. I'm not going to take Pruitt quite yet. That's a little early. Let's take... Someone says thoughts on March of Dimes.
Thoughts on March of Dimes. Well, that's what I do for a living, is take care of really tiny, sick, premature babies. And March of Dimes funds all the research to be able to help us continue to do that. For example, a couple of years ago, we wouldn't be able to save babies that we're saving today. We can save babies down to born at 22 weeks, and a normal baby would be born at 40 weeks. So they're essentially half cooked at 22 weeks, and we can still save them and have good outcomes, which would not be possible even just a couple of years ago. So it keeps us being able to do what we do and save babies for people. So it's a very good charity.
I think it's so cool. All right, we need more edge help. Josh Sweat's a good player. Josh Sweat's a legit young developing pass rusher with upside. So I'm going to take Josh Sweat. I don't know if a lot of people are aware of how well he played last year. You're going to take Josh Sweat. Someone's saying Tommy Tremble in the chat. I can get behind that pick. Finally, Jimmy Graham is off the board. I think Freiermuth would go at this point as well. So I'm not super comfortable taking him either, but I could get behind taking Pat Freiermuth here. Tommy Tremble, who's down here. Excellent scheme fit, 100%. So that's exciting.
If somebody wants to know what's a typical day working in the NICU. So I'm not a nurse anymore, so I'm on the provider side of things. So the reason I work 24-hour shifts is because at the beginning of the day we set up a plan to take care of these babies who are super sick. So lots of lab draws, lots of procedures, lots of medications, stuff like that. And you want to have a consistent person throughout the day that then manages that plan, because you have somebody come in every 8 hours to try and execute a really complex plan, things get missed or jumbled or whatever. So for me, I'll be there 24 hours managing patients, or what I actually prefer to do is be the transport delivery procedure person. So I'll go pick up babies in either a helicopter, a plane, or an ambulance, go to deliveries, and resuscitate tinies. And then I like to do a lot of the procedures like chest tubes, putting breathing tubes in, central lines in, all that kind of stuff. So that's my favorite thing, is doing the procedures and the deliveries and the transports, but also you can be on the management side too, where you're making the plans for the babies.
She does so much stuff.
It's very busy.
And she rides in helicopters, which is literally so badass.
It's exciting.
Yeah. Yeah, cool stuff. So I went ahead and took Roy Robertson Harris, who is going to be a backup to Leonard Williams in that role. But again, that's a pivotal part of that defense, quite literally, because of the way they pivot off of that edge point. So to have a good backup there, I think, is important. And then you guys are saying Tim Settle. Please still be here, Tim Settle. Uh-oh. Do we miss our... I think we missed our Tim Settle window, guys. Which is unfortunate, because we could have used him. Was he there and I passed on him? That's a bummer. But not the end of the world.
Jermaine, I do not really play any video games. I take that back. We'll play like Mario Party occasionally.
Mm-hmm.
Or
Among Us. We've been playing Among Us.
Well, Marcus plays Among Us. I watch him.
Yeah, but you enjoy it.
Yeah, I'm not a big video game person, just because I'm really terrible. But I enjoy watching Marcus and hanging out.
Oh, Blake Cashman went, chat. I thought I could get him later. That's a bummer. We do need a second linebacker. We can get a little smaller with that second linebacker, or we can use Hicks as our smaller linebacker and go with a bigger dude, but we do need to take someone here. So, I mean, Jamie Collins is still here. I think we go a veteran. Take Jamie Collins, who can actually play some of that edge spot too. They're saying we're sus.
We're sus. I think that's so funny. We feel so hip.
I know that we know what that means.
I want to order canes. What do I usually get?
Oh, you're gonna. You get. Well, how many pieces of chicken do you want?
I don't know. What do I usually get?
Well, I mean, you can get the box combo, which is 6.
Oh, that sounds like a lot.
Then just do a. Chat. What is Cane's called a 4? I think it's just a Cane's combo, but just say it Cane's combo or whatever 4 wings is. So we're definitely at the point in the draft where we can go in any direction. Danico Autry is tempting, man. We could find a way to get him in on rush packages. Because we've got, let's see. We got Uche, Jamie Collins, kind of hybrid edge guys. We've got Houston, Sweat. So Houston, Sweat, and Uche are going to be our edge pieces. D-tackle, we really have a need for another bigger bodied defensive tackle. Because I would say Autry's a little redundant with Roy Robertson Harris and
Brandon, thank you. We really appreciate you joining us. He is saying that he has a few family members that are nurses, so he understands how stressful it can be. He says, excellent stream.
Thank you. Glad you're enjoying it.
Also, somebody said the funniest rage that I've seen you do. I don't necessarily think when he's like all like mad and dramatic that it's funny. I think what's funnier is pushing Marcus's buttons. We've had a lot of conversations lately about Aaron Rodgers, and it really pisses Marcus off, and I think that's funny. I think when he gets mad at me for pushing his buttons, that's funny to me.
Let me just say that it's not solely from you, but a lot of on my podcast this morning when I was directing at people to back off of Aaron Rodgers, a lot of that was directed at you.
I heard you for calling him a crybaby.
Yep. But it's not just you. I mean, literally so many people have said that. All right, guys. Tyson Alualu, he's so old, though. Devon Hamilton would be good. 23. We could use a little youth on the inside. We'll go Devon Hamilton. He's very, I almost said Damon Harrison. The guy that just signed with the Vikings. He's very similar to him, who was good for the Giants.
Someone says TFG getting bullied.
Big time.
Marcus is just lucky that somebody talks to him about football 24/7.
That a girl talks to me about football.
Like, you don't understand how much we talk about football in this household. And I have to pretend I know what he's talking about most of the time.
Most of the time know what I'm talking about. You literally yell at me when I try to explain stuff to you.
Well, yeah, you explain the stupidest things to me, like stuff that I very clearly know about players that I very clearly know. Like, what were you telling me the other day?
Ron
Rivera.
Yeah,
and I was like, yes, I know who Ron Rivera is. But then you'll go into like this really intricate story about some random player in his contract, and I just have to act upset with you.
Ooh, chat. Divine Diablo is going to be our backup to Kyle Duggar for that kind of big safety, undersized linebacker role in this defense. Love it.
Oh yeah, people have been saying that at 12 hours, YouTube caps recordings.
Okay, I will restart the stream.
Maybe before like the com keys or whatever.
Well, yeah, I should just do it. Yeah. I got you. All right, I will do that.
Is
All right.
Marcus a mansplainer? No, he's not a mansplainer.
No.
He knows better than that.
Maybe, if I did it, I wouldn't know what I was doing. All right, we need to start taking some receivers here, guys. We got our 2 starters, but I think this is we can take advantage of some of the depth in the NFL. Probably could have gone receiver a little bit earlier here, but the amount of 12 personnel we're going to see here. I'm thinking Kiki QT as a slot guy might be a good pick. Miles Boykin's a really good run blocker. He'd be a good fit here. He's actually a really good fit for this offense. I can wait around to get him, though. So I'm going to go with Kiki QT. I'm going to go with...
Nalter just said he uploaded a video talking about what I'll be doing on the stream tonight. Nalter, do you want to plug that link?
Drop the link.
Is that the right word? Plug that link? I don't think that's right. Drop the link.
I can't believe I'm going to say this, guys. But we should take MVS to have a deep threat here. I'm kind of buying into MVS, guys. We should... Oh. Do you want to grab that other controller?
Which one?
The other black one that's up there?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Jarmaine, I'm not ignoring your question. We just try not to get political on streams. So we'll kind of leave it at that. But Marcus and I are both vaccinated. And we encourage people to get their COVID vaccine.
Absolutely. Ooh, Chuba Hubbard's here, chat. Chuba's a exciting back to have in this offense. I love that fit. Very Raheem Mostert-esque. Straight line speed, home run ability. That's a heck of a pick at this point in the draft. And then I was going to go and get one last receiver here because we took QT Scantling. I wanted a bunch of different skill sets here, but I want a route runner type. And the guy I want is Riley Ridley. But Dwayne Eskridge is also here. So we're going to take Eskridge, we're going to take Ridley, and that's going to be our wide receiver room. I can wait on Ridley. Let's get another tight end. Josh Hill's not bad just because, his run block grade's actually a little lower there.
Marcus, how many stadiums have you been to?
I've been to...
Vikings Stadium, Bears Stadium. You've been to Bengals, right? Or was it Browns?
Vikings, Browns. I've been to Browns.
Browns, so 3.
And Bears and Packers.
Oh yeah, Packers, so 4.
Yeah, 4 stadiums.
This year we have a stint where we are going to an NFL game 3 weekends in a row in 3 different cities. So that'll be fun. We're going to the Vikings here, and then a Bengals-Packers game in Cincinnati, which we're super excited for because I'm a Bengals fan and Marcus is a Packers fan. And I've never been there. And then the following weekend, we're going to the Bears-Packers game, which again, Marcus is a Packers fan, and my second team is the Bears. So we have some good games that we're looking forward to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're gonna have such a fun month. All right, I'm looking for a good. Alex Leatherwood's still here. I like Matthew Parrott for a tackle here, and then I'm gonna take let's take Creed. We took an older center, so let's have Creed to develop as a backup.
Is that in the fall during the cold? Yeah. Vikings is indoor. Bengals won't be cold. That's in Cincinnati, but Chicago could be cold in October, but we also live in Minnesota, and I grew up in Chicago, so we're used to cold weather.
Yeah.
We will have our beer jackets on, as I always like to say.
Absolutely. Especially for that Bears game.
Mm-hmm.
It's always fun.
I do have a second team. I wouldn't say I'm a fake Bengals fan. I would say I have 2 loyalties. So I grew up in Chicago, and my whole family, I grew up with 3 brothers, were Bears fans, and my dad. And I wanted to be different, because why would I want to pick the same team as my brothers and my dad? So I picked the Bengals. So I am a true Bengals fan, but I have to be a Bears fan at heart. I mean, I'm from Chicago. Chicago is my place, so. Dylan says he works for Special Olympics Missouri.
Ooh.
That's awesome, Dylan. Very cool. Thank you so much for what you do.
Go, Dylan. Thank you.
I worked for Special Olympics for a long, long time when I was in my youth. That's super, super fun.
So we're still hurting at linebacker, guys. We have Jamie Collins in there. Kind of slim pickings at linebacker, man. Jacoby Stevens would be interesting. Move him out to strong safety, though. I guess I'll just take Derek Barnes. Let's go Derek Barnes. Let's get some youth in there. Great, it's exactly what they have in Detroit. Actually, is he's backing up Jamie Collins as a guy that Derek Barnes used to play edge at Purdue, and now he's learning from the same guy here. I'm gonna take our route runner here. Who did he go? Did someone take him?
Panda, Special Olympics is a little bit different than Paralympics. I'm speaking with not a ton of knowledge on Paralympics, but from what I understand, Paralympics is mostly physical disabilities, versus Special Olympics is more mental, intellectual disabilities like Down syndrome, autism. You can also have physical disabilities as well, but I think Paralympics is more solely dedicated to the physical disability part. So for example, my brother has Down syndrome, so he falls into the Special Olympics side.
That's also how I understand it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Also, we just took Blake Blake Prohl, so let's go. Kylan Hill. Ooh, Cahill Warring's a good tight end pick. Still some decent corners available here. We took a Debo, by the way. So our cornerback room actually turned out pretty well. We could probably use a true slot. So can we go... Not a lot of the true slots already went. I guess John Reed.
It's alright, guys. There's always going to be dislikes. There's always going to be trolls.
Yep.
It's probably the guy that said I look like your mom like 20 minutes ago.
Yep. That sounds about right.
Always going to be those people. You just gotta let it.
Yep. Get him out. We actually legit need a fullback, guys, for this offense. Believe it or not. I can't believe those words just came out of my mouth. But we could go... Ben Mason, I think, is going to be really good. Kari Blasingame kind of fits the scheme, but really just looking for lead block. And I should be able to sort by lead block here. And I don't really want... I guess Andy Janovich is going to be the pick there. Let me review my... we need a backup quarterback. We got 3 running backs. We got 6 receivers. We could use 1 more O-lineman. We need probably another interior D-lineman or 2. Interior D-line and linebacker. And edge. We'll focus there. We'll focus our attention there.
Dalton, are you a fellow Dalton fan? Or is your name actually Dalton? You clearly like Cincinnati, so. Someone wants to know if we can put the schedule in the description. Do you have a text copy? I don't think you do.
I think I do, actually. Yep, we can do that. Although there's not much left for scheduling wise.
There's still a bit left. I think we still have like 5 things left.
I suppose, yeah. That's not what we're doing right now. Because it goes over to that screen and it's a mess. I'll do it. I'll get it done in our next intermission here. We got NalterDeeds coming up next, and then we're doing Comp Keys is coming on. So really,
you didn't do the. There was some other stream you were supposed to do. Just heads up. Not one video game you like to play?
Oh, Mass Effect, yeah. Probably not going to get to Mass Effect, to be honest. But that's okay. Alright, we need... There's not a lot of great options. We need more size than Milton Williams. Plus, Milton Williams wouldn't be here. That dude's insane. So let's take... You know what? Let's take Taylor Tart, because as... Who was it today? Someone... I can't... My memory is failing me so bad. I don't even remember what team Taylor Tart is on. I think he's on the One of our more recent deep dives. Someone was saying this dude's good. I have not even seen him play, but someone said he's good. A lot of people, some fan base was all over him.
Let me check when Among Us is. I want to say it's...
I said like 3 in the morning, but I think we'll probably play Among Us with comp keys.
Oh, well, we were going to do Among Us.
Well, and yeah, that whole like 4-hour stretch, we're going to get Among Us in there after NalterDeeds at some point.
You had it scheduled at 9 p.m.
Oh, I did put it on there?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Alright, it's definitely getting into the point where it doesn't matter a ton, so I'm just going to kind of just start picking players I like. We do need a backup quarterback, so... Paxton Lynch fits the scheme. Mobile, strong arm. Let's go with... good veteran. Dennis Kelly knows the scheme. We could use another safety here. How about...
So Will Hartley says he's trying to get into baseball. What content creators and analysts are equivalent to like the TFG of baseball?
That's a good question for the chat, because I really don't know.
Oh, we'd like to know the answer though.
Yeah, definitely.
Connor, it was nice seeing you.
Bye, Connor.
Get some good sleep.
Thanks for hanging out today, bud. I like Daniel Thomas coming out of Auburn. We need another edge.
I think you did do a rebuild in the show, didn't you?
No, I just played it for like 2 hours.
Yeah, Black Cobalt, it takes up a lot of time. And we know a lot about baseball, but not as much about football.
Yeah.
Or
We don't know
No.
as much as we know about football.
yeah, and I say we collectively because
Those are our sports.
those are our sports. But it would be super fun to do.
Yeah, it's really just all about the amount of time that it takes. Man, this is slim pickings.
You're fine.
I don't like Jordan Smith, but why not at this point? I'm just trying to get to the point where I can review the squad. Let's grab another corner because our safeties are so thin. Sure. Probably use another D tackle. Al Wood's a good player to be here this late. Old, but we're going to defend the run here. Definitely need another linebacker. I can't believe how thin the linebacking crop is here. It's pretty ugly looking. Let's just take like John Bostic, I guess.
Someone wants to know if you're gonna watch the Hall of Fame game.
Yeah, I will. That's
When
the
is that?
first preseason game.
Yeah.
I don't know when it is. Probably in like a week, 2 weeks
I was
maybe.
gonna say 2 weeks. We might be at a wedding.
Always got to tune in for the first football game of the year, though.
I know. What was I just looking up? Hall of Fame game.
We'll take a chance on Zach Davidson. Oh, special teams. You're right. Kicker, punter. There's still guys there. Gotta go Greg the Leg, right?
Holy crap, it's already next Thursday.
Wow, let's go.
We're going out with Ryan that day. We could
Oh,
maybe
yeah.
watch that somewhere.
Definitely. I love how we're still able to get good special teams. How many rounds do they have us do? Alright, well, if Deshaun Jackson's still there, might as well take him. Okay, guys. Whoa, what was that? Oh, that's terrifying. I've never seen that glitch before.
Scary.
Spooky Kyle Shanahan. I want to, before I do like my roster overview here, I want to make sure the positions are all in place. So we do have time. I could play. Yeah, something's going on with Madden. The floor is ice. Nick Chubb got a 3-year extension. I saw that coming. Very similar to Derrick Henry in the old Nashville. When are we going to Nashville?
When are you taking me to Nashville?
Sounds like he got 12 mil per year, just like Cook and Henry. That's like spot on. I don't even mind that for the Browns.
Tech with Hudson, NalterDeeds is gonna be on at 7, I believe. Let me double check for you.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's coming at 7.
So if you buy packs, they'll be open 7 to 8 range. Someone wants to know what my dev traits are.
Oh, I'm not gonna do. We're only gonna play maybe one game, so I'm not gonna do the dev traits.
No, mine. If I had dev traits.
Well, what are they?
I don't know. I don't know what the options are.
Development traits. Star, superstar, X Factor, or normal.
Oh, well, obviously the best one.
Superstar X Factor. You're my superstar X Factor.
Gross.
That's gonna be totally gonna be my Valentine Day. I'm gonna write her a card for next Valentine's Day.
Please don't.
I just screwed that up. We want all the
You can put that in your wedding vows.
I promise to always be your superstar X Factor. I'm gonna get it engraved on my ring too. Superstar X Factor. Oh, Al Woods is injured. No wonder he was available.
Yes, Tech with Hudson. It's on this stream, so don't go anywhere.
Chat, who does Tiger Tart play for that was drilling into me saying that he was gonna be good? Out of FIU. Like literally, I don't know.
Okay, this is a better question. This is what I thought it was asking.
Oh, what's your
X Factor ability? It's not speed. It's not agility.
Well, no, it's like a special thing. Like on Tuesdays, TFGF gets added. I don't know. That's what X Factor. Like I'll show you. It's not speed or acceleration. Like his X Factor is when they enter the zone, they're highly likely to dominantly win any man press encounters.
Well, that's certainly not mine.
So when you enter the zone, what's your what are you at your best?
I have no
when your
idea.
X Factor activates.
Guys, I'm so unathletic. Oh man, it's not even funny how unathletic I am.
All right, so what I want to do, basically...
That's so creepy.
I know. Basically what I want to do is show what this would be for the...
Baby saving X Factor.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to think of.
Oh, and I'm extremely good under pressure.
You're really good under pressure, and you're super good at putting in IVs.
Well, yeah. But if you're dying, you want me there.
Yeah.
Like, I'm very, very good in those, like,
clutch
code
you're clutch.
situations.
You're clutch.
I'm very good at staying calm.
So the 3-4 defense here, guys, this is how it would look like. So I talk about this all the time. So this will be a good wrap up on all this. So it's kind of flipped here. I always think of it the other way, but we're going to have, this is the Leonard Williams role right here. Fully responsible for containing the edge, can get some pressure from the edge as well, but the real responsibility is has that size and athleticism to dominate the point of attack in that 5 technique. Don't let the tackle seal you off. Don't let the tight end seal you off. You're going to have a nose tackle here, which we have in Lorenzo Fatukasi. That was a big pick for us. And then just have a good run defender over here. So that can be Tyson Aluwalu all the way. We also got Devon Hamilton. We took Tyler Tart. So front 3 looks good. And then this is in base packages. I want Josh Uche, who we picked. And then on third downs, if we were in this package, I would put in Justin Houston. But Uche is a good fit there. They got him listed at 226. He played closer to 240 at college, so that's where I would want him to play at. But yeah, that could be also Josh Sweat. These guys would really honestly all rotate around just as the Giants do. So Josh Sweat, a little Justin Houston, a little Uche, but for base downs it'd be Uche for me. And then you get your 2 linebackers, pretty straightforward. So we have Jordan Hicks and Jamie Collins, which is better than the Giants have. And then in this is this big nickel safety right here. So that's going to be really where we're leaning on Kyle Duggar. I would have liked to get something a little bit better than that, but I think he would play that role perfectly. But that's the Jabril Peppers role. So he's part linebacker, part slot corner. He can rotate high. And then you have Justin Simmons and Antoine Winfield. Really, Winfield for me would be that Logan Ryan role where sometimes he's going to come down closer to the box from this position and he's going to be Logan Ryan slot corner. Sometimes he'll rotate high, and that's where it gets so creative because you can have this guy creep down to the line of scrimmage and then all of a sudden at the snap, he flips up high just like Logan Ryan does. And oh my God, it looked like cover 3 pre-snap, and then it's cover 2 all of a sudden. So that's a super versatile spot right there, and Antoine Winfield would be an even better version of Logan Ryan for that. And then you got Jalen Ramsey, and I actually went Trayvon Mullen out. So that's the base 3-3-5. I think we drafted really well for it. The one thing we maybe could have done a little bit better is do a little better than Jamie Collins, but he's actually not bad. And if the team... If you got a quick like pre-snap motion with this defense, you could actually even have Jamie Collins rotate down to the edge there next to Leonard Williams and then have Uche rotate back up to linebacker. So it gives you some of that Bill Belichick classic hybrid ability. So I really like this defense, and I'm going to have a little bit of time to play with it here. And then the offense, much more straightforward. But we got Trevor Lawrence at quarterback. Perfect scheme fit. We talked about the throw power, the accuracy, the mobility. Huge to get him. Took him in the second round. The running backs are kind of perfect here. You see the speed, the home run ability. Kylan Hill and Chuba Hubbard, I had those guys neck and neck on my draft boards. So, and both guys I thought were great wide zone offenses. And Kylan Hill ended up in one in Green Bay. Chuba Hubbard, not so much, but good fit regardless. We got our fullback. And then our wide receiver duo, Jamar Chase, Justin Jefferson. Deshaun Jackson was our very last pick in the draft. So if he is healthy, that's great. If not, so be it. We took really just a well-diversified group of skill sets here to do a bunch of different stuff. What's up? Oh, it sounded like there was something you were trying to get my attention for. Yeah, we got a slot guy, we got a deep threat, we got a gimmick playmaker type, and we got a route runner type in Blake Prohl. So that seems to be the way these Shannahan offenses build after your top two guys, but these guys are insane. Not just getting them back together from LSU, but I mean, they are perfect for this offense as far as what they do in the wide. Both are good run blockers, but they both are so good on those crossing routes. Tight end room we're gonna have to develop it, but we got some good prospects. All these guys are pretty athletic. Sample and Tremble are good run blockers, and I would be pretty excited to see what they could do in this system, and we're gonna get to see it from Sample. The O-line, we went with really good athletic, mobile dudes, and I think that would be a middling offensive line, but a lot of potential, a lot of athleticism. And then, yeah, we did our defense. So, yeah, let's get a game in.
Yeah, let's play.
I'm just gonna play on like base all Madden.
Philip, I am not an intensive care nurse. I have my doctorate, so I work as a nurse practitioner. I did work as a nurse previously, but I work in the NICU, which is a little bit different than like an ICU nurse, because I only work with babies. I don't work with adults. So I take it back. If you're dying, you probably don't want me there. I can do basic CPR, but other than that, you guys are on your own. And then somebody asked, where was it? Who do we have winning the World Series, Marcus?
The White Sox.
The White Sox.
Yay.
Yes,
Ooh,
yes.
so happy.
I am a big White Sox
so
fan.
happy the Twins traded Jose Barrios. Great move, Twins. Really killed it.
Ramsey wants to know the best place to park. Probably not a lot behind us, right? Or in the garage?
Can you get him into a guest spot?
Why can't they just park there? I'll just pay for their parking.
Well, either way, you gotta go down.
Yeah.
But it's worth seeing if they have a guest spot. Holy upgrades. Yeah, let's do them for fun. Why not? I feel like I should reload the game. Ooh, a speed boost for Trayvon Mullen. How about that? Told you guys he'd be better than Xavier Rhodes. Eventually. Deshaun Jackson somehow gets an upgrade.
Oh, Philip, that's awesome. Well, then you know exactly what ICU is. Sorry for explaining that to you. He works in the ICU in the UK. So that's awesome.
That? Very cool.
And yes, technically I am Dr. TFGF. Surprisingly, nobody calls me Dr. TFGF at work. Should put it on my name badge.
Just put it on your name badge. How about that, guys? Jalen Ramsey. We got speed and acceleration boost. Sheesh. Alright, week 1 against the Cards. I'm going to reload Madden, though, because this is freaky. Let's save this. Although I'm kind of curious what the game looks like if I load into it. We drafted a 79. We went with some youth. It's to be expected. But I'll try to continue to explain these schemes as we play. So obviously we're going to that.
And don't forget, you guys can still super chat and donate to that March of Dimes link too. We're not quite halfway through yet, so we're doing really good.
Yeah, what are we at right now? Let's see. 1168. Wow. We're gonna get there. I do need to turn auto flip off, and I think it's slightly incorrect here because we want Leonard over here.
Brandon, good to have you back. Are you just getting back to Illinois or leaving Illinois?
He's getting back. He was he got on a plane earlier today. All right, much better. So Madden's not the perfect representation of it because we would have Duggar on the weak side always, and we'd have Antoine Winfield on the strong side. But this is what I was talking about with the cover too. So like I can bring Antoine Winfield down here and it's like, oh my god, he might blitz. But then he's so good at dropping into that cover too. This is literally what the Giants do, by the way, which is really cool. And that's all because they have Logan Ryan, who has experience as a slot corner. That's why I went with Antoine Winfield. And now he is going to probably man up this tight end. So he's really just doing everything.
Brandon, you just got back from Jamaica? That's amazing. How was it?
Oh, man.
I'm so jealous.
And you didn't take me? And now the Shanahan offense, as I said, a lot of wide zone stuff like this, and then we're going to build off of it with play action. Good tackle. Darnell Savage. Now if we get into 2nd and 12, that's obviously going to throw a wrinkle in some things.
Hi, Ralph. Thanks for joining us from the UK.
Hello,
At midnight.
Ralph.
Hope we're entertaining you while you can't sleep.
Definitely.
Brandon, that's awesome. Meeting people at a resort is clutch.
We've been there. You always hear me talk about the receivers getting on those play action crossers. So here you see part of how it works. Basically, you know, Madden's best version of it. That's on the run accuracy there, the ability to get on the move. That was like textbook Kyle Shanahan offense right there.
Can I try the Coke coffee?
Yeah, you're gonna hate it, but
Was it really gross?
I like it, but you're gonna hate it. So I'm just saying.
It smells good.
Told you.
It's gross. What's the charity for, Kaylee? We have 2 charities. One is Special Olympics, which is for athletes with mental, intellectual, physical disabilities. And then the other one is March of Dimes, which supports research for taking care of premature babies. Thanks for asking. If you want to donate, you can donate on the GoFundMe link in the description, or you can do a super chat too if you have a question that you want answered.
Holy Justin Jefferson. That was like super authentic to Justin Jefferson. The way he accelerates after the catch, that looks just like him. Good throw by Lawrence there too.
What do you think of the Justin Houston signing?
I love it, man. I was glowing about it. We were talking about it earlier. I don't think it quite made the podcast, but it does. Not only does it just gives them an immediate, oh, that's a pick. Oh, catch it. Not only does it give them an immediate upgrade at pass rush that they needed, because Owe, it's just, it's so good. They drafted Owe, who's a total project, and now they have a guy that can contribute now, be a mentor to Owe. And you're not committing to him long term, so that Owe will be ready in the future. It was such a just perfect classic Ravens execution.
Josh says TFG was gonna get pissed because of that drop, and TFG was doing a thing. Did I interrupt you from?
Oh no. I did hold myself back.
I have learned to tune out Marcus and all of Madden and all things football, so I'm just like sitting here in my own little world. Not because I don't like it, just because I'm overexposed to it, so sometimes I don't notice things.
Is he here?
He's probably. Hi, Nate. Are you 5 minutes away? Okay.
But yeah, the Houston move, awesome. Get him. Get him. Russell Wilson on the cards. It's like nothing changed. I haven't finished the Star Wars game yet. No, for those following me on my second channel, TFG Plays here on YouTube, make sure you are, because I'll be, well, and just my Twitch in general, but yeah, we are getting close to finishing the Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order, and then we'll be doing, you know, plenty of Madden content there for sure when the game comes out. Oh, Russ threw it away. I was giving him the touchdown. But yeah, Madden does sometimes make it difficult to truly run this scheme, because it's not exactly how the Giants run it, but it is pretty close. Because it gets confused sometimes out of this package, I feel like. I've played I did play the Batman Arkham games, actually. I played, I think I beat all 3 of them. Although no, I don't think I played Arkham City, now that I say that. I'm gonna put the main camera back up. But yeah, I think I played Arkham City. Or did not play Arkham City. It's up here, babe. Favorite video game ever made. Individual video game ever made has got to be The Last of Us, but the Mass Effect trilogy as a whole is my favorite, like, video game, quote unquote. Final answer. So again, this is a classic Shannahan concept right here. You got the crossers, you got some kind of a whip, not a whip, just a double move. Sometimes they'll fake to the corner, sometimes they'll run the corner. But that's just textbook, and that's Jamar Chase with the speed to get across, the run after catch. That's just like, you really can't execute that any better right there for a Shannahan play right there. Oh, video. What's my favorite video I've ever made? Another good question. Some of my older videos I've made, I really liked that just didn't get the traction because I was still getting started. I made a NFL Fortnite video that I thought was really funny at the time and didn't do as well as I thought, but that was still one of my favorites. Oh shoot. Thank you, Chris, for the super chat. I need you to pick a new team. You're between Packers, Lions, Niners, Jags, Chargers, and Bears. You're thinking long-term outlook. If you're thinking long-term, I'd be between Chargers and Niners myself. I think they both have really nice long-term outlooks. But I made an NFL Fortnite video that I really liked. Honestly, this most recent Vikings deep dive, I think, was just one of my better recordings and edits that I've had. Great guest on there. That one's actually up there. And if you want to go way back, I made a Tom Brady versus Aaron Rodgers video years ago. Some of you may remember it. I honestly think it's it is the the pinnacle of why, if you want to debate for why Aaron Rodgers is better than Tom Brady, I break out the freaking receipts in that video. And unfortunately it was before my YouTube got too big, so a lot of people didn't see it, but a lot of the stuff I said in that video still holds weight. That's one of my favorite ones because I'm very proud of the arguments I made in that video. There you go, Verrett. Or that's actually, yeah, Jason Verrett. Just run it. Oh no, Lawrence! Woo! Oh, that was out of bounds! You know what we say to that? How do I feel about Tom Brady at a 97? Honestly, I'm kind of tired of talking about it. I broke all the Madden ratings down at about the, let's see, that would have been probably about the 3-hour mark of the stream, 2.5-hour mark of the stream. You should be able to go back if you want. You can hear me break that down, but I'm honestly, there's nothing that hasn't been said about it other than it's ridiculous and just obviously not right. Like, everybody with eyeballs can tell that Aaron Rodgers is a better quarterback than Tom Brady right now. How much to raise for me to do the gritty? Dude, I wouldn't even know where to start. That's the problem. I just know you're supposed to kind of like do that a little bit. That's really all I got. I'm one of the worst dancers you could possibly see. Get him! Oh no. Yeah, we were talking about Nick Chubb. Good move for the Browns. I like, you know, the running back market for some of those guys. You know, Henry, Cook, and now Chubb at 12 million. I think it's fine. You know, those are difference-making running backs. And they're not getting the Zeke contract, right? That they're not getting the extra $4 million. Yeah, like Madden, they keep. I don't know why they're doing it a little bit off this scheme. Or maybe this is my fault. I think this is my fault, honestly. No, Brian, because you can't update contracts, unfortunately. Another thanks EA moment. We can't edit contracts in custom rosters. Stay in. Oh, catch the ball, 82? That must have been... What has been my best NFL take ever? I feel like it's the Kyler Murray take. I feel like that was my best take. Because I really, at the time, was really out there. Early January, like I think it was like January 7th. The majority of people said he was gonna not play football. The people that said he was going to declare for the draft thought he was a second-round pick, and I said no. He's the best player in this class. He's going to play football, and he's going to go number 1 to the Cardinals, even though they just took Josh Rosen. I honestly think I was the first to make that call. I hadn't heard it anywhere else. And I was like, you guys think he's going to go ride school buses for 3 years when he can be the starting quarterback for the Cardinals in April? Like, no, there's no way. There's other takes I'm proud of, but I really think that was the one. I could also put, oh my goodness. I could also put my... Why do I keep coming back to Aaron Rodgers? But I think I really nailed the analysis of Aaron Rodgers throughout the summer. As far as what he actually wanted, what he thought the issues were, why he wasn't speaking to the public. Can't do my Super Bowl prediction quite yet because I'm saving that for... Oh, yeah. Oh, what a throw from... Let's go. My worst take was my opinion on Baker Mayfield. Definitely. That him and Justin Herbert are probably my two more... NalterDeeds is here. Okay, chat, we are going to take a quick break here so we can get the card stuff set up. We got a good half in with our new team. This was more about the draft than anything else. We also just got a really nice super chat there from Dunk Anya. Do I have a favorite current NFL player and favorite player from previous eras? I'll go Walter Payton from previous eras. Currently, I would say some of my favorite players are on my wall here. So we got Aaron Donald, A.J. Brown, Saquon Barkley, Derwin James, Kyler Murray, Aaron Rodgers. Those are 6 of my favorite players in the NFL, I would say. So that's going to do it for the kind of fantasy draft deal there. And we are going to kind of reset everything here and come back in a few minutes when we're good to start opening some packs. Also check out NalterDeeds.com/TFG.
And we're gonna drop a link to a video about the card opening.
Okay, we're going to drop a link for a video that you guys need to go watch while we set up here. So keep an eye out for that link here in just a second. Yes. Also, hi everybody. I just activated the mic.
Oh, hey, we're live. What's
We're
up?
live. What's up? Yeah, bear with us. We've never done this from this setup, so just bear with us as we. Yeah, you're just gonna have to bear with whatever happens here while we figure this out.
We're going in.
Yep, we're going in. So I'm gonna duplicate this, and then.
Have you done this thing? That like the one above that. So click on that.
Oh, that's studio mode. So
because then what we can do is we can get it ready here and then push it live here once it's ready. Does that make sense?
Yep.
So now you can adjust it there.
This is why you're here, apparently, is to teach me how to.
Hi.
Okay, we're gonna get rid of that. Also, I feel like I could zoom this out. I didn't think about that earlier. So that we could maybe get comfy a little more, and then.
We're so comfy.
Yeah, that works. But yeah, so we're gonna go. Let's change the. Let's just go with that. Oh, I forgot we're in. That's okay. And then. Hide that for a second. We'll shrink that. Oh. Welcome back, everybody. I hope you got some food in your bellies and you're ready for some card openings. Nate, do you want to tell them about your channel for a second while we...
Yeah, absolutely. What's up, Drop Top Submarine?
Oh,
a joint supporter of us both.
Let's go.
I am Nate or NalterDeeds. Oh, I'm hidden.
You're hidden now?
I think am I less hidden now?
Oh, right.
Hey, Brandon with the $5 dono. Let's go. I am NalterDeeds. I am also a content creator, real life friend of Marcus. One time I went to Hawaii with him and his family before Ahna existed. So that was a lot of fun. Thank you again, Marcus, for that. Now I make content, gaming. I open packs of cards and more than that. I infamously got a shout out from Mr. Beast on January 1st, 2021 of this year in his YouTube Rewind 2020. I was one of the small creator shoutouts at the end, so I gained a bunch of followers kind of overnight and still trying to figure out what I do or how to do things on the YouTubes and the Twitch. But we've come a long way since January, I'll tell you that much. And we're going to open some packs tonight, so as TFG's kind of getting this ready... Oh, looks like, there you go.
Aha, I was just looking for that. And
so
we should be good.
All right, nice.
There's my hand. It's pretty small. Does this go?
Just thinking.
Should we elevate it?
Because now I think we gotta. Oops, sorry.
Oh yeah, you gotta hit transition. Should we maybe?
I think. Let me
prop
just
it up a little bit.
This should actually be fine. Let me just.
You're the pro.
I think this will be fine.
Okay.
The only thing is sitting how we want to do.
Yeah, I can get. Here, I think I can actually go a little lower, and then I can slide in.
Hey, Kuko Man! Kuko Man is a friend of mine. He's on a lot of my streams. He's thrown us 100 Donkey Kong coins, as I like to call them, DKK. They're Denmark dollars, but Donkey Kong coins. Point the camera more at Nate.
Okay, yeah, we can actually. All right, here's what.
Should we invert just for this, like, does that make sense?
What do you mean by invert?
Like, I mean, like, I sit here just for the card part.
Sure. Yeah, I'm gonna grab a different chair because this thing is not good for size-wise.
Okay. Yo, Kuko Man, thank you so much for the dono. We really appreciate it. Someone says I look like Jared Goff and Josh Allen mixed. I appreciate that. Thank you so much.
He does look like Jared Goff.
I also get the most, I would say the most common NFL comparison is our buddy Nick Foles, Super Bowl MVP. Mm-hmm. People say I look like Nick Foles a lot. And then in the NBA sphere, I get Duncan Robinson a lot. So, yeah. Unfortunately, way less successful athletically than all of those people. Yeah, there we go. Then I can go like this, and then there you go. There we go.
Yeah,
We've done this before.
Yeah, we're gonna want this space for when the comp keys comes here too, so that's... That's a lot better for now, and then it gives us a little...
All right, so what did I bring for us to... We're going to start with Shining Fates ETB. This is one of the more recent. This came out in March. Pokemon sets. And then for those that don't know, you can go to NalterDeeds.com/TFG, and I've got packs available for sale. And then the packs that are on that page, there's a mixture of NFL and Pokemon packs. Any of them that are sold from that page and they're labeled as TFG packs, and they're people that buy them tonight, all sales, 100% of sales from those packs are going towards the March of Dimes GoFundMe, excuse me. So, legit, if you're going to donate anyway, might as well get some packs that never know when you might pull something that's worth something.
So who in the chat are like Pokemon fanboys like us? Because that's probably something a lot of people either know based on the amount of Pokemon GIFs that I do on Twitter or GIFs, or don't know about me. But I do go way back with the Pokemons. So I'm curious who in the chat is going to enjoy the Pokemon aspect of this, or who just has no idea what's going on.
I'm wondering if the focus is going to be an issue.
I feel like it usually...
Let me see if I move this up a little bit. There we go.
There you go.
All right. Well, we'll work with it.
It's also probably not the highest resolution.
Yeah. No, it's fine.
Yeah.
So, anyway,
Bob,
TFG.
Bobby wants to be the very best.
Here is, I figured to start us off, this is the promo card that comes in the set, EVV Max. I think it makes sense for you to have the Teddy card.
Oh, that totally is Teddy.
It's Teddy, so TFG, you get to keep that one.
Oh, we're gonna... I love it.
And for those of you that play the TCG online, not to be confused with the TFG online, here you go. Here's a code card. Let me see. There you go.
There you go.
Well, I'll try and... Whatever, we'll make it work.
Yeah.
And here's some sleeves with Teddy on them, too.
Oh, man.
You can just keep this.
Are there 60 of them? 65.
There you go.
Use them for a magic deck.
Got some dye. Whatever. Here you go. You get to keep all that, the fun stuff.
The Teddy box.
But there's potential. Hey, Kuko Man, I brought you Pokemon. That's awesome. Kuko Man's been a supporter of the NalterDeeds streams.
Nice.
Since, I guess when we first got started.
Yeah, I'm sure we're going to get some of your loyal viewers coming over.
I made a little video on my channel just talking about it, so I wouldn't be surprised. If you're here from me, say what's up. Also, what's up, Shane? I saw Shane bought a pack on the site that we will open. After I open a couple of these for myself, we'll rip any of the packs that are bought on the site. So this is the fun part. TFG, you can lead us off, and then on the next pack, everybody can follow suit. What energy do you think this is going to be?
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go fire. Oh,
grass energy.
Well, I don't.
The color
grass.
The color of TFG.
Yep.
And Alex says, what's your guys' best football card pull, money-wise? So, Marcus was actually on a stream with me when I pulled this. This was before the shout-out and all of that. This was last fall-ish. I opened a box of... I forgot what the name of the set is, but basically you get 6 cards, and the box was like $250. Like, it's a high risk, high reward box, and I opened it, and I pulled a numbered CD Lamb card, but then the best card in the box was a Joe Burrow rookie auto numbered out of 5, which is worth at least a couple grand. I'm sitting on it for right now, but
we lost it.
I was just not in the right headspace. I was
I know.
on a different planet. So here we go. Let's we've got what I say, reading Rotom, because he's reading. And reading Rainbow is funny.
I can't wait to hear all of these
coughing
inside jokes that you're gonna bring to the table.
Oh yeah. Shinx, Grookey, Trapinch, Yanma. And in this set, there is a Charizard VMAX, Shiny Charizard VMAX that's worth Probably at least $150 raw, and then depending on if it's how it's graded, PSA 9 or above, hopefully a 10 can be a couple, even $500-600. At least it was before.
So what does the VMAX mean exactly?
So
I know that's what this EV was, right?
Yep. So the V and the VMAX is the current Pokemon generation is Sword and Shield, and so in this generation they introduced the V and the VMAX, which basically in the game you're able to make your Pokemon really big.
Yeah.
And so that is just like this set's game mechanic. In the Sun and Moon stuff, it was GX. Before X and Y, it was EX. And so every set that comes out, there's just a new game mechanic, and V and VMAX is what it is. So a lot of the biggest hits are V and VMAXs. I don't agree, has no idea what's going on, but that's all right. You don't need to. You can still enjoy it. I've introduced cards to a lot of people that have never been into them before. So be careful. You might accidentally have a new addiction. Or not. So we give away these code cards. You can redeem them on Pokemon.com/TCGO for a free online pack, which is fun. So let's see. I'm gonna go with. Should we give TFG one more try?
I'm gonna go dark this time.
Well, good thing.
So it's just good luck if you.
It's good luck, good pack luck.
I see.
And Kuko Man, I know the cards are out of focus. We're trying to let's see if that will stay there. If we keep it right there, maybe it'll stay. Rusted Shield, Dartrix. Do you have the Logitech software downloaded?
Let's see if this works.
Because one thing that I've done before is you can actually. There you go. So if you click on that, and then go to focus.
Yeah.
I guess it's on.
Try.
It says it's not available.
Oh, it's in use by another application. That's what.
Oh, okay, got it.
Yeah, I don't know if that's gonna work because, I mean, unless we did. Where is it? Oh yeah, it's. Which one is it? There it is. Unless I try this and then.
Stay tuned.
It's probably still gonna think it's in use by. Yeah.
All right. Well, we can power through, or we can try setting up something else. Whatever you think.
We could try that. You said the phone app thing. Would that be good?
Yeah, or I mean, either way, we're gonna need a USB plug-in. So if we do. I mean, honestly, let's just use my Sony camera.
Yeah, let's give it a go.
All right, because that should be good.
And this is the part where I rap to buy. No, I'm not rapping. That's not happening. Give me football questions and I'll answer them. I'm much better at that than. Were you able to get any football cards, or are they not really?
Well, so I've got these. We will be opening them a couple packs for. It looks like somebody else bought some packs as well.
Sick.
And then I think Shane was the one that did.
Gotcha.
So you said you do have a USB. Is there an open one?
Yeah, just. Yeah, there's an open one right here.
Okay. I'll let you plug that in on your side.
Actually, that's long enough that I'll just start right here. Because these give you more power for a camera.
Nice. So then I'll plug this in so then you can start adding it as a source.
You want to work on that. Thanks for bearing with us, chat. Figured this was going to take a little bit to...
It'll be worth it.
It'll be worth it. So... Yeah, that we can just ditch. Get out of here. And then... Did you ever play Jedi Fallen Order?
I did not.
Oh, dude.
You've been enjoying it on the streams?
It's so good.
Nice.
There we go. That was easy. Pretty harmless.
Yeah, I figured it would be.
You do 1280.
It's for whatever reason this camera only allows for 1280 through the USB. So, but it's more than enough for what we need it for. Yeah, so this will work great.
Cool.
Look at that.
Nice and smooth.
I think you just gotta push it.
Oh yeah.
It'll work.
Oh.
What's TFG's favorite Pokemon?
I like Charizard because it makes him really mad when I kick his ass with him in Smash Bros.
That is true. That is super true.
But no, I'm a sucker for starters, so like I like Blaziken as much as the next guy. Feraligatr is one of my favorite starters. I'm trying to be like not super, what would be the word? Cliche, I guess. Also, I cannot get this thing to minimize for the life of me. You got something? You got a hit?
We got a shiny full art.
Oh,
this is what we're here for. So that's the cool thing about Shining Fates for those of you that are Pokemon fans, is that there's actually shiny versions of the Pokemon that are in the second to last spot. And that's where the Charizard can be pulled, and a lot of the other biggest hits of the set. There's a shiny Ditto. Trying to think of some of the other biggest hits. Shiny Lapras, VMAX. So yeah, let's see what we got here. Usually on my soundboard I have something that goes, "Who's that Pokemon?" Da-na-na. Hey, double V shiny. So this is a shiny sheep. That's a nice hit. It's not massive, but it is one of the bigger hits. And boo, Volcanion, we don't like him.
I'll control the soundboard.
All right, there you go.
I still got to get the do it.
Do it.
Man, you're way better at that than me.
The soundboard?
Yeah.
I just knew that if I was gonna entertain people, I'm like, I need a soundboard.
Yep.
All right, there we go. There's our first hitter of the box. So let's see
Feraligatr, bro. I'm telling you, Ray, Feraligatr. Every time I go back to those old games, it's like, yep, give me Totodile and let's carry on.
Exactly. I'm actually, I don't know if I told you this, I am going to be doing a Pokemon Emerald playthrough on Twitch.
Ooh, I love it.
A Nalterlock challenge. I don't know if you've heard of like those
yeah,
Nuzlocks. So I'm going to do a Nalterlock challenge.
Let's go.
Yeah, I think I'm actually going to start it tomorrow. I was thinking about starting it today, but just kind of ran out of time.
Everyone go follow Nalter Twitch. It's NalterDeeds TV on Twitch.
NalterDeeds TV. Got Shinx, Nickit. Hey, Jack Ryan Shadow Recruit, his two favorite YouTubers together. This is the moment you were waiting for your whole life.
That's right.
Trapinch, Buizel, Reverse Hollow Horsey. It's adorable. And all right, so this is not going to be a shiny, but it is a V, so we like those. Do you want to sing "Who's That Pokemon"?
Well, is there a jingle that goes before it?
It's just "Who's that Pokemon?" Da-na-na.
That's what I was looking for. The jingle at the end. Okay. Who's that Pokemon? Da-na-na.
Hey, Crobat V. So this is Crobat's dope, and this apparently I don't play the card game Pokemon. Maybe we should at some point.
You got enough cards for it.
I have enough cards for it, 100%. But apparently this card is actually worth something because of its move is super valuable in the actual card game. So cool. Crobat's dope.
Crobat would have been a good answer for favorite. I always go for a Crobat when I can.
Yep. And Jack Ryan says, "Where's my guy Weirdo at?" I don't know. Have you seen Weirdo lately?
I have not seen Weirdo lately.
He must be busy.
Must be.
I know that. I'm
surprised he's not showing up in the chat yet.
Yeah. He got COVID a couple different times.
Oh
so
man.
Hopefully he's.
Yeah, hopefully he's all right.
Oh, everything's all good. All right, Rusted Sword, Gym Trainer, Thwacky. I love this one. More Pico.
Hold on. Sorry to interrupt you.
No, you're
but
good.
Jack just spelled Anna's name wrong, and now Anna's gonna come for Jack's head. So
Oh gosh.
we've got a feud brewing.
All right,
Jack,
well,
you better run.
good luck to you, Jack. Mork Pico is one of the fake Pikachus. There's a bunch of like pseudo Pikachus in the trading card game and just in Pokemon in general. But I like this. I like cards that intertwine other Pokemon. So we got a Snubble, and then I don't remember the name of that bird, but he's stealing snacks from Snubble, which makes me laugh.
Teddy
Swimming. I don't know if Teddy actually does swim.
No, he hates water.
Nickit.
Dark Teddy.
Ahna White Man. Cagnia. Ooh, reverse hollow reading.
That's pretty cool.
Rotom. So when I say reverse hollow, in the second to last spot, there is a card that's a reverse hollow or the shiny, like I pulled with the Dubwool. But you can see it's holographic everywhere but the art itself. So that's a reverse hollow. And then in the last spot, so this one is just a regular rare, but the last card is where you can pull a holographic or a V or a V Max. So hold on tight. I'm just going to open a few more. I think we got started a little early, which is good because then we'll have more time in case people buy packs. So honestly, while I'm doing this, if you want to, maybe just make a little text element that throw on like buy packs on like NalterDeeds.com/TFG.
Sure. Hand me my keyboard over there.
Oh,
Wireless keyboard.
That makes sense. Here you go. Because, again, for the people that may have shown up late, anybody that buys packs on that particular page before the end of the pack part of the stream, 100% of those sales are going towards the organizations that Marcus here is raising money for. So it's my way of wanting to try and help the cause. Reverse Hollow Rusted Sword. And Celebi. So not a holo, but Celebi is a super cool Pokemon. Really hard to get back in the day in Gold and Silver. I believe you had to catch all of the unknown and then actually have them in alphabetical order or something like that. And for those of you that might not be Pokemon people or card collectors, listen, totally get it. Not everybody's going to like it. Brings back a lot of nostalgia for myself and people like TFG here. And it's kind of like a minor form of gambling too, just knowing that in every pack you have a chance of pulling something fun. So we have a lot of fun doing it. And I usually stream probably twice a week, ripping packs for either myself or for other people, known as a rip and ship, kind of like this. Yanma.
Did you come up with that term? Or
I did not. I wish I was that creative, but Shinx, Rowlet, Reverse Hollow Yan Mega, and Hollow Indeedee. So that is a regular Hollow.
Indeedee Westbrook?
Indeedee Westbrook.
New Viking?
Yeah. New wide receiver for the Vikings.
Skull. Well, we're just go to March Dimes. So it's NalterDeeds.com
/TFG. Nice and easy. If you know our names, you know the website. Luxio. I love cards that have nothing to do with actual Pokemon, like a towel. The wacky. I also have I just pulled this again recently. There's secret rare cards that are either rainbow or gold, and I pulled one, a gold suspicious food tin, and it's literally just a tin of food that looks like it smells really bad. And it's like one of the rare cards in that set.
Do you remember, I don't know if they were cards or like little figurines. Oh, that's sick.
So that's a shiny Rillaboom, the grass starter from the Sword and Shield. Shiny. So that's a nice hit, actually.
That's a really nice hit.
And a hollow Decidueye. So, sorry, what were you saying?
They had a collectible that like they smelled bad. It was like
From
the
where?
Garbage Can Kids or something like that.
Oh, Garbage Pail Kid. Or
Garbage-
Garbage Pail Kids? Garbage Kids.
I'm going to look it up.
No, yeah, you're 100% right. I don't know why I'm having
And they
like
had it was one of the original...
Oh, Nalter spelled wrong on the website. NalterDeeds. Oops.
I'll fix that.
Oopsie poopsie.
I'll fix that. But no, it was one of the first kind of collectible things like that had a website that you like would take your whatever you got in real life, you would take it to the website.
Yep. Dark energy.
Let's see if I can fix this.
And yeah, Ray, I can't wait for the Diamond and Pearl remakes as well. I'll definitely be playing those when they do come out. It'll be a lot of fun. Diamond and Pearl is one of the games, like, I think that's like when I took like a little break, because like I went back and played it after the fact, but I never played that when it first came out. But I've played every other game. And I call this one Miss Frizzle because she's a professor, she does research, and she looks like Miss Frizzle from the Magic School Bus.
Oh yes. The Garbage Pail Kids, dude, these guys.
Garbage Pail Kids, there you go.
Oh, I remember the smell that these things had.
It's horrible.
I'm gonna put up a picture of this.
Heck yeah.
I guess I'll just snip it.
Grass Energy for TFG. All right, hey, I think I see a little peeker back there. We got a hit in this pack. Sometimes we see peekers, and that's okay because we want to build tension. Dartrix, more Pico, Spinnerack, Snob on a bench, Garuki, Eevee swimming in a pool. Oh gosh!
Oh, we got some fire? Hang on, I gotta get some kind of
Mother of God.
Hello?
All right, this is a shiny
You play
VMAX,
to
so I
win the
believe
game.
it has
You
to
don't
either
play
be
to just play it.
Ditto, Charizard, or Lapras. So this is one of the biggest hits in the whole set.
Oh, okay.
Make sure you have something.
I got John Cena.
And if it's not good, you can play that one. Thanks, EA.
Or No God No.
Yeah.
I'm rich. I got the Cam Newton.
I'm rich. We're about to be cool. I'm rich. We're about to be.
I would play Avengers, but that's gonna get copywritten on YouTube so dang fast.
Yeah, we don't want that.
Okay. I think I'm good. All right.
All right.
Go.
Who's that Pokemon? Da-na-na. Ooh, it's Scorch. So
Oops.
I did forget Scorch did have a shiny VMAX card in this set. So it's unfortunately not our Charizard that I would be jumping up and down and probably making a fool of myself, but it's still, we'll take those.
Oh, there's a
God Pack! 2 VMAXs in one pack?
I'm rich. We're about to be cool. I'm rich. You're free.
I'm rich! Alright, TFG. Who's that Pokemon? Da-na-na. More Pico VMAX! Fake Pikachu! Da-da-da-da. Beep-beep-beep. So, there we have it. That was a successful pack.
Man.
We've actually had some nice hits. We've got one pack to go, I think, from this. This is an Elite Trainer box. It's kind of like those old Magic boxes that we used to buy where you get a decent number of packs. Some extra stuff in them. So, boom! We love that. Dubs in the chat.
Nice.
All right, one pack to go. If we pull Charizard, I'll auction it off on this stream, and all proceeds will go to TFG.
Also,
personally,
dude, it's
only, and there we go.
It's only $5 to get one of these things.
The Garbage Pail Kids?
Yeah.
Heck yeah. They still make cards.
Also, how do I get back to just the normal screen here so that
you just press go down again. You just up one.
Layout editor?
You just jumped over it twice. You click on that again.
I see.
Up, down, nope, back down, up. Alright, Water Energy. I agree, TFG, or Jack Ryan, that was wild.
You should make a graphic that says.
Oh, for the, yeah. I should be able to do that while,
You just keep doing you, and I'll just keep doing me. Eevee, more Pico. Shoodle. Oh, you've got to be kidding me!
Another one?
Another shiny full art. Oh my gosh, God Box. Insane. In the membrane. Who's that? Pokemon! It's the baby Scorch. So just like the one that we just pulled. So this is a good, actually, side-by-side comparison. This is the V Max. This is the V. So super cool. And another holo in Dede Westbrook.
Or that'd be Debo. Creative Juices, hour 12, not flowing quite as much.
What was that thing that you said that was?
Oh, BC Johnson's out for the season. Well, there you go, Dede Westbrook season.
There we go.
What were you saying?
What was? Greg Popovich tart. You almost had a Greg Popovich tart moment.
Oh man.
Hey, what's up, Summer? Summer's another regular of mine.
Summer.
Welcome to the stream. We're having fun. I'll just do a little recap of the hits that I had, and then we'll start opening for other people. Marcus is the good luck charm. I mean, I pulled a bunch of good Pokemon cards, pulled a bunch of good football cards with him back in the day. So Shiny Rillaboom, Crobat V, Centiskorch V, Centiskorch VMAX Shiny, Morpeko VMAX, Double V Shiny, and a bunch of other stuff. So thank you, TFG, for that. Now I'm going to... We get to open some football cards.
Let's go.
Let's see here.
I just want another Blake Martinez card rip on stream. That's really all I want.
So I've been telling Marcus recently that so Blake Martinez, funny enough, is huge in the Pokemon card scene. He's does it all the time. He does a lot of stuff with Jessica Blevins, Ninja's wife, for those of you that are familiar with her. And yeah, he did stuff with 100 Thieves. For those that are familiar with them too, they're one of the biggest gaming organizations. So it's really funny that I hope someday I can do a collab with Blake Martinez and just casually ask him if he knows who that franchise guy is.
Oh god, dude, that would be the most ridiculous crossover.
I really hope he's just you know what? He was right about me. What if he's just super introspective and he's like, you know what? He was right about me in Green Bay.
He really motivated me to. What if he was like that? That was my number one motivation to get in shape for the Giants.
There's a chance it was. Okay, so for anybody that's asking, yes, you can still buy packs at NalterDeeds.com/TFG. So if you want to, there's a couple Pokemon packs there. There's also a bunch of NFL cards. The NFL packs are just stupid expensive compared to Pokemon. It's just because of the state of the market that we're in. But again, all of the proceeds, I'm not making a dime on. They're all going to the charities that we're donating to tonight. So anyway, this is the first pack from our friend Shane. Is it Connell or Cannell? And all of these packs I will get shipped out early next week. So anybody that buys them today, probably Monday or Tuesday, they will get shipped out. So select. This is actually a super cool set. You have a chance at finding some die cut cards. So cards that are not just rectangles. And you never know what we're going to pull. So.
And is this the official brand for the upcoming season, or are those?
So I do have some packs available that are with the upcoming, that do have the current rookies. These are last year's cards. So still super relevant. We're looking for Herberts. Really, in sports cards, we're looking for rookie cards. We're looking for Herberts. We're looking for Tuas. We're looking for...
No, we ain't.
Depending on who you ask. We're looking for my guy Joe Burrow.
Why do you want Jacoby Brissett's backup? Just kidding. Just kidding. Relax, Dolphins fans.
Everybody, as we say it on my channel, we're going to send some chamois to our guy Shane here. So dig deep into your emojis and pull out your shamrocks and send a bunch of chamois over to Shane so that you can send him some pack locks. So getting started here with Jason Moore, a rookie for the Chargers. You're going to know a lot more than me on some of these guys.
So Jason Moore, just a fun story. One of the three co-hosts of the Fantasy Footballers.
Yep.
His name is Jason Moore.
Mm-hmm.
And Jason Moore got called up from the practice squad, and he started him in their game that week. And I don't think he caught a touchdown, but I think he had a 30-yard catch, and he was just so ecstatic to have any points.
That's awesome.
So that's just a fun little backstory on Jason Moore, who's kind of irrelevant now.
That's awesome.
Here, let me put this. Oh, that's a good size.
So Con Null. Got it. Sounds good. Thank you for the chamois, everybody. Hey, what's up, Kiwi Smurf? Another regular of mine from New Zealand, actually. So Kuko Man from Denmark and Kiwi Smurf from New
Has he-
Zealand. We are internationally represented here.
Has he purchased any packs?
So
That
Kiwi
shipping can't be cheap.
It's $28. Want to know why? Because I shipped it out today, actually.
Let's go.
Kiwi Smurf actually won a big giveaway a couple weeks ago, so I
Oh.
sent them some packs. And then Kuko Man is never actually bought in packs for himself, but has often bought in packs and then told me to give them away. So he's a really, really good dude.
Ooh, nice.
And that's, he dropped 100 Donkey Kong coins earlier. That's just the kind of stuff that he does. So, hey, we've got another rookie for LaVisca Chenault Jr. Did I say that correctly?
You did. You got it.
All right, nice. Also, not a rookie card, but Alvin Kamara. Shane, what rookies or which team are you pulling for right now? Carson
Oh.
Wentz, RIP.
Do we need to like bend it? I think what we need to do is like just bend it like right there, and it'll be more.
Only if he says you can. Hey, another rookie card. Cole Kmet picked him up in our Dynasty League because I think he's about.
We saw him at a bar in Chicago a few weeks ago.
Oh, fun. Is he going to go off this year?
No.
Okay. Fair enough.
Oh, Peyton Manning.
So a couple old cards in here as well, or old players in here as well. Man, lots of rookie cards. I've never actually opened much of this Select, but Select is it's kind of a cool looking product. These cards are really high quality. Oh gosh, we got James Robinson, but who cares because we got James Burrow! Joe Burrow!
You like that?
You like that? Big hitter time!
Let's go.
We love that.
Future Hall of Famer and starter on my fantasy team.
And
Joe Burrow.
unfortunately, the replacement of TFGF's other husband,
Andy Dalton.
Andy Dalton. So we love that.
Let's go.
Oh, yo, it's not like a rookie or anything, but this is an insert. Hot Stars, Odell Beckham. I'm a big Odell guy, at least
Yeah,
of
that's a
old.
cool looking card.
So I'm gonna pause. A lot of these other rookies, I'm just gonna sleeve them all at the end. But our guy Joe Burrow, we gotta get in a sleeve right away, so that way Shane can't come after me and say that I ruined his cards. I do my best to keep them in good condition, put them in the top loaders for our biggest hits. So nice Joe Burrow hit. I don't know what that's worth, but that is definitely a nice hit.
Yeah, for sure.
That's probably paying for the pack by itself, not even taking into consideration the other cards we've pulled. You're a Packers fan, so it's been stressful. Hey, well, Jordan Love this is the Jordan Love year, right?
Yeah, this is Jordan Love.
All right, and then probably a couple others.
Well, AJ Dillon, Josiah DeGora, just a bunch of great rookie picks,
I don't know if you saw my messages earlier, but when I was watching your stream earlier, I said, and you went to go to the bathroom, I said, quick, TFG's gone. Everybody talk about how great the Packers front office is. And then for the next 20 chats, it was all about the Packers have never messed up a draft pick before. It was awesome.
Yeah, you got to get that out while I'm not there.
I know, exactly. All right, so we got the bus, unbreakable insert.
God, he was huge.
Ooh,
Another
Cole
Cole Kmet.
Kmet. That's a sweet insert. I don't know what this one's called, but Cole Kmet, very. Ooh, man!
Another QB.
Lots of rookie cards. I don't know if Select is just full of rookie cards or if this is just a God pack, but Jalen Hurts, turbocharged insert. Really nice. Okay! So, Tom Brady hollow, you can see that rainbow shimmer. I'm assuming that's what they call it. Sometimes they call them hollows, sometimes they call them silvers. So, it's not a Bucks card, which is interesting because this is last year.
Yeah,
But
it says Patriots.
But still super cool just as a piece. And hey, Jacob Eason actually getting a shot, right?
Yeah.
With the unfortunate news.
I just used that same picture we were editing deep dive graphics earlier.
Yeah.
And I just used that exact same picture for Eason. They must only have one.
Yeah, probably. And Christian McCaffrey, one of my favorites. So very nice pack. I would say you definitely. Not that it's all about the money. Yo, Kuko Man! 200 Donkey Kong coins. Let's go.
Thank you, Kuko Man.
That's
huge.
So I don't remember the exact. You should look up the conversion rate. I'm pretty sure that's like $70 though.
Oh man, that's huge.
So thank you so much, Kuko Man. Really appreciate you and all the giving that you've done over the months of us knowing each other. So that was a super fun pack. Thanks for letting us be a part of it. Whatever packs don't sell, if we still have time, I'll probably just open for myself. And I made a donation earlier, so I'll feel like that's all right. But yeah, anytime.
Thanks again, Kuko man.
I would say in the next 15 minutes, just so that we can stay on track. I know that we're gonna eat and also play some Smash Bros with comp keys.
So that officially brings us to $1,000 of Super Chat revenue going directly to the Special Olympics. So thank you, everybody. That's unreal.
Yes.
Also, we are getting closer and closer to achieving our goal for the March of Dimes. We have 1268 out of 1500. So you guys are so amazing. So amazing. So thank you. There's the link for the March of Dimes if you want to check that out as well.
All right. So what I'm going to do, just so we can stay on track, if you want to be awesome and just very carefully put these remaining rookies in these top loaders.
Yep.
For our guy, that would be awesome. And then I've got these little boxes, so we will just I'll put your name on that. That way we'll keep everything in order. If you want to, I'll just grab this too.
Yeah, absolutely, Shane. You, man, Joe Burrow. I'm telling you.
I've pulled so many Joe Burrow cards. It's crazy.
Yeah, you have. And usually with me.
Yeah,
Well, I guess
almost all of them have been with you.
To be fair, do you do a lot of football when you're not with me?
I've done a little bit, but not really. I have them up on my site so that if people want to buy them, they're just there.
Yeah.
But usually I'm focusing more on Pokemon. But that doesn't necessarily need to always be the case. So, all right, I got Shane's box. So whenever you're done with those, if you want to just pop those in the box, and then I'll put them away. So next up, we've got Paige, and then I believe Summer also placed an order. So Paige, 4 Japanese Eevee Heroes. This is one of the most recent sets, and it's super cool because it's all about Eevee and all the different evolutions. So every single one of the evolutions is represented in here. So Flareon, Jolteon, Vaporeon, all the way up through, I believe Sylveon is the most recent one. So some big hits available in here, and just some really cool cards in general. There's also, it's just generally been a good pull rate set, meaning we pull a lot of hits out of it. So hopefully,
But is it all evolutions?
Not all evolutions, but it's almost every
Always
pack,
represented.
I would say, is pretty strong. So you can see, also, these are super cool. These are Japanese cards. Obviously, Pokemon got started in Japan. And so these cards are about to, in the English version of these are about to come out in, I believe in 2 or 3 weeks in August. It's called Evolving Skies. So, yeah, what's up, Mason? We're opening some packs. I opened some for myself, and now I'm opening some for our friend Paige. It's fun. Sometimes I know the names of these, and sometimes I don't, so I just make up whatever I think it's called. I call this one Little Bug. I think it's actually called Sawaddle. And we got a V on our first one. Who's that? Pokemon. Flareon V. Nice hit, Flareon.
Ooh, that's dope.
One of the harder hits, actually. Flareon and Jolteon seem to be the ones that we have the hardest time pulling in this set. So, beautiful card. I love the art on this set is incredible. There's some alternate arts that are worth, there's some that are worth at least $50, and then I've actually pulled a card from this set that's worth like $300.
Shards of Gaming. Yes, we started at 8 a.m.
Hey, what's up, Shards?
So we're getting real close to hour number 12, which is officially the midway point.
Yep. And Shards is regular on mine, so. What's up, Shards? We got Zorua. Got that flower Pokemon. And Swampert. Or Marshtomp.
Mini Swampert.
Marshtomp, sorry.
Pre-Swampert.
Hey, Ion's here. Ion is
up,
another
Ion?
regular. What's good?
I recognize Ion from the chat.
Yes, sir.
From your chat.
All right. Ooh, we got a big hit in this. Ooh. Stay tuned, everybody. Spoilers are actually worth it because it gets people hyped. Mantine. I call this one Sad Panda because he's sad. Electric. All right, ready for this?
Ready.
Oh gosh, it's a gold secret rare. Who's that Pokemon? Da-na-na. Hey, Darkness Energy. So this is a shiny Darkness Energy secret rare. This card is beautiful. So not a Pokemon, but I've never actually pulled one of these. So I think this is one of the harder hits in this set. And some people
does just look really cool.
It's very sparkly. It's kind of just based on the lighting. It's kind of not doing it justice, but believe us, it's a great hit. If there's no Dean Lowry card in the opening,
we just need the opportunity to say Dean or Diener, because it's fun to say.
Hey, Gabby G in the chat. You looking hella cute in the chat right now.
Oh, what's up, Gabby? That's Nate's wife.
It is. All right. Oh, the feds heard how the packs that we're pulling. We need that, but in a Steel Energy. Ion will get it someday. And I always just make up a name for her. I know she's like the flower or the aroma lady, but we're going to call her
Tammy.
Tammy today. What's up, Tammy? So thank you so much, Paige. That was awesome. You got 2 really nice hits out of your 4 packs, so I always call that one a success. I'm just going to put those there really quick. And then we'll open, we got packs for summer. And you want to grab one of those boxes, the flat boxes?
I can pull these guys up.
Do you know how those work?
Nope.
All right, I'm just going to do it because it'll probably take you. So here you go. Take it, fold these 2 in.
Yep.
Side, side. And then, there you go. It took me a long time. I had to YouTube how. But now you know for the next one. So if you want to just throw those in there as well, that'd be awesome. All right, Summer Ingram, big supporter of my streams, big fan of Eevee Heroes, has had a lot of success pulling her favorite Sylveon out. Bought 8 Eevee Heroes packs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Thank you for the purchases.
So let's see how much we've raised so far. So $44 from Shane, $35 from Paige, and $44 from Summer. And Kuko Man just placed an order as well. So let's see. Kuko Man, let's see how crazy you. Come on. Load, load, load. There we go. Kuko. 3 Vivid Voltage. There you go. That's awesome.
Gabby wants to know if people can still buy. Yes, I believe they can.
People can still buy Gabby G, but you gotta. It's not all the packs on the site. It's only the ones at NalterDeeds.com/TFG. Just because I couldn't bring all the packs with me, and as much as I want to give away all of my packs, I do have to save some. So I don't go broke. But that's all right. I think if we sold all the ones that I brought with me, we'd easily raise like $400. So I think that would be a success. Nalter, I bought some packs with the delivery, but can I give it out? Yes, I will give it away to somebody.
The next super chat.
Or should we do anybody that buys packs could be entered for it? Just because otherwise the shipping info can get a little dicey. So anybody that buys packs, you'll be entered for a giveaway for 3 additional packs at the end of it. And if you've already bought packs, that will be included as well. So no need to rebuy them unless you want more. It's a Sylveon! Summer! Her favorite Pokemon! She's actually getting married.
Oh, really?
Yeah, she's getting married, and she's having a Sylveon-themed cake.
Oh my
And her
gosh.
cat's name is actually Eevee. So,
congratulations.
Legitimately her favorite. So
that's super cool.
It's meant to be.
8 was her lucky number. She's going to be happy about that one.
Yes, sir. Sorry, I'm like throwing away all the packs in your trash. Hopefully you didn't need that for anything.
What, the trash?
Yeah.
No, just more Red Bulls and coffee Cokes. Have you had these?
Only one time. I can't remember. Is it good?
It's interesting. I kind of like it. I got the suggestion.
Okay.
Everyone in this chat probably knows Zach Schaumler. He said in a podcast that it's good for long work nights. So I was like, let's try it.
I've actually been drinking a lot of G Fuel, like the stuff you like mix in, and it actually works pretty well for like that. And then also the Mountain Dew. What is it called? They're like it's
so
like
many different Mountain Dews.
yeah, no, it's a new one. It's meant to be like a morning or like an energy.
Oh,
like
I did see that.
They're super good actually.
Really?
Like depends on the flavor, but they're super good. Ramsey introduced me to
I'll
those.
have to check that out.
Marcus is back there letting his vocal cords regenerate. That's right.
Yeah, dude. Seriously.
Yeah, take it easy.
I'm letting Nate just.
Persian. Listen, I can chat.
They're like, hey, can you make this graphic and put it on the screen? I'm like, yep, I got it. Just you keep talking.
Yeah.
You keep entertaining.
He goes and takes a nap, and then I'll just adjust his roster and make like all my favorite players 99s. Teehee.
Would still probably be better than EA's.
Boom, roasted.
Thanks, EA.
All right, here we go. This one reminds me of like Simple Plan. It's just like teenage angst Pokemon.
Totally.
And there's the little baby version, Impidimp, Gossifleur, Mag
Matt LaFleur?
Cargo. Matt LaFleur! Matt LaFleur, also known as Gossifleur.
It's even green and gold. Thank you, baby.
Mag Cargo. And we got a VMAX!
Dang, is it normal to get this many? I guess in this pack, maybe?
This set is pretty popular, but I mean, we've definitely hit that secret rare and this VMAX. Glaceon VMAX, for those that are not familiar with this one. It's one of the newer evolutions. It's the ice type. But yeah, no, we're hitting some pack luck tonight. It's all because the people that dropped chamois in the chat, like Lisa B. In Denmark, 4 clover is good luck, but you do 3 clover. Is it bad luck? Is there a 4th clover and a 3 clover emoji?
That's a good question.
I'm just kidding. My life is not.
Well, isn't it supposed to be a 4-leaf clover is good luck?
Yeah, probably.
I always thought it was 4-leaf.
Yeah, no, 4-leaf clover is good luck because they're super rare. All right, Winter Patch, Feebas. I love this card. It's Eevee looking off, and there's Rayquaza or Rayquaza, however you say it, flying off in the distance. Pretty neat. Acid Art Voltorb, my favorite Pokemon artist, Tomokazu Kamaya, draws a bunch of Pokemon at, like, just looks like someone did LSD and then started drawing.
Yeah, it's like abstract.
Yeah. And Electrode, about to explode.
Shane got another football pack.
Hey, and another one! We love that, Shane. Why not? Like I said, I feel pretty confident that the last pack you bought, if you were to sell all those cards, you'd get your money back anyway. How long until Marcus is opening mutt packs? I think never. I used to do that, so maybe someday we'll come back to it.
Look. Now that franchise is finally getting some attention, I cannot feel as guilty playing mutt. So
think of it this.
I wouldn't entirely rule out. Oh, is that a Gyarados?
No, it's a Swampert. Swampert. That's a nice holo.
That's a nice card.
Now that, think of it this way, Mutt paid for all the new devs to take care of franchise.
Yeah. In
Or not.
In a lot of ways. Dude, that's where Nate and I used to play a ton of Mutt.
Yeah,
Like,
I wasted so much money.
So much.
But my team was so sick. All right, what's
eventually Nate, he was like, I need to stop. So he sold all his cards, bought the top Mike Vick card that year.
Oh, it's so sick.
And like gave it to me for a giveaway. Is that what we did?
Yeah, because that's when he would just started your channel, and I was like, here, listen, I'm done playing Mutt. I am just sick of how much money I'm spending on this. So I bought, it was like over 1 million Mutt coins or Mutt tokens or whatever the frick they're called, and then
you just sold your team.
I sold all of my team.
Yeah.
Bought that and then gave it to Marcus because unlike 2K, which I do still play, you can actually trade cards in Madden. 2K doesn't let you trade, which is just stupid.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Stupid.
Also, shout out to Pikachu, the OG.
Thank you, Logan. Appreciate it.
Mad Panda and Persian. So one more to go. Last pack magic, as we say.
Do you do that for packs like you do at the blackjack table and pound the table?
I haven't, but we can now. We might have just started something new.
That's what you do when you get either 10 or an ace. Especially when you get an ace, you pound it.
Yep.
It's supposed to give you luck. It never works for me, but except for that one night. Oh, dude.
You want to tell that story?
Yeah. So we both went to the casino one night. I think we only came in. We only had like. Just do it, and then I'll tell the story while you open it.
Boom! It's a Vaporeon.
Dang, let's go.
Nice hit, Summer. But yeah,
Very nice,
I think
very nice.
you played off of $20 and I played off of 20, and then I lost all of it, and then I put in one more 20.
Yeah,
so
so,
I played
like,
off 40.
I think we like very casual night. We were bored. We were like, I don't know. Your house was like 5-10 minutes from the casino, so we were like, I don't know. Let's just go play blackjack for a little bit.
But not only that, remember what day it was?
Was it your birthday?
No, it was Valentine's Day.
Valentine's
and
Day.
we were super single.
Super single.
So we
yes.
went to Lifetime and played basketball, and then said, should we go back to the house or let's go to the casino?
Yeah, that's what it was. Yep. So just we went and we're really like, I don't know, play a few hands, maybe come back, do whatever, but we could not lose. It was ridiculous. I think did I walk out with more or did you walk?
I think we walked out with roughly the same amount. I think you had like 450 and I had
it was more than that.
Oh, I think I had 400 or 450.
I think I was a little over 700.
Yeah. So I made 400 and he made 700 off of like $20 and $40.
And we got so aggressive because we reached a point where it's like we had both set aside like $300 or $400, and we were like, let's just play with whatever comes after this. And I was eventually playing like $100 hands, and I kept winning them. And then I think I probably got up to like $900, lost some of it, and I was like, well, let's just leave with $700.
Listen, there was no losers that night
was-
other than the casino.
I almost made an inappropriate joke, but I'm not going to do it.
Hey, we've actually had quite a few bit more sales, actually. I missed a couple
That's
of them.
awesome.
So we are, let's see. So, Summer, Kuko, I'll do the giveaway at the end for that. So now we're on to Derek, who opened another select pack. So the same one that Shane opened earlier.
Ooh, look at the goat on the cover.
Yeah. So this one is for Derek. Thank you so much,
I'm
Derek.
feeling good about this one. Do you think there's a Jordan Love inside?
It could be.
You open up Aaron Rodgers and you get Jordan Love.
That would be pretty ironic.
Oh yeah. Yeah, after 12 hours, apparently it stops recording.
Yes, you can keep streaming, but the YouTube VOD
ends.
Yes, that happened to me.
Okay, yeah, let's do this pack and then we'll take a quick hiatus and we'll relaunch the stream.
Sounds good to me. All right, good luck, Derek. Khalil Mack, Brandon Ayuk.
It's a rookie.
That's a rookie. Kirk Cousins.
Wait.
You like that?
You like that? Hey, Rufus is Derek. Well, good luck, Rufus. Anthony McFarland Jr. Derek, is there any team or player that you are hoping for right now? TJ Watt. Marlon Davidson. Jonathan Taylor.
That's a good one.
Jonathan Taylor Thomas from Home Improvement. Remember? Did you ever watch that show? Probably not.
I'm going to say no on that one.
All right.
Your boy.
Todd Gurley, loved him back.
Remember Todd Gurley? Oh, that's such
sweet.
a sick card.
Ray Lewis. Is it Unbreakable? Yep. Unbreakable insert. I'm a big fan of this select.
Yeah.
Ooh, who's that?
Ooh.
Chase Claypool. Nice.
Okay, that's a good one.
Yeah, I love these.
Dude, the first time that's another cool one right there. Deion
Yep.
Sanders. The first time we did this, it was like NFL Week 6.
Mm-hmm.
Raph, if you see that link right there on the graphic on the screen, if you follow that link, you can buy packs there.
Yep. NalterDeeds.com/TFG.
Yep. But yeah, it was like that stretch where Chase Claypool was just like uncoverable, and
Yeah.
we pulled a bunch of them, and we were super hyped. Still a good pull for sure.
Yeah. Nick Bosa. Ooh.
Oh.
Oh, that's upside down. Oops. So Ezekiel Elliott. So you want me to rip this one if you're a Giants fan?
The nightmare will continue.
We can burn that one if you want. Sorry for giving you that one. Another Laviska Shenault Jr. and Jimmy G. And I believe this is just a little something or other. So hey, not a bad pack either.
Yeah, that Claypool card's very nice. If
Very
only
nice.
Big Ben starts throwing the ball more than 20 yards accurately,
Yeah.
then you're in good shape.
Exactly. So we'll that Claypool was probably and Jonathan Taylor were probably the two big. Let's just put. I'm just realizing I might run a little bit low on these. So let's just put the best hits in there. Let's put Chase Claypool
I forgot you
and
had the JT in there. Yeah,
Jonathan Taylor.
JT. Yeah, I think you'd probably leave Marlowe. Ayuk's a good one too, though.
I'll let you tell me who's worth this.
Yeah,
Top loading.
yeah. I would just take. Oh, you're putting them all in the little sleeves.
So all of them can get the little ones, but then as far as like the best hits, we'll put them in the
I
top
see.
loaders to protect them.
Yeah, I would put Ayuk in a top loader. That's a good hit too.
Sorry.
Does he have that? No, I thought he had that same hollow that Tom Brady had on there, but he doesn't.
That would make it a bigger hit. So let me see here. It's funny how fast time goes when we're doing this.
Yeah, and if we keep going with comp keys on here, that's totally fine. They can hop in.
Yeah, because we definitely will need more than 9 minutes to get through all these packs if you want to do that. But otherwise, I mean, you call the shots on that.
Yeah, it's my stream, man. Back off.
Listen, you do whatever you want. I'm just trying to make you money, bro, or make your charities money.
We're just gonna play like Smash Bros with comp keys. So
And then the rest of these, I don't think really need the penny sleeves. Unless
Okay.
you want to put them on there, but
yeah, I think
well,
leave
we can
those.
conserve those just so that. I don't think we have too many more.
Should we cut off the sales though? Do you think?
What's up?
Do you think we should cut off the sale? How many?
I would say no more of these need to get the rookies should get rookies yes
Yeah.
rookies get at least that.
But I was gonna say, how many more packs are we? I like on your sales list there. How many more do we have? I'm just wondering when we should cut off the
That's a great
the
question.
sale.
So after, let's say anything that's been bought now, we will open on the stream if you're cool with that, and then anything people can still buy, and anything bought past this point, I will just ship to them directly.
Okay.
Nate, did Luca eat dinner? Yes, he did. Thank you, Gabby G.
Thanks, Gabby.
So let's see. That was 4.
All right, So what I'm gonna do, guys? I'm gonna restart the stream, launch a new one, and you're gonna have to probably find another link for that. I would think. So
Yeah.
everyone go find it.